Chapter 137, Chapter 64, Drink It. Greet your destiny. When Lancer heard from Budo that Leon had been kidnapped, his first reaction was anger. However, the target of his anger was not just the kidnappers and Budo, but more so because of himself. He hated his own powerlessness, incompetence, arrogance, and selfishness. He originally bought the other party back simply because he didn't want to see a familiar person become a slave, that's all. Later, he kept the other party because he simply didn't know how to send them away. And then, when he wanted to give the other party to Nayenda, he found that he seemed to be unable to leave the other party. He didn't know if the other party's welcome back when he returned was a casual act or something else, but he knew that at that time, he didn't plan to let the other party leave. This was very selfish, he knew, but he longed for the other party to stay by his side. Even a simple phrase like welcome back gave him the illusion that maybe he also had a home. Even though he knew this was just an illusion, he still chose to deceive himself because he had been away from his home for more than 2 years. Even though he kept telling himself that since I can cross worlds, maybe I can go back someday, he also knew that this possibility was far away. He could never forget his own feelings when Leon told him that she wanted to be with him, the feeling that his originally empty heart was instantly filled. Perhaps because of the age difference, or because of the tomboy impression from their first meeting, his impression of the other party was more of family than woman, so when the other party confessed to him, he didn't choose to refuse. After all, a lover also belongs to family. He knew that he hadn't fallen in love with the other party, but he had also sworn at that time that he would make himself fall in love with the other party, even if it was just to repay the other party for what they had given him, but... General Budo, I request to fight. This time, I will personally take Honest's head. Looking at the murderous expression on Lancer's face, Budo didn't know what to say for a moment. Lancer massacre of the foreign tribes was very famous throughout the empire, but in reality, he was more excited in battle, but this time it was different. It was naked killing intent. When the carriage arrived at the territory controlled by Honest, it was surprisingly Honest himself who came in person. This made Death, who was sitting in the carriage, also feel a bit strange, but it was just strange. She herself was not affected by the other party's actions. After all, she knew that the reason the other party did this was because of her value, that's all. Welcome Mrs. Death. Okay, don't waste time. Take me to see that Imperial armament you were talking about. No problem, but Mrs. Death, you seem to have brought a gift. That's my thing. Haha, no problem. Facing the inexplicably strong Death, Honest did not talk nonsense, but nodded and said no more. The information about Leon had already been sent to his hand. He also knew that that woman was the woman of the man who had ruined his good deeds several times, but that was all. Playing with her for some fun and venting was fine, but if he couldn't play with her, he wouldn't care. She was just a woman anyway. He cared more about the person in front of him. The two quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, but this was not the end. A crack appeared next to Honest, and he walked straight into it, and after a moment of hesitation, Death also walked in without hesitation. It was just that what surprised her was that the two of them were now standing in a courtyard. Where is this? It's a detached house I built when I was a governor. Our destination is ahead, please follow me. After saying that, he walked towards a certain room, and as expected, there was a secret passage in this room. Within the secret passage, the two of them also turned into several secret doors. Death was not surprised by this. After all, it would be strange if a precious thing like an imperial armament wasn't hidden securely. The two of them walked around for almost half an hour before finally arriving at their destination. In a room hung several strange things. An ordinary person would probably not be able to figure out what they were, but Death slightly narrowed her eyes. She felt, these imperial armaments seemed to be calling out to her? No. Rather than calling out to her, they were calling out to her inner ambition and fighting spirit. These imperial armaments longed to fight alongside her on the battlefield. Seeing the smile on Asteth's face, Honest also smiled, but he clapped his hands to signal Asteth to focus her attention. These imperial armaments are all good, but they are still a little lacking for you, Asteth. Oh? You mean there's something better? Of course. Good things must be hidden. Honest didn't know what mechanism he triggered, but the originally closed wall suddenly rotated, and then a huge earthen jar appeared next to him. Demon's Manifestation Demon God's Extract. This is the name of this imperial armament. This is the most special existence among the 48 imperial armaments of the Empire, and it is also an existence that can be crowned with the name Strongest Imperial Armament. When he said these words, Honest's expression was full of ferocity. That's right. This was his trump card to make a comeback. Since it's so strong? Then why are you giving it to me? Compared to the somewhat crazy Honest, Asteth was very calm and clearly noticed something was wrong with his words. And Honest also showed a helpless expression. Indeed, this imperial armament can be crowned with the name Strongest, but it is not something that everyone can use. I have already had many people test it, but unfortunately, they all died. No, they all went crazy. But even just 1,000th or 10,000th of it made their strength improve significantly. I wonder if you are interested in giving it a try. When Honest said this, the entire secret room fell silent, and Asteth looked at the strange jar in silence. Finally, the normal expression on her face turned into a somewhat crazy smile. Of course I'll try it. The reason those guys failed before was simply because they were too weak. After saying that, she walked to Honest's side without hesitation, and Honest, with a face full of excitement, opened the jar and handed a wooden spoon to Asteth. Drink it. Greet your destiny. Without any hesitation, Asteth put the wooden spoon into the jar, raised the wooden spoon, and drank it all down. Even though it was placed in a jar, Asteth felt that the fishy-smelling liquid in her mouth was as warm as freshly spilled blood. But after she drank it, a cold air surged up from her abdomen. Honest, who was standing to the side, also became a bit nervous when he saw Asteth freeze, because the few people who failed before all started to lose control at this point. At the same time, his hand was also on the button of the mechanism next to him. Once the other party was not right, he would immediately take action. Chapter 138, Chapter 65, The Demon. However, what Honest didn't expect was that after Asteth finished drinking the blood in the spoon, she didn't stop but instead scooped up another spoon, and this was just the beginning. When Honest watched Asteth lift the jar and drink it all down, he was completely stunned. If at first he didn't react to her actions, then in the end it was because the freezing aura that erupted with Asteth as the center made it impossible for him to get close. During this time, it wasn't that he hadn't considered what to do if Asteth lost control. In the end, he came to a desperate answer: he had no way. It was true that the imperial armament he possessed was very special and could destroy other imperial armaments. Even this so-called strongest imperial armament could be completely eliminated by him, but the problem was, how could he lock on to the target after it had been drunk? It was like playing a game with an ultimate move in your hand, and then finding that the opponent was in a state that could not be selected. It was simply Sparta. Bang! When the jar fell to the ground, Honest was already leaning against the corner of the wall, at a loss. Asteth's hair was originally light blue, but at this time, it had almost become a mixture of blue and white, and her hands were completely covered in frost. The place where Asteth had grabbed the jar that originally held Demon's Manifestation Demon God's Extract had completely turned into ice crystals, and she herself was unconsciously emitting a freezing aura to the surroundings. There was no doubt that he had succeeded. Asteth's power at this time even surpassed Budo in his prime, but he had also failed, because at this time, looking at Asteth, he didn't know whether Asteth had gained the power of the imperial armament or had completely become a slave to the imperial armament, but he knew that he had completely lost the chance to control her. He had personally created the only monster in this world. Back in Budo office, Lancer could barely control himself. The overflowing killing intent was the best evidence, but he still held back in the end because he had no way. He couldn't kill Honest with just himself. He couldn't save Leon by himself either. He had to use the power of the Empire. After being told by Budo that the Imperial armament users and the army are being assembled, and the expedition to the southern rebels will take at least 2 days, Lancer left the Imperial capital without hesitation. Neither Budo nor the Emperor asked about it. After all, everyone knew that Lancer at this time was a powder keg that would explode if you touched it, so it was better to let him go out and vent than to have him stay in the Imperial capital. No one knew where Lancer had gone during these 2 days, but the only thing they knew was that when Lancer returned, his whole body exuded a do not enter aura. If the Lancer from before just made people feel out of place, then when he crossed the gate of the Imperial capital again, almost all the guards immediately sounded the alarm. His clothes were exactly the same as when he left 2 days ago, but the thick smell of blood made people's legs tremble. The ordinary people who passed by the city gate were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. If it were the Lancer of the past, he would definitely have restrained himself because he didn't like to involve ordinary people, but at this time, his mind was full of killing Honest, and he had no time to worry about other things. He found that he hadn't done enough before. Since he had enough strength, why did he have to hide it? He wouldn't bully those who didn't offend him, but he also didn't need to hurt the people around him for the sake of these people. He could completely ignore the gossip people said about him, but what about Leon? He decided to no longer hide himself, but unfortunately, he no longer had anyone to protect now. When Lancer arrived at the Imperial Guards station in front of the palace, Budo was already waiting for Lancer there. Looking at Lancer at this time, Budo couldn't help but frown, but he didn't say much. Although he considered that he had already done enough, it was a fact that Leon was abducted in the end. It was also fortunate that Lancer hadn't completely lost his mind and vented his anger on him, but he also knew that it was better not to provoke the other party at this time. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to provoke Lancer, but there was simply no need to cause trouble. After all, Lancer was the assistant candidate he was most optimistic about. "Lancer, you will be the captain of this beheading team. You all get to know each other." This time, many familiar faces appeared again. First, Bullet and Liver both participated. As expected, Liver's Imperial armament was Water Dragon's Grasp Black Marlin. Besides that, there was a handsome guy using Inferno call Ruby Cant. At first, Lancer didn't react, but then he realized that at this time, Honest had not yet come to power, so there was no burning squad, and Bowles naturally didn't need to wear that mask. In addition to these 3 story characters, there were also 2 others. One was a strong man with some grey hair all over his body, who used Shura's incarnation noble chariot, and a man who looked a bit gloomy. He was not wearing an Imperial armament, but Budo explained that the other party used All-Seeing Eyes the Observer. As for why he didn't wear it directly, it was simple. This was the Imperial Guards barracks, which was also the outer perimeter of the palace. If he saw something he shouldn't see, including Lancer, there were a total of 6 Imperial armament users. As for the few who belonged to the Imperial Guard, they had to stay in the Imperial capital and could not leave with them. Lancer had no objection to this. After all, according to the information, Honest's Imperial armament users were only 4 or 5, not to mention that the final beheading Imperial armament user was not easy to use. Their purpose was more to buy time for Lancer and block the obstructors. On the other side, Bullet also approached Liver with a strange expression. "Captain Liver, what's wrong with Lancer today?" The unmistakable smell of blood and killing intent on Lancer's body was even more exaggerated than when Bullet came back from the battlefield. At first, Bullet even thought he had mistaken the person. He felt that what Lancer did in the northern fortress, killing thousands of foreign tribe warriors and impaling them on wooden spears, was a bit cruel, but he didn't object. In his opinion, if he could protect his own people with the lives of the enemy, it was undoubtedly worth it. At that time, when Lancer gave the order, it was also extremely cruel, but he didn't feel that Lancer was terrifying, but now he was like a demon. A real demon, not the name of his imperial armament demon armor. But Liver just shook his head. Looking at Lancer at this time, Liver also recalled the mission when he first met Lancer. At the beginning, Lancer seemed incredibly young to him. He was even afraid that the other party would hold them back. This had nothing to do with strength. To survive deep in enemy territory, you couldn't just rely on strength, but Lancer change later made him feel incredible. Same as back then. He muttered to himself. That's right, Lancer at this time was not simply an executioner, but a revenger driven by anger and hatred. Chapter 139, Chapter 68, Battle. The huge battlefield in front of the city had been completely separated. Both the Imperial Army and the rebels were temporarily suppressed. Neither side dared to enter the field easily. The rebels and the Imperial Army who retreated too slowly were directly turned into ice pillars by Asthetha's indiscriminate ability and then shattered into pieces by the flying stones Lancer hit. The floating ice mist in the battlefield now was the remains of these unlucky people. Not enough. Not enough. Still not enough. Lancer. Is your attack so weak? Along with Asthetha's wild laughter, the gauntlets and sabatons made of solid ice constantly collided with the cavalry spear in Lancer hand. The ice powder that splashed after the collision was then controlled by Asthetha to attack Lancer again. At this time, he was already starting to feel his limbs gradually becoming numb. During this time, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of drinking a hot drink, but in the chaotic fight, he couldn't even take it out. This was the difference between a human and a dragon, and this forced Lancer to find another way. Night Phantom Alucard. As the Imperial armament was activated, the blood in Lancer's body began to drain. His face also looked a bit pale in the reflection of the frost, but then blood began to flow back from his shoulders. That's right, the seemingly simple blood drawing and blood transfusion abilities of Night Phantom Alucard were not meaningless. Lancer had once tested that in a poisoned state, by drawing out the blood and then transfusing it, the poison in his body would gradually be diluted and finally disappear completely. At this time, the cold blood was drawn out, and normal blood was then transfused into his body. At least the disadvantage on the battlefield was reduced, but even so, he was still in a suppressed state. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to the other party with those fists made of frost, but the weapon. He had already heard the wailing of his weapon at this time, and the other party's weapon could be repaired at any time. If this stalemate continued, he would definitely lose. But at this moment, Asthetha suddenly swung her arm, and Lancer easily dodged it, while also feeling a bit confused. Did Asthetha make a mistake? Ah! And at this moment, a wail came from behind, and then a huge ice spike appeared on the front line of the Imperial Army. Inside the ice spike were a few Imperial Army soldiers. At this time, they were still maintaining the expression of fear and disbelief they had before being frozen. Asthetha. That's right. That's the expression. Get angry. Get more angry. And fight me with all your might. You crazy person. Ha, so what? Along with Asthetha's mocking voice, Lancer noticed something was wrong. Several marks were constantly climbing up from Asthetha's neck. Bang! Where are you looking? You dare to be distracted during a fight with me? Something was wrong. Asthetha was very wrong at this time. Although she couldn't completely freeze time like in the original plot, the freezing ability she showed seemed to be stronger. You have to know that Asthetha in that period was in her prime, and what about now? Her body hadn't even fully developed yet. At this time, she might not be able to bear the full power of the Imperial armament. If she really drank all of the Imperial armament like before. Originally, when Lancer said the other party was crazy, it was more of a subjective thought, but now it seemed that it was not just her subjective thought. But unfortunately, even knowing this was meaningless, because he still had to defeat the other party. Weapon overload. At first, Lancer had to use self-hypnosis through shouting to use his skills more smoothly, but now he no longer needed to. When he silently chanted it, the bone spear in his hand seemed to come alive, and then he raised his hands and made a throwing motion. Whoosh! The bone spear itself had many uneven places, and the sound it made at a high speed was like a demon's roar, but as death slammed the ground fiercely, and a huge ice wall blocked her in front. The ice wall, which was more than 1 meter thick, seemed incredibly fragile under Lancer attack. After only weakening a part of the kinetic energy, it completely broke into 2 pieces, and Asthetha's hands, which were wrapped in ice and snow, grabbed the spear flying towards her and then bang! Because the weapon overload had almost overdrawn all of its durability, the spear in Asthetha's hand directly turned into bone powder, but this was enough for Lancer, because 2 spears were flying from a distance and landed directly next to Lancer. Crack X2. Along with 2 crisp sounds, 2 more gaps appeared on the ice surface under Lancer's feet. He grabbed the hilt of each spear with both hands and swung them fiercely. Whoosh! Along with the sound of the air being sliced, Lancer took up his stance again. Let's start. Round 2. Round 2? Heh, it doesn't matter, but you really are hiding something. Let me slowly peel you open and see what you're hiding. Weapon overload. It was the same move, but there were also differences. The flame aura that appeared on the Gatling spear suddenly took on a layer of blood red, and if that wasn't obvious enough, then the blood red halo that appeared from nothing on the night spear that originally reflected a metallic luster showed its change. Blood chi. Lancer still didn't understand what it was, but he knew that it was a kind of energy that would automatically increase every time he was injured or fought with an enemy. Whether it was simply attached or used in a skill, it would greatly enhance their attributes, and at the same time, as the blood chi was used, it would also feed back to his body. The cavalry spear itself was a heavy weapon, and dual wielding made the movements even wilder, but Lancer also had his own way of dealing with it. He could use the cavalry spear to block a part of the frontal attacks, and as for some that were not too heavy, he would just let them hit. The cape protected his back. In just a short charging distance, Lancer's body was cut with several wounds by the ice spikes, and then bang! The spear in his left hand fell fiercely, and Asthetha crossed her arms in front of her to block. With one hit, the spear, which was strengthened by fire, directly melted a part of her ice armor, and the second one directly poked through. This time, the target was undoubtedly Asthetha's heart. But how could the other party be dealt with so easily? The ice layer under her feet suddenly rose. Bang! The ice pillar, which was a person's height, instantly turned into fragments, and Asthetha, who had jumped into mid-air, put her hands together, and the scattered ice flowers gathered in her hands again to form a giant ice sword that she slashed down fiercely. Crack! Lancer, who only had time to raise his right hand, knelt on one knee, and the spear in his right hand blocked this blow with great difficulty. There was no doubt that the battle between the two would not end in a short time. Chapter 140, Chapter 69, The Victory Honest Desires. While Lancer and Asthetha were fighting, Liver had already led the team and others to sneak into the city. I have to say, demon armor was really useful, especially the built-in invisibility ability was perfect for scouts. As long as the enemy didn't look closely, they would never think there would be a person there. It was by using the pathfinding ability of demon armor that the group easily bypassed the blockade and entered the city. But what happened next was beyond their expectations. According to the information collected by Lancer and the Imperial Guard, this man named Honest was very good at scheming. He was like a poisonous snake, quietly hiding in the dark, and would deliver a fatal blow only when the opponent showed a flaw. So they originally thought that the other party would be hiding in a secret room somewhere, and the original plan was to capture one of his subordinates and interrogate them for the location, but they didn't expect the other party to be standing openly on the city wall. This was a bit unexpected. Are there traps? There were undoubtedly traps, but given the current situation, they had to act even if there were traps. However, they still needed to confirm. It didn't matter if they stepped into a trap for the target, but if it was for a fake target, it would be a loss. Warden, can you confirm that guy's identity? No problem. I have seen the other party a few times. Both his movements and other details are exactly the same. Even if there is an Imperial armament that can imitate a person's appearance, it can't be exactly the same as the original owner. The gloomy man, who was called the Warden, possessed all-seeing eyes, the observer, which gave him a much stronger observational ability than normal creatures when using his ability. He was also one of the core figures in this mission. Since the target has been confirmed, move. According to the original plan, Lancer should have cooperated with them from the inside and outside, but Esteth's appearance forced them to execute Plan B. The first to act was Liver, whose Imperial armament was the only one that could attack from a distance among all of them. Although it seemed very unfavorable to use an Imperial armament that manipulates water on land, this was an exception, because the water content in the entire space was increasing sharply due to the battle between Esteth and Lancer. Liver easily condensed several water blades, and as Liver made his move, two figures also shot out from beside him. Two figures, one silver and one blue, shot out. They were undoubtedly demon armor and noble chariot. Behind them was Bowles, who was carrying Inferno Call. His Imperial armament was a medium-range weapon, and it had to get close to the opponent to show its power. And that Warden was holding a long sword and following closely behind. He was a non-primary combatant, and his main task was to lock on to Honest and act as a commander and look out to protect everyone. And Honest, who was standing on the city wall, showed a ferocious smile when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The water blades passed by Honest, but they were swallowed by a crack that suddenly appeared. In front of Demon Armor, an Imperial armament user holding a strange scythe and Gozuki, who was already on the Empire's wanted list, appeared. At the same time, the city wall next to Honest also shook violently, and then a stone giant rushed towards Bowles. Spread out! Bang! Along with the roaring sound, the interface was directly overturned, and countless onlookers and rebel soldiers were turned into corpses by this one blow. There was no doubt that Honest had been waiting for this for a long time. Although he didn't know how many Imperial armament users would be besieging him this time, at least for now, it hadn't exceeded his estimated data. If a gap appears later, have your reinforced soldiers go and plug the gap. As long as we get rid of that man, this will be our victory. High-end combat power was enough to influence the outcome of a battle, and this did not depend on his direct damage. It was more reflected in the suppression of the enemy and the morale boost for his own side. As long as Lancer was killed by Esteth later, it would be his chance, and a cold light flashed in Honest's eyes. Although Esteth hadn't done anything during this time and was mostly just waiting silently in her room, the feeling of having someone pressing down on him was really uncomfortable. In his opinion, with his arrangements, that man named Lancer was bound to die. The more important thing was how to deal with his death. It would be best to have her and the other party die together. The movement of the battle in the city was not small, but when he saw the stone giant appear, Lancer knew that Liver and the others had probably engaged with Honest's Imperial armament users, but unfortunately, Lancer at this time had no time to support the battlefield in the city. Normally, he would charge with the spear tip forward, but at this time, he had to put his hands behind his back to move faster, and the original thrust had to become a slash. The purpose of this was to speed up the area of destruction. A thrust was undoubtedly more lethal, but a slash could attack more targets. Although Esteth, who had been chased quite miserably by Lancer before, was a bit unhappy, she had to admit that she couldn't defeat Lancer in close combat, so she had to change her thinking. Since she couldn't win in close combat, she would kite him. Under her command, the entire battlefield became a maze of ice and snow, and this maze was also full of deadly traps, both the almost ubiquitous ice blades and, more importantly, the dangerous species made of various types of ice. Although these dangerous species were not too strong, the characteristic that they would be restored after being shattered was really disgusting. It seemed that the other party planned to wear Lancer down to death, and after he discovered Esteth's purpose, he also started to maneuver without hesitation. Icebergs, dangerous species, traps. This place was almost a recreation of Esteth's hometown. The world of ice and snow was her home ground, and Lancer endured the biting cold wind while looking for a slim hope in this world of ice and snow. Suddenly, he found that a certain place was revealing a strange aura. Is it a trap? Let's try it. Feeling the temperature of his body constantly dropping, he knew that he couldn't keep this up. The rapid conversion of a large amount of blood in a short period of time had already made the cape unbearable, and at the same time, the cracks in the two weapons were also increasing with the constant fighting. If he still couldn't find Esteth, then he would have to retreat first, and at least take some measures to keep warm. But when the spear in his hand pierced the solid ice, something unexpected happened. Esteth, inside the solid ice, had a face full of disbelief, as if she didn't know why Lancer was able to find her, and Lancer also didn't expect to find Esteth so easily. But the fat man on a certain section of the city wall clenched his fist fiercely. Get ready to teleport. There was no doubt that that strange thing just now was a trick by Honest. His goal was to kill both of them directly. Whether Esteth or Lancer won, it was a failure for him. He was waiting for this very moment. Chapter 141, Chapter 70, ha ha ha. I won. He won. Is she crazy? Maybe. But she didn't hate this feeling. Under her father's guidance, Esteth learned the importance of power from a young age. Her father even used his own life to show her a truth in this world: only power is everything. And in her later wandering life, the importance of power was presented to her again. She still remembered the final outcome of the young girls who were unable to resist the slave traders, and she lived a much more comfortable life than others because of her power. Some people had asked her for help before, but she chose to refuse. Looking at those people who cried and asked her why, she would only give them a sneer and a look of mockery. Why? There is no why. The weak are bullied, and the strong are respected. In every place she stayed for a longer period of time, she would be talked about by the locals, but she was disdainful of this. Was what she said fabricated? The weak were devoured by the strong, while the strong wantonly mocked them. Wasn't the seemingly orderly empire like this? The nobles oppressed the rich merchants, and the rich merchants exploited the common people, and the common people were in turn slaves. She was just directly stating the cruel reality that had been whitewashed by the rules. She couldn't understand those self-deceiving ideas, but she also disdained to communicate with those people. These people who were obsessed with what was in front of them would be surpassed by her one day even if they were stronger than her, and she, who was stronger than them, would be able to dominate them, that's all. When that man first recruited her, she refused without hesitation, because for her at that time, even if she had to find a temporary shelter, she should look for the strongest one, the empire. But later, she found that joining the imperial army was too slow. The entire empire could be said to be very peaceful, and the only chaotic place in the west was also suppressed by that man. Even if she joined the imperial army, she probably wouldn't have a chance to show her skills, and it was at this time that the unexpected invitation appeared again. Leaving aside those ethereal things, you crave power. You crave authority. I can give you everything you crave. As long as you submit to me. I refuse. This was the second time Esteth refused the other party's invitation. Although she longed for power, she would not care about a recruitment from a guy who hadn't shown any capital at all. But what she didn't expect was that the other party eventually became a wanted criminal, and the reason was the assassination of the emperor. And it was at this time that the third invitation came. The war you crave has arrived. In this war, as long as you cooperate with me, I can give you the power you need and the opportunity to fight that man. Then what's the price? You just need to defeat him. Esteth didn't believe that there was such a thing as an unprovoked favor in this world, but she had to admit that this time, what the other party said had moved her. Even if there were traps, she had to at least try, and then she succeeded and gained the power to fight that man. Looking at the solemn expression on Lancer's face as he constantly ran in the reflection of the ice crystals, she was extremely happy. The man who was unwilling to face her now had to face her existence. But what she didn't expect was that the other party suddenly charged in her direction. At first, she didn't pay too much attention. After all, it wasn't the first time Lancer had passed by her vicinity, but what she didn't expect was that this time Lancer seemed to be completely different from before, as if he had already identified her existence. What went wrong? Why was she exposed? In the countless ice crystals that were like monitors, her body was reflected from all sides, and she finally found the culprit. A crack appeared above her head, and a pair of hands reached out from within the crack. Honest. Although she didn't know why that man would trick her, she knew that only his subordinate had this kind of ability. When I deal with everything in front of me, I will tear you to pieces. As her anger rose, the strange pattern below Esteth's neck climbed higher and higher. This thing had appeared on her chest since she drank that imperial armament, and it was slowly growing as time passed. She didn't know what it was, but she knew that sometimes she would lose control, and it seemed to be related to it. From that moment on, Esteth knew that this was probably the price for her to gain power. As expected of a demon. Even after turning into an imperial armament, it's not content to be lonely. Does it want to seize my body? Then come on. The more she used this power, the greater the possibility of her body being taken away, but would she shrink back? No. Power is power. A mere dangerous species that has been dead for 1,000 years wants to take her body? Dream on. Lancer's spear pierced the ice surface, and the terrifying spear tip was right in front of her. As if she was in a desperate situation, the patterns on her body climbed higher and higher, and the temperature around her got lower and lower. From the tip of the spear, pure and transparent solid ice constantly attached itself, and with it as a starting point, it spread towards Lancer. Although Lancer on the other side didn't know why Esteth had exposed herself for no reason, he knew that this was an opportunity not to be missed. Even though his right arm had completely lost feeling at this time, he didn't have the slightest intention of letting go, and facing the ice spikes shooting from all directions, he activated his imperial armament without hesitation. The blood-red cape turned into a solid wall, blocking his body from all sides. This victory was his. Destroy! But at this moment, a low shout suddenly appeared next to his ear, and then Lancer felt that the cape, which he could command like an arm, instantly lost contact. Crack! Pfft! The completely frozen spear instantly shattered, and at the same time, Lancer's right arm was also instantly frozen, but it didn't matter anymore, because his goal had been achieved. The frozen right arm pierced through Esteth's heart. Although he couldn't feel the temperature of her blood, Lancer knew that his goal had been completed, but before he could even let out a sigh of relief. Pfft! 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 Along with countless piercing sounds, his shoulder, his side. In an instant, Lancer's body was filled with ice spears. The ice spears from all directions nailed Lancer to Esteth's corpse. The blood of the two mixed together, and the blood-red cape behind Lancer was dyed even more enchanting with the blood. Ha ha! Ha ha! At this moment, a crazed laugh echoed across the battlefield. Next to the two corpses, Honest had a face full of insane laughter. He won. He was the final victor of this war. The strongest of the Empire's imperial armament was destroyed. The monster he had personally created was killed on the spot. The only executioner who could threaten him died on the spot. There were still 2 gems of the imperial armament, and as long as he destroyed 2 more, the remaining imperial armament users would have no chance to escape. He had already won by obtaining several imperial armaments at once. This empire was his. Chapter 142, Chapter 71, Death. Revised. His body was pierced, and the immense tearing sensation and pain even rendered Lancer unable to make a sound, but he knew very well that his situation was very bad right now. Panel. Indeed, he was not dataized, but these specific numbers were enough to tell him his current situation. Looking at the row of DEBUFFs like weakness, bleeding, broken arm, etc., he felt a wave of dizziness, but he knew this was because of excessive blood loss. However, what he didn't expect was that the Night Phantom Alucard on his body, which was already riddled with holes, had not been completely damaged. It was obvious that the reason Lancer could still hold on for now was because it was constantly feeding the stored blood back to Lancer, its master. This cursed Imperial armament was Lancer's last hope at this time. And at this time, Lancer had already heard Honest's wild laughter. Although he didn't know exactly what happened, the reason he and his death had almost died together must have been him. However, hearing the other party's footsteps, he didn't feel the slightest sense of relief. Lancer had already noticed before that Honest himself possessed a not-so-weak martial ability, so a sneak attack on him was not a simple matter. Severely wounded, the only thing he could rely on to sneak attack the other party was a sneak attack. In reality, Lancer at this time was being a bit overly cautious, because he had no idea how miserable he was at this time. On the pure white ice field, his corpse stood in mid-air. 4 ice spears, each as thick as a grown man's forearm, hung him there. The pool of blood on the ground made from his blood had already spread for several meters. Although there was also his death's blood in it, the amount of blood lost by the two of them was already terrifying enough, not to mention the blood that was constantly dripping from the ice spears at this time, which was like a spring. It was only because Lancer had the Imperial armament that he could hold on. A normal person with such a large amount of blood loss would have been dead long ago. And although Honest was careful and cautious, at this time, Asthetha's heart had been pierced and she died with her eyes open, while Lancer on the other side was bleeding profusely and was hung in mid-air. After probing a couple of times, he walked over with a minister's armament that had a collection function. The reason he wanted to trick and kill Asteth was to make up for his previous mistake, so he had to collect Asthetha's blood so that he could collect Demon's manifestation Demon God's extract again. But at this moment, he sharply noticed that Lancer's corpse had moved a little. He, who was always careful and cautious, didn't go over directly, but instead took 2 steps back. The shock from Lancer and Asthetha's battle before was still quite deep for him. If Asteth gave people a feeling of being unable to resist because of the power of her Imperial armament, then Lancer gave people the illusion of being undefeatable by breaking through various blockades with his formidable personal strength. At this time, even though Lancer was hung there, he was still incredibly careful. Crack! He kicked away the spear in Lancer's left hand and at the same time tore off the cape on Lancer's shoulder, and only then did he truly breathe a sigh of relief. But then, a smile appeared on his face, because in his opinion, Lancer at this time had completely lost the ability to resist. He couldn't possibly turn into a zombie or a vampire and suddenly pounce on him, could he? He crouched down and placed the minister's armament in the blood, but at this moment, the left hand that had been hanging because the spear was kicked away suddenly grabbed the belt, and the originally cyan leather belt actually grew into a spear. He didn't know if it was the sound of the wind behind him, or the shadow of the spear standing up that attracted Honest's attention. He suddenly pounced forward, but how could Lancer, who had been preparing for this moment for a long time, let him dodge so easily? The originally hard spear suddenly seemed to come alive. What? Honest, who had never expected this to happen, had his right shoulder pierced instantly, and Lancer manipulated the quinquet to attack the other party again. But at this time, the familiar crack appeared behind Honest again. Honest himself looked at Lancer with a face full of hatred. And when the other party disappeared again, the anger on Lancer's face disappeared, replaced by deep mockery. How could I not have thought of a trick that has already been used once? That's right, Lancer had already guessed that Honest might escape, so he had deliberately applied poison to the tip of the quinquo. Indeed, using poison in a duel was despicable, but Lancer was not in a duel right now. He was on a battlefield, and his purpose was just to kill. The poison refined from a bag of potent poison would even poison an ancient dragon that was dozens of meters long, let alone an ordinary person. It's a pity I won't be able to see that guy's corpse. Perhaps because his goal was achieved, his originally tense nerves completely relaxed, and his originally clear vision also gradually became blurry. The center of the original battlefield was completely empty, leaving only 2 corpses. And what was strange was that the originally expanding pool of blood suddenly stopped expanding and even began to shrink, and the color of the cape scattered in the pool of blood gradually deepened, and the blood that had been constantly dripping along Lancer arm, which had turned into ice crystals, had also stopped flowing at some point, and the crystal clear ice crystals also gradually became murky, and finally turned blood red. Clack! Honest, who landed on the ground, looked a bit pathetic. Antidote. Get me the antidote. Although only a few seconds had passed, Honest had already noticed that something was wrong with his body. His purplish-blue lips showed that he had been severely poisoned at this time. And the Imperial armament user who used Shangri-La also brought over the various antidotes that Honest had treasured without hesitation. Useless. Useless. It's useless. Honest, who had taken several kinds of medicines without any signs of slowing down, suddenly felt a death threat. No. He can't die yet. He hasn't taken over the entire empire yet. Stylish. That's right. Go find him for me. Indeed, normally, it would be too late for an antidote, but Stylish's method was different. He could perform human modification through Imperial armaments, so maybe he could survive. The Imperial armament user who used Shangri-La was worthy of being Honest's confidant. He brought Stylish over without hesitation. And Dr. Stylish, who appeared on the scene, saw that Honest was severely poisoned and his eyes suddenly began to flicker. I think I might have a way. Then hurry up and do it. Wait, I also need you to get me something. No pro. Ah. Mid-sentence, the Imperial armament user looked at his own body, which had been disemboweled, with a face full of disbelief. He looked straight at Dr. Stylish, as if he couldn't understand why he would do this. And Dr. Stylish himself completely ignored the person who was already a corpse, but instead looked at Honest, who was breathing more out than in at this time, with a grim smile. Lord Honest, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been hunted down like this, so I believe you should also be willing to lend me a hand, right? The First Battle of the North-South War ended with the Empire's victory, but the Empire also sacrificed a lot. General Lancer, who was called the Imperial Executioner, died in battle. But after this battle, the rebels were annihilated and 4 Imperial armament users were killed: Shangri-La, Murasame, Demon God's Extract, and God's Hand. And with the death of the Imperial Executioner, the Emperor of the Empire personally presided over his funeral, and countless officials and common people attended this funeral. But in reality, how many of the people who attended the funeral this time were there with a feeling of remembrance? No one knew, but the only thing that could be confirmed was that many of the nobles who attended had smiles on their faces. Although even if Lancer was dead, the Emperor would not give up on his previous cleanup plan, they still couldn't hide their happiness at the death of an executioner. But just as everyone was running around for Lancer death, a figure was walking in the ice field. The battle between Esteth and Lancer had completely turned the entire battlefield into a world of ice and snow. This world was filled with the ice dangerous species that Esteth had created, but that was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the seemingly endless maze, and after losing several waves of search and rescue teams, and even several ministers' armament users, the Empire had to give up on the rescue plan. But there was one person who had not given up. Ever since she woke up, Leone had been silent, and after she learned about the battle between Lancer and Esteth, she made a decision that no one had expected. She was going to rescue Lancer. She believed that Lancer was not dead. But maybe no one expected Leon to do this. By the time people found that she was missing, she had already gone deep into the ice field. In this ice field, Leon was wandering around like a headless fly. She even felt that every place she walked seemed a bit familiar. Even though her limbs, which were enhanced by the Imperial armament, were frostbitten, she still didn't give up, because she firmly believed. Just as she firmly believed that Lancer would save her, she believed that she could definitely find Lancer. Even though this so-called firm belief had no reason, she still self-hypnotized herself into not giving up. After walking in the ice field for a day and a night, whether it was luck or she really heard some kind of call, she finally saw Lancer hanging in midair by the ice spears. Her eyes, which had been squinted from fatigue, instantly widened, and she unconsciously quickened her pace and rushed to Lancer corpse, but when she lay on Lancer chest, she suddenly exhaled. Thankfully, there's a heartbeat. But then she found that Lancer's situation was not very good. His missing right arm was flashing with a crystal blue light, and on the other side, blood was constantly flowing from Estetha's corpse into his body through the cape. Seeing this scene, Leon instantly guessed a possibility. The face that had been stiff from the ice and snow suddenly became gentle. She gently held Lancer's cheek and did something that no one had expected. She actually kissed him. In this world of ice and snow, time also seemed to stop flowing. No one knew how long it had been, until Leon let go of her lips. Her originally gentle expression had also disappeared, replaced by an incredible determination. "Master, this might be the only thing I can do for you." In a whisper, Leon cut her own wrist, and the bright red blood flowed into Lancer Imperial armament. With the addition of this fresh blood, Lancer originally pale face also seemed to become a bit rosy, but Leon's face quickly turned pale. Chapter 143, Chapter 72, Pursuit, Revised. When Lancer opened his eyes, he was in a world of ice and snow. The crystal-clear ice surface even allowed him to see his own face. Suddenly, he wanted to stand up but fell towards the front right. Bang! It was at this time that he noticed he had lost his right arm, and then his memories came flooding back like a tide, and he finally recalled everything that had happened before. His battle with Estetha, the sudden entry of Honest, and the fact that the other party was teleported out of the battlefield during his dying blow. That guy should be dead by now. The only way to survive that kind of potent poison is with a specific antidote, besides withstanding it with a powerful body. His goal was finally completed, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had lost his right arm, there would always be a solution in the countless worlds. The matter had already happened, and instead of dwelling on his right arm, he should think about how to solve it. After supporting himself with one hand and standing up, he picked up the cape fragments that were under him and simply bandaged his right shoulder. But it was at this time that he discovered a figure that should not have been there. Leon. Leon, who was covered in injuries, was lying in the distance, and even further away were countless strange icebergs. Some of the icebergs that hadn't been deformed yet showed that they were originally the ice dangerous species that Estetha had created. Instantly, all the clues were connected. It must have been Leon who came here to find him, and then discovered the ice dangerous species around him, and then fought with these ice dangerous species to protect him. To be honest, in Lancer's impression, although Leon had learned to fight from Estetha for a while, her actual combat power was only about the same as an ordinary adult male soldier. Suddenly, he saw Leon's waist. It was at this time that he noticed an unfamiliar belt there. When Estetha returned her to him before, he hadn't paid too much attention, but now that he thought about it, wasn't this the Imperial armament she had in the original plot? So she defeated these ice dangerous species with the Imperial armament. Leo. He reached out his hand to pick her up, but he froze completely, because he found that there was something wrong with her body. It was like ice. Crack crack. A sound so small it was almost inaudible constantly entered his ears. Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible. Even though Lancer kept mumbling, he couldn't stop it. Before his very eyes, Leon's body gradually collapsed and finally turned into ice dust. It felt as if the other party had specifically waited for him to wake up to see him one last time. No. Don't. Don't. His only remaining left hand kept waving in the air, but he couldn't grab anything. Tiny ice particles danced around his body until he couldn't even find their traces. Since that battle, the battlefield where Lancer and his death were had been sealed off. The reason was simple: the ice dangerous species inside were simply too dangerous, and the maze-like terrain that was enough to make people dizzy was even more overwhelming. However, several teams were still arranged to patrol around the battlefield. The person in charge of today's patrol team was Bullet. At this time, he was not in a very good mood. He had always hoped to have a match with Lancer, but the final battle was too sudden. Although they had killed several Imperial armament users, unfortunately, the culprit still escaped in the end. But even though he was in a low mood, he couldn't ignore his job, and it was at this moment that he heard a sound of ice scraping. Is it those ice dangerous species? Be careful. Get ready for the enemy. Following Bullet's command, the team members also formed a formation according to the rehearsal, but then Bullet's eyes widened, because the person walking out of the depths of the ice field was not the dangerous species they expected, but Lancer, who was wrapped in a somewhat tattered red cape. General Lancer. Bullet couldn't help but widen his eyes. You have to know that half a month ago after the battle, the Emperor had personally presided over his funeral. Beulah, T. The somewhat swaying figure also asked back in a hoarse voice after hearing Bullet's shout. It's me. General Lancer. I'll go call Captain Liver right away. After that great battle, Liver was temporarily appointed as the administrator of the city that Honest had occupied. Normally, he would be in his office dealing with government affairs, but today he was uncharacteristically leaning back in the bathroom. Lancer, how long has it been since we took a bath together like this? It should be about half a year, right? Yeah, almost half a year. Back then at the Western Fortress, the thing we looked forward to the most after every mission was to take a bath together in the bathroom, just like now. Liver was not a talkative person normally, but looking at the dejected Lancer, he had to come out to comfort the other party. You already told me about what happened before. It might be a bit cruel to say this at this time, but I still have to say it: you shouldn't be dejected yet, because Honest is still alive. But Liver didn't expect that as soon as he spoke, Lancer, who had a deathly silence on his face, reacted very violently. Impossible. I put poison on the spearhead. Not even a dangerous species could survive that kind of potent poison. Lancer's words made Liver's expression immediately become serious. But in the end, he did lead the rebels to transfer, that's a fact. Could it have been a decoy? Whether it was a decoy or not, I want him to be buried with Leon. With Lancer's somewhat ferocious expression, Liver immediately felt that the temperature in the bathroom was starting to drop, and he also noticed the ice particles appearing at Lancer's broken arm. But he didn't say anything about it. No matter what, his initial goal was achieved. When he saw Lancer, he was shocked, because he had seen similar expressions more than once. When people's family members were killed or abducted by foreign tribes, they almost all showed this kind of expression. And for these people, hatred was the best medicine, because no matter what they turned into because of hatred, at least they were changing, and not completely turning into walking corpses like they were now, and there was no doubt that Lancer was in a similar situation. After leaving the bathroom with Liver, he immediately asked for the location information about Honest from him, and then he left directly. Liver had hoped that the other party would go back to the Imperial capital first, but it seemed unlikely. Helpless, he could only write a report and send it to the Imperial capital first. This was the only thing he could do. At least he could embellish it for Lancer. He thought that the Emperor wouldn't be angry with him for going to pursue the rebel leader, right? In reality, with the failure of the last battle, several Imperial armament users were killed, and the other party's secret room was discovered, Honest had already lost the ability to make a comeback. He only had a few imperial armaments on his hands, and the most strategic ones were also gone. At this time, Honest was living in a territory in the southernmost part of the empire. This was the last piece of territory for the rebels. But even so, Honest appeared extremely calm. Why was this? Because he was not honest at all, but stylish. He had no intention of fighting back. At this time, he was just using the last piece of territory and the resources he had to negotiate with the southern countries. When the negotiations were over, he would immediately run away. At that time, with the emperor far away, he could do whatever he wanted. Although it was dark outside, his heart was incredibly joyful. Honest. Who? Stylish only had time to turn around before he saw a one-armed man wrapped in a somewhat tattered red cape standing in the room, and the man was holding a spear pointing directly at him. You don't recognize me? It seems my guess was right, you're his decoy. Who on earth are you? Me? Lancer, and I'm also here to find Honest. At this time, Lancer's expression had changed from its initial coldness to a final ferociousness. Lancer. Didn't you die with that crazy woman? No. I was originally thinking that if Honest wasn't dead, I would send him to his death again. It's a pity you're just a fake. Be happy. I will take you back to the imperial capital. Until then, you will live well. Perhaps because he knew that the person in front of him was just a fake, Lancer completely lost interest. The empty space where his right arm used to be suddenly lit up with crystal clear light, and then it turned into an ice arm, and the cape that was originally draped over his back automatically wrapped around this arm. Stop being so noisy, just be quiet for now. Lancer, who couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense, directly froze the other party's mouth, and then lifted him by the back of his collar and dragged him out of the room. And Stylish, who was originally trying to call for help, could only constantly wave his body around since his limbs were frozen, but unfortunately, when he left his room, what he saw was a bunch of corpses. There was no doubt that his guards had all been dealt with by Lancer before this. After throwing the other party into a carriage, Lancer sat in the driver's seat. Giddy up! He pulled the reins, and the carriage with the Honest family crest on it galloped towards the outside of the city. No one dared to stop them along the way, and even the city guards moved aside to let them pass. Meanwhile, in the study in the imperial capital, the emperor was looking at the ancient book in his hand with a serious expression. Claims to be orthodox. It seems it should be that person. He had been curious before about how Honest had so many imperial armaments. It was not something that could be collected in just a few years or a decade by relying on an individual, and now the answer was finally revealed. This involved a secret of the empire from several hundred years ago. Although it was eventually sealed and all related records in the private sector were erased, it was indeed from that time that the empire began to decline. Before that, when the empire was at its peak, how could those foreign tribes dare to act like they were now? Several hundred years ago, a civil war had broken out. A former heir to the throne was stripped of his right of succession due to certain things, and at that time, he was just one step away from the throne. He had even known many secrets that only the emperor knew before that. But after being stripped of his right of succession, he did not give up, but instead quietly developed his own power. After the previous emperor passed away, he launched a rebellion, used the password he knew to open the royal treasury, and stole a part of the imperial armaments. Although that person was eventually killed by the ultimate imperial armament, a part of the imperial armaments was lost, including the headband used by successive heirs to the throne and the demon's blood used by the imperial guard soldiers. The headband could restrain almost all imperial armaments except for the ultimate imperial armament, and the demon's blood was used to enhance the overall strength of the imperial guard. I always thought those things had long since fallen into the hands of the common people. The imperial armaments collected from the common people before were the best evidence, but I didn't expect that the most crucial part of them was hidden by that traitor, and was obtained by that ambitious man Honest. Looking at the records in the book and the ice maze from the last battle that had not yet disappeared, he felt a chill. How on earth did Lancer kill that demon? But when he thought of Lancer, his mood became even more complicated, because he didn't expect Lancer to still be alive. You have to know that during the last battle, the warden had personally seen the other party's corpse. By all accounts, it was highly unlikely for a person whose body had been pierced by 4 ice pillars to survive, but the problem was that the other party had survived. The grand funeral before was both to appease the people and to show that serving the Empire would not be a thankless job. At least it made more people know that serving the Empire would definitely not be in vain. But who would have thought that Lancer would survive? It could be said that Lancer's position at this time was very awkward. First, the other party's strength was strong enough, second only to Budo. Second, the other party's achievements were high enough. Whether it was saving him several times, or the expeditions against the foreign tribes in the west and north, or suppressing the southern rebels, the other party's executioner reputation, while feared by others, also had a tendency to be on par with Budo's strength and reputation. But the problem was that the other party had lost an arm, which was almost fatal for a spearman. No one knew how much of his strength was left. In addition, because of the other party's death, he had privately splashed a lot of dirty water on the other party. After all, a person's death is like a lamp going out, and the other party had no family, and even his only slave had disappeared. It could be said that he was the perfect scapegoat, but now... Ugh, what a hassle! But at this moment, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door. Your Majesty! Budo? Is something the matter? Ever since the assassination attempt, Budo had been living near the Emperor's study, but even so, the other party would not usually come to him, but would quietly protect him in the dark. Since he came to him, something must be wrong. Your Majesty! General Liver has sent a message. Lancer has personally captured Honest. What? Chapter 144, Chapter 73, Leaving, Revised. Honest was personally escorted to the imperial capital by Lancer and Bullet. As for Liver, he continued to guard the southern provinces. After a day's journey by carriage to the imperial capital, Lancer's demeanor was extremely cold, so much so that Bullet found it unbelievable, because Lancer's face mostly held memories and no other extra expressions. After personally escorting Honest to the palace, Bullet did not follow, because he had not been summoned. After handing Honest over to Budo, and Budo in turn handed him over to his subordinates, the two of them walked together towards the study. Along the way, the two of them did not speak, just like when they first met. And when the two of them arrived in front of the study, they found that the Emperor of the Empire was standing at the door of the study. If it were in the past, Lancer would still have been a little excited. After all, whether the other party was deliberately pretending or not, even if it was, an Emperor of the Empire personally standing outside the door to greet someone was enough to arouse a person's vanity. But Lancer at this time had no such thoughts. Your Majesty! This subject is late. It's all right. It's good that you're back. He said similar words to the past, but only Lancer himself knew what was on his mind. And when the Emperor helped Lancer, who was kneeling on one knee, to his feet, he touched the other party's empty right arm, and a hint of unbearable pain did flash across his face, but in the end, he hid it all. Afterward, the three of them entered the study one by one. Because of the warden seeing the corpse of you and that demon in the previous battle, he thought you had sacrificed yourself, so... When he said this, the Emperor was still a bit awkward. After all, he had given Lancer a grand funeral before, and had even built him a cenotaph. It was indeed a bit strange to have the other party appear alive in front of him, but strange as it was, he still had to say what needed to be said. Lancer, this time you personally captured the rebel leader Honest. I have decided to restore your name and then bestow upon you. Your Majesty! This was the first time Lancer had interrupted the other party. I imagine Captain Liver has already reported to you that in the last battle, this subject's right arm perished with the opponent, and I am probably no longer able to serve as a general. For me, death is probably not bad news. At least my old enemies won't come looking for trouble with me anymore. The news of Lancer appearance had been completely sealed off. Besides a few soldiers who had been ordered to keep silent and were being monitored, only Bullet, Liver, Budo, and the Emperor knew that Lancer was still alive. For a person who was about to leave this world, it was no different from death. The only difference was that he might come back from the dead one day. And looking at Lancer's empty right sleeve, the Emperor didn't know what to say for a moment. Lancer, you can actually continue to serve in the Imperial Guard. Your identity will be kept a secret here. Your Majesty, this subject wants to go home to see. Lancer's words made the Emperor speechless for a moment. Logically, he was trying to persuade the other party to stay, and the other party's insistence on leaving was a sign of disrespect, but the other party had already sacrificed so much for him, and had even lost his right arm in the last battle. In addition, he had privately splashed a lot of dirty water on Lancer to consolidate his own rule, and even he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. If you decide to continue serving the Empire one day, the gates of the Imperial Guard will always be open for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Looking at Lancer departing back, the Emperor couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty? Is something wrong? I was thinking, what would happen if I killed him just now? The Emperor's words caused the temperature in the entire study to drop sharply, and Budo frowned. The reason he frowned was not because of what the Emperor had said, but because he was actually trying to think through the other party's idea. As the person the Emperor trusted the most, Budo knew too many things, including the fact that the Emperor had deliberately guided the hatred towards Lancer. If this was exposed, it would probably cause some trouble, but this subject believes it would be inappropriate. Why? It is a fact that Lancer has lost his right arm, but since just now, this subject has been feeling an invisible threat emanating from him. This subject doesn't know how strong Lancer is at this time. Although Budo didn't know about Lancer's right arm yet, he, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, also relied on his intuition to understand that Lancer at this time might not be weak, and for a wounded beast, he was even more terrifying. The Emperor, who heard the other party's explanation, also nodded. No matter what, Lancer had lost his imperial armament and his right arm. He might still be a threat, but it wouldn't be too big. Although as an emperor, he had to weigh his subordinates, he was not a heartless person. He had also seen all the sacrifices Lancer had made for him and for the Empire. Since it hadn't reached the point of being necessary, he decided to no longer bother Lancer. On the other side, Lancer, who had walked out of the palace gate, glanced at the familiar palace gate without any nostalgia and then turned to leave. He was not an idiot. He had long since noticed the Emperor's apprehension towards him and some of the things he had done in private. He had chosen to play dumb for the sake of his goal. After all, he wouldn't be staying for too long anyway. Coming to see the other party one last time was to settle the kindness of recognition he had received before. From now on, unless something similar happened again, he would no longer meddle in the affairs of the Empire. I have a little over a month left. I'll go find those scum. Leon's death had made him completely hysterical for a period of time. Although he still hadn't come to terms with it, he had also realized one thing: his resolve was not enough. Since he wanted to protect Leon, then why didn't he make more preparations? Why didn't he simply ask Budo to let Leon temporarily stay in his own tent in the Imperial Guard barracks? Why didn't he arrange for more backups? Perhaps because countless victories had made him complacent without realizing it, he had forgotten too many things. The end of excessive pride is destruction. He had learned this lesson, but the price of this lesson was something he was powerless to bear. So he decided to improve himself. In the past year, besides his basic attributes and points increasing, the speed of his strength growth was actually far inferior to when he was an investigator before. He had to seize this last month. He thought that killing a few Imperial armament users should increase his strength quite a bit, right? And their Imperial armaments were not officially recorded, so he could take them with him. They would be a good choice for either gifting or trading in the future. At this moment, the cape, with no wind, moved on its own, revealing the scarlet cloth wrapped around his right arm. Summary. First of all, I apologize. To be honest, although some of the storylines have been explained, I have indeed found that the plot has gone a bit wild. Even if it all comes back together in the end, it still feels a bit strange, which is probably due to my personal control. The well-designed script was not handled well. ORZ. I think everyone should not have too many questions about Lancer and the Emperor, Budo, and honest. The Emperor was relatively good to Lancer at first, but with the massacre in the West, he began to treat Lancer as an executioner and a weapon. Even Lancer's reputation later had a part of his credit. Perhaps it was unfair to Lancer, but I think this is what a qualified emperor should do. Next is Budo. He was a bit better to Lancer than the Emperor, but it was also more for the royal family. To put it simply, he wouldn't trick Lancer in normal times, but he would not hesitate to act if he was given an order. Finally, there is Honest. In the original work, to be honest, besides seeing his cruelty, I really didn't see how he had the ability to kill the Emperor and the other princes under the protection of the Empire's strongest general and then control the Empire. I have also completed his character in my book, whether it's obtaining the lost Imperial armament and having ambition, designing the assassination of the Emperor, escaping from the banquet, finally designing Lancer and his death, or even tricking Lancer one more time even after dying. Personally, I am quite satisfied, but as a certain reader said, I have put too much energy into the villains. Maybe it's because in the first volume, people kept bringing up the Fueguka mother and daughter, which caused my mentality to have some problems. Also, when it went on sale, I was afraid that choosing the world of Akame ga Kill would cause subscriptions to drop, so I started rushing the plot and desperately followed the main storyline. At this point, this volume probably started to become a bit distorted. Plus my deliberate fragmented treatment of Leone, it caused her to not have much presence. Alas, I can only say that my idea might have been good, but my ability was lacking. Finally, the most discussed Leone and his death. To be honest, whether Leone would have a physical relationship with the protagonist in the end was not in the outline. The key attribute I designed for her was that phrase "welcome back." The protagonist is a transmigrator, and the loneliness of a transmigrator is something a normal person cannot understand. I wanted to create a family image, but it seems I failed. ORZ. But I will explain two things. Leone character prototype in the early stage can be classified as Leone the slave girl, and her existence was to heal the protagonist. As for whether they would eventually have a physical relationship, it was like a game, it depended on the choice. Undoubtedly, in this volume, I chose no. The key to the second problem is his death. Many people hate this character, but in reality, her problem is her survival of the fittest mentality. In this book, she also appeared as a side character, not the female lead. And in reality, the only wrong thing she did was to abduct Leone, and there was nothing else that was hateful. To be honest, I don't know if I should be happy or troubled by such a huge resentment from readers. Alas! I said before that if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price, but it needs to be limited to a certain extent. Death is as death is ending. This is determined by her character. To change it, unless I do something like the first book and have a transmigration to a time before Asteth's father's death, at least in this book, I am powerless. In short, Volume 2 has ended. In this volume, Lancer's goal was achieved, saving the Empire, and my goal was also achieved, the darkness of the Empire, the people's misunderstanding, bloody memories. The downfall is enough. Now it's time to rise and awaken. Please look forward to Volume 3. The main theme has been decided. It is light. Chapter 145, Announcement. Hello, I'm Matsuo and I'm sorry for not updating lately, and honestly, let's get straight to the point, I'm going to take a long hiatus in translating rather than a hiatus. To be more precise, I'll update but maybe for a few weeks or a month. The reason might sound trivial but it makes sense to me, namely money. I got a job, hooray! And the other thing is that there are already many sites that translate stories using AI which can be faster than me, dang, they can do up to 100 books per day, so I decided it's time to take a break from translating. On the one hand, to be honest, I'm very sad because I lost my hobby, and the other thing is that I'm tired, that's all I want to say. Thank you very much. Matsuo, will take a break first, don't worry. Maybe in a few weeks I will update per volume or 100 chapters. This has been a wonderful year. That's all, and happy reading. Chapter 146, Chapter 1, Lancer? Lancer? That's really a good name. Main quest: survive in the plot world for 720 days complete, task reward, welfare dungeon admission ticket X1. Hidden quest: world revolution complete, task reward, world admission ticket X1. Obtained world recognized title Imperial General reward, 2000 points. Hidden title Butcher, requirement kill more than 200 innocent people. Hidden achievement Intermediate Mage Apprentice, LOL. Looking at the familiar prompts, and even that slightly malicious achievement, but at this moment, Lancer couldn't be happy at all. Different from before, when leaving Tokyo, he felt more reluctance to part, but now it was complete emptiness. Even the over 10,000 points on him at this moment could not make him show even the slightest smile. At this moment, he simply hoped to quickly enter the welfare world, then strengthen himself, so as to find a way to solve everything. So this time, he did not hesitate at all, and after confirming his gains, he unhesitatingly chose to enter the welfare world. Originally, he thought it would be a world like MH, but it seems he was wrong. Before him was a grey world. The road under his feet could not be considered narrow, but beside the road was grey mist, giving the feeling of being on the edge of a cliff. This made his already not so high spirits drop to a low point, but even so, he had no way back, after all. Welfare Dungeon Main Quest None. Duration 72 days. Different from the first time before, for a whole 2 months, he seemed to have no other choice but to walk forward. And since it was called a welfare world, then it should be beneficial to his strength improvement, right? However, to get the benefits, it seems he has to finish walking this road first. Let's go. The purple-haired woman standing on top of the stone pillar quietly watched the figure that was walking towards her territory. One moment she was frowning, the next she showed an excited expression. Such excellent talent, but I don't know why it's been covered by a shadow. However, after some polishing, there will be no problem. Possessing the precise vision to see through others' qualities and temperament, especially to distinguish whether the other party is immortal, she could see through a person's talent, but talent is merely talent. Although cruel, to succeed, one must possess the corresponding talent. That is effort, and one must also have the talent for effort, otherwise it will always be twice the work for half the result. Rather than using false words to comfort the other party and let them waste their time, it would be better to let them come to a sudden realization and find a path that suits them. And undoubtedly, at this moment, that figure had enough talent, but that originally dazzling light seemed to be fading, for which she felt it was a bit of a pity. Although I don't know how many possibilities there are, but perhaps I can train a hero enough to kill me. After making her decision, she leaped down from the top of the stone pillar. See you, Kulane. Shish? Is something the matter? Following the woman's call, a young man with a bare upper body, wielding a red long spear, jogged over breathlessly from a distance. Someone has come. You go and welcome them for me. Oh? A newcomer? Seeing your expression, Shish, it seems this one is also worth looking forward to. The land of shadows is the land of the dead, and also the final resting place for some warriors who died in battle. And as the queen who rules this kingdom, Siu Qilane knew the speciality of this shish of his. To say she is proud is because even with the high and mighty gods, she always treats them as equals. To say she is gentle is because any hero she values will receive her meticulous guidance. To say she is cold is because she will unhesitatingly reject those without talent. And now, seeing that the other parties seem to be in a good mood, it seems the person who has come is a good hero. Compared to you all, he is still a bit immature, but I have seen light in him. As for the future, he can only rely on himself, just like you. I am only your teacher, and for him, it is the same. Hearing the other party's reply, Siu Qilane's face was even more filled with excitement. Ho ho, it seems he's a junior brother, then I'll go welcome him. Watching Siu Qilane jog away, the woman also had a face full of helplessness. This disciple of hers was extremely outstanding, and was also the successor she was most optimistic about before this. Not only does he possess the blood of a god, but he himself loves the spear very much. Of course, the most crucial thing is his pure heart of a child, which craves battle without the slightest impurity. However, the price of being too enthusiastic is probably that although his age is clearly not young, he is too lively. But that's fine too. Compared to a cold person like me, in this grey world, Siu Qilane should be more suitable to welcome the other party, right? But when I see an excellent child, I can't help but want to teach them a thing or two. At this moment, the always proud queen rarely revealed a trace of a smile. Walking on the rugged little path, beside him was grey smoke, under his feet there was only the road, and ahead was a blur. This originally somewhat oppressive scene, on the contrary, made Lancer restless heart temporarily quiet down, just like this desolate little path. Hey! The sudden shout made Lancer reflexively reach for the quinquina at his waist, but then he was completely stunned, because the fog in front of him seemed to disperse. A castle was right before his eyes, and in front of the castle was a young man wearing tight pants, with a bare upper body and a blue ponytail. What was wrong with you just now? I called you several times and got no response. Sorry, I was just thinking about some things. Thinking about things? No wonder then. Your expression looks quite serious, but let's put a pin in it for now. I think since you came here like me, then your purpose is the same. Next, I'll take you to see Shish. Shish. That's right. Shish. You're very lucky you are the first person after me to be called not bad by Shish. It seemed that something taken for granted was omitted in the other party's words. Lancer didn't know what it was, but he still understood it as the common sense of this world. And according to what the other party said, the truth of this welfare world should be right in front of him, right? All right, let's go, I'll lead the way. Wait. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lancer, a spearman seeking to become stronger. Sorry because I've stayed here for a bit long, I even forgot to introduce myself. My name is Siu Qilane. But Lancer? Lancer? That's really a good name. With a smile on his face, Siu Qilane gave Lancer a thumbs up. Chapter 147, Chapter 2, Trying a Hand. Siu Qilane? This name sounded a bit familiar to Lancer for a moment, and suddenly he finally remembered the other person's identity. Dog Qilane. Lancer exclamation made Siu Qilane, who was leading the way in front, pause for a moment. At the same time, the expression on Lancer's face became awkward, but what he didn't expect was that the other person showed a happy smile. I didn't expect you to have actually heard of me. That's right. It's me. The Hound of Qilane. Siu Qilane. At this time, Lancer remembered that the environment he was in was different. If it were someone else in front of him, calling them dog would at least lead to an argument, and there was a high probability of a fight, but the person before him was an exception. Just as he said, his nickname is the Hound of Kulin, which represents his promise. Cu Kulain's original name was not his current one, but Sedentat. And the name Cu Kulain also has the meaning of Hound of Kulin. The origin is that after accidentally killing the wealthy merchant Kulin's guard dog when he was young, he swore, "If this dog has offspring, I will take responsibility for raising it and train it to be an equally powerful and loyal guard dog. Until then, I will protect you." So, he didn't feel angry about this nickname at all, but was instead very happy. As for why he was happy? Of course, it was because Lancer knew him. In his opinion, this future junior brother, Lancer, was very good. After all, knowing him meant that the other party had great taste. Looking at Cu Kulain, who had suddenly become enthusiastic, Lancer was at a loss for a moment. After all, the Cu Kulain in his impression was that hero in a blue bodysuit wielding a blood-red long spear. It could be said that among all the servants who appeared, he was the one with the fewest black spots. He longed for battle, and the purpose of his summoning through the Holy Grail was merely to fight. That pure fighting spirit influenced everyone who met him. However, the person now seemed more lively, or perhaps not as composed. And just as the other party was boasting about a story of him and a good friend once going to a certain forest to hunt a magical beast, the two of them finally walked past the rugged path and arrived in front of the castle. It was at this moment that Cu Kulain also retracted the smile on his face and took a deep breath with a serious expression. "We'll talk again next time we have a chance. First, come with me to see Shish." After speaking, Cu Kulain pushed open the castle's main gate. Although it looked somewhat gloomy, it did not have that strange creaking sound from the movies. And when the gate was pushed open, Lancer looked at the garden before him with some surprise. He had originally thought the inside of the castle would be the same as the outside, but now it seemed to be two different art styles. Although this is the land of shadows, this is Shish's private territory. What it's changed into is naturally up to Shish's own will. According to Shish, although training outside is fine, it's good to have a change of scenery sometimes. Cu Kulain, who noticed Lancer confusion, also explained a few sentences, and then led Lancer forward again. He hadn't reacted before, but after knowing Cu Kulain's identity, he also knew the identity of the Shish. He spoke of the Queen of the Land of Shadows, Skathuk. Lancer didn't have much understanding of this character. It is well known that Lancer luck is rather touching. He basically doesn't play any gacha games. Even for one of the most popular mobile games, he had only heard of it, and incidentally licked, cough cough. In short, he knew of this person, and roughly knew what she looked like, but he had no understanding of the specific details. However, he was still a little curious, what kind of person would the Queen of the Land of Shadows who taught Cu Kulain be? But what he didn't notice was that Cu Kulain, who was leading him, was currently showing a malicious expression, and at the same time, as if remembering something, his face still had an expression of lingering fear. As the two passed through the main gate, walked through the small path, and turned into another door. Just as he walked in, he saw a woman in a purple robe seemingly lightly waving a blood-red long spear, but Lancer felt that something was not right. Or rather, within this seemingly light spear dance, there seemed to be some strange charm. Just as Lancer was about to become engrossed in it, the other party suddenly accelerated. TSS Law. Accompanied by the sound of something breaking the air, Lancer, standing in place, widened his eyes in disbelief, while Skathuk put away her weapon and walked over to Lancer's side. Cu Kulain, you practice your spear here and keep an eye on him by the way. Leave it to me. Shish. Of course, Cu Kulain understood Lancer's current situation. After all, he had also experienced it once. That time, he stood there for more than a day. As for why he was rooted there? Very simple, because within that seemingly simple spear strike was Skathuk's understanding of the spear. This was both a greeting gift from Shish and the first test for the person who came to become a disciple. However, Siyu Kulane was quite optimistic about Lancer. This wasn't because he had good judgment, but simply because he purely trusted Shish's judgment. The more the other party didn't interfere, the more it represented her trust. So now he was more curious than worried. Lancer only saw a red shadow rushing towards him, and then he felt that he had lost control of his body. When his consciousness reacted again, the woman who was wielding the long spear had already disappeared. "Yo! You're awake." "I am awake." "That's right, you've been standing here for almost a day." Siyu Kulane's words made Lancer freeze there. Because he felt that there seemed to be no change in the surroundings, but he didn't think the other person was deceiving him. After all, his somewhat hungry stomach and stiff legs and left arm also proved the other's words, but Siyu Kulane didn't mind helping him explain a bit. "This is the land of shadows, not the outside world. Naturally, many of the outside world's rules don't apply here. The most obvious one is sunset, sunrise. All right, let's have a match. After we finish, I'll treat you to some barbecue I made myself." After speaking, Siyu Kulane tossed the wooden long spear in his hand to Lancer, while he himself also took a wooden long spear from a nearby rack. Looking at the other's excited expression, Lancer knew that he didn't need to say "let's fight" after eating. Although it was a bit different from his impression, there was no doubt that the other person was a battle maniac. And the only way to extinguish a battle maniac's desire for battle was to have a fight with them. This was. Suddenly, Lancer felt a sharp pain in his heart, because he remembered something. "All right, then let's have a fight first." The originally empty right arm was once again covered with ice crystals, and then a red cloak completely wrapped it. Holding the spear with both hands, Lancer unconsciously took a strange opening stance, while on the other side, Siyu Kulane's face showed an excited expression. "Siyu Kulane! Lancer!" After each reported their names, the expressions of the two simultaneously became serious, and then "Begin!" X2. Following the low shouts that sounded almost simultaneously, one blue and one red shadow instantly collided. "Pa!" The sound of the wooden long spears clashing was a bit dull, but in the ears of the two, it was extremely pleasant. At the same time, on a tall building in the distance, a purple figure was also standing there, silently watching the match between the two. Chapter 148, Chapter 3 Combat Skills Advancement. Although the two of them were using wooden spears, the battle between them was not simple. Both Lancer and Siyu Kulane possessed physical qualities far exceeding those of normal people. Even ordinary branches in their hands were enough to unleash terrifying destructive power, let alone the training spears specially made by the Queen of the Land of Shadows that they were holding. Huff huff! Bang clap! The sound of the wooden spears cutting through the air and the sound of their weapons clashing had almost never stopped since the match began. It seemed evenly matched, but in reality the gap between them was very obvious. Even with Siyu Kulane's deliberate control of his strength, Lancer was suppressed and pushed back. Especially when facing Siyu Kulane's thrusts, Lancer had a very difficult time dodging. Within a few minutes of the start, Lancer's side and shoulder had been grazed several times. Although he wasn't injured because it was a training spear, the burning sensation in the parts that were hit or grazed made him deeply realize one thing: if they were using real weapons, he would have already been defeated. Although Lancer had not been without bitter struggles and suppression until now, at those times the opponents he faced were of a crushing nature, such as the unreasonable defense and strength of SS ghouls, or when his death fell into a berserk or even atavistic state because of her taigu. But now it was different. Thrusts were dodged, spear swings were blocked. No matter how he attacked, the opponent would block it, but when facing the opponent's attacks, he was almost helpless. This difficult situation began to make his heart irritable, and it was at this moment that Siyu Kulane, who had just retracted his spear, suddenly paused. Did he let him go? No. The opponent was using his full power. Whoosh! The sound of the long spear piercing the air almost made the hairs on Lancer's body stand up. Facing this attack aimed directly at his brow, Lancer even felt that he couldn't block it. Is he going to lose? No. Can't lose. The long spear held in a forward grip by Lancer was suddenly thrust towards Cultivation, its target the opponent's chest. Rib. Although Lancer had already turned his head away in advance, it was still not enough against an expert like Cultivation. The wooden spear finally grazed past his sideburns, taking away a lock of his hair, but Lancer counterattack did not hit Cultivation, only forcing him to withdraw his hand first. Cultivation, who had taken a step back, once again assumed his stance, while the panting Lancer stared at him with a look of stubbornness. First he arrived at a strange place, walked for an unknown distance, and then was brought here by the opponent. He watched a strange woman dance with a spear and then was stunned for a day. To be honest, Lancer was almost completely confused. He didn't even know if the so-called welfare dungeon was really a welfare. But he knew that this was probably a test for him. If he failed the test, then all the other thoughts were probably unnecessary. Can't lose. Can't lose. I absolutely can't lose. Before, because he was cautious and chose a defensive counterattack tactic, the final result was that he was suppressed by the opponent and couldn't counterattack at all. So Lancer decided to take the initiative to attack. That's right. Take the initiative to attack. Although he was completely suppressed when defending, even a preemptive attack would probably not have any results. But the problem was, if he didn't attack preemptively, would he just continue to maintain this ugly situation? Rather than silently waiting for defeat, Lancer would rather become that final brilliant firework after an outburst. Even if it was fleeting, he wanted to release his own brilliance. It was obvious that Lancer's sudden change made even Cultivation hesitate. After all, from the beginning, Lancer had been mainly on the defensive. Although he was suppressed, he had always maintained a defensive counterattack, trying to delay, looking for the enemy's flaws, and then winning with one strike. Cultivation thought that Lancer would always stick to this tactic, but he didn't expect that with just one retraction of his spear, the opponent would launch a preemptive attack. Clap clap clap. A denser sound of clashing than before rang out in the courtyard, and the serious expression on Cultivation's face gradually disappeared, replaced by an unconcealable excitement. As a Lancer, Cultivation naturally knew that Lancer's outburst at this time was being done by overdrawing his body. As expected, as long as he withstood this wave, the opponent would break down on his own. This was the most sensible choice, but who was he? Cultivation. How could he back down in front of his junior brother? Without hesitation, he thrust out his spear, even though he had lost the initiative. Although he was temporarily suppressed because he had lost the initiative, Cultivation was very much enjoying this feeling. Almost every time he sparred with his master, he was crushed. Although his friend was also strong, perhaps because of their familiarity, their battles always lacked passion. But now, this junior brother, although still a bit young, it was precisely because of this that he could often give him some surprises, and this was what excited him the most. But compared to the excited Cultivation, Lancer on the other side was not happy at all, because no matter how he attacked, he was suppressed by the opponent. Thrust, triple thrust, charged strike. The three skills that he had already trained to max should, by all accounts, not be suppressed all the time, even if they couldn't defeat Cultivation, since the opponent was deliberately controlling his strength and physical qualities. Where is it? Where is the wrong place? The long spear was handed out and was dodged past Cultivation's neck. Lancer once again retracted his spear and made two more consecutive strikes. One was dodged, and the other was parried by the opponent's spear. Undoubtedly, the triple thrust failed again. At this time, he had used up his strength and had to retract his spear, but for some reason, the stunning strike in his mind reappeared. On the other side, Cultivation, who had gotten used to Lancer routine, also closed in when he saw Lancer retract his spear. But at this moment, the long spear that should have been retracted was somehow thrust diagonally from under his armpit. What's going on? Didn't he just use up his strength? This sudden change instantly threw the rhythm that Siu Lane had gradually mastered into chaos. Bang! A crisp sound louder than before, the long spear in Lancer hand was directly sent flying, and he himself was sent flying as well. And Lancer himself lay sprawled on the grass, muttering something. At the same time, Siu Lane, who had struck the blow, had a face full of embarrassment. Especially when he saw Lancer's strange reaction, he even wondered if he had used too much force and knocked the other person silly. Hey! Are you okay? I accidentally used my full strength just now. Hey! No matter what the other person said, Lancer ignored him, because when he thrust out that strike, he noticed his strange change. When he opened his attribute panel, his skills had indeed changed. The 3 basic skills that originally showed max had disappeared, replaced by Spear Basic Combat Skills LV Max and Spear Advanced Combat Skills LV1. Besides being excited, he was even more curious as to why he would suddenly have this strange change. In the end, the only special thing was probably that fleeting glimpse in his mind, right? And at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared above his head, and then a pair of long legs wrapped in purple stockings appeared in front of him. Chapter 149, Chapter 4 Assessment? What's that? I was just itching for a fight. Teacher? Is junior brother Lancer crazy? Siu Lane had gone from being startled by his teacher's appearing and disappearing act to being basically used to it. So he wasn't surprised at all when the person appeared behind him out of nowhere. Instead, he asked about the serious matter with a very grave expression. On the other side, Lancer, who was lying on the ground, also hurried to get up. In front of him was a tall woman, who was no different from his impression of her. She had long purple hair, a purple dress, purple stockings, and a pitch-black area. That's right, it was a pitch-black area. Although it wasn't intentional, he had indeed been lying in a very subtle position just now, but for some reason, all he could see was a pitch-black area, and nothing else. But at this moment, he was not in the mood to think about why he couldn't see. Instead, he had a dejected look on his face. Just that spear dance from before had allowed him to break through a temporary bottleneck. He could almost imagine how much he would improve if he trained with the other person. But now it seemed there was no chance. Even though Siu Lane had deliberately suppressed his strength, he still lost. But it was at this moment. Do you remember the feeling of that last strike? Yes. The other person's voice sounded very strange to Lancer. It was very crisp, yet it was filled with an irresistible feeling, as if he was facing some very powerful being. He had felt a similar feeling once with the Emperor of the Empire, but this person in front of him was even more exaggerated. If that Emperor only made him wary, then this person in front of him made him unable to even muster the will to resist. So after the other person asked a question, he also answered the question very seriously, but his voice was a bit low. Clap. But at this moment, a hand patted him on the back. What are you thinking? Are you saying that losing to me made you dejected? The burning sensation on his back was in stark contrast to how Lancer felt at the moment. He nodded disappointedly. Yeah, I didn't expect that I wouldn't even pass the initial test. Initial test? What's that? Wasn't the match with you my initial test? Not only was Siu Lane bewildered, but Lancer was also equally bewildered, and it seemed that neither of them understood what the other person meant. Test? What's that? If there has to be a test, you passed it when you arrived here. I was just itching for a fight. Besides, you have to show off a little in front of your junior brother, don't you? Seeing Siu Lane's matter-of-fact expression, Lancer felt a burst of ecstasy after his initial depression, and then looked at the purple-haired woman beside him with a face full of anticipation. That's right, the fact that you've arrived at my castle means you've passed the initial test. As for the lessons, we can start later. I remember living people need to eat. Wait until you've finished your meal. Let's go. I'll treat you to my grilled. For some reason, Siu Kulane would call Lancer master in an affectionate way, but when facing Scathatch herself, he was much more serious. But even so, his somewhat frivolous way of speaking still made Lancer a little unaccustomed. The only person he could truly call his teacher so far was Kurio Mado. It was that person who led him onto the path of an investigator, and it was that person who taught him how to become a true investigator. So Lancer was very respectful when facing him. So he really didn't quite understand the way Siu Kulane and Scathatch interacted. But Lancer confusion was his own, and Scathatch didn't seem to have any intention of letting Siu Kulane off the hook. You used your full strength on that last strike, didn't you? At this moment, Skathika's expression was as indifferent as ever, but Siu Kulane's expression became extremely awkward in an instant when asked by the other person. Well, I accidentally. It seems you were a little too excited and forgot what I taught you. Then it's a good time to give Lancer a demonstration fight later. As soon as Scathatch finished speaking, the smile on Siu Kulane's face immediately fell, but he didn't refuse, because he didn't have the right to refuse. After speaking, the person nodded to Lancer and Siu Kulane, then turned and left. Lancer had been a little curious about what Siu Kulane would treat him to before, but because Siu Kulane's expression was a bit conflicted at the moment, he was too embarrassed to ask. Instead, after his initial depression, the other person quickly adjusted his mood. After all, he also understood his teacher. In order to show off in front of Lancer, he was careless in the end. If it wasn't for his outburst, that move would have already hit him. This was the most intolerable problem for the strict Scathatch. After all, the other person had reminded him more than once that besides being brave in battle, he also needed to use his mind more. But he had long been accustomed to a straightforward fighting style. It was not easy for him to change now. After all, the reason he was so brave was also because of his wholehearted dedication to battle. So Scathatch hoped that Siu Kulane could find a balance point. But these were all minor matters. Although Siu Kulane's problems could serve as a warning, Lancer was more concerned about the thing the other person was holding in his hand at the moment, a beast's claw. The earthy yellow skin was peeled off and thrown to the side, while Siu Kulane himself was holding the ankle with one hand, and summoning a ball of fire in the palm of his other hand, then he placed it over the fire to roast it. Although Lancer didn't know how to cook, except for instant noodles and frozen food, he could see that Siu Kulane's cooking method was not simple. It was not easy to use the fire in his palm to roast the shin of that unknown monster until it was cooked, not burnt, and not undercooked. This was even more so when he looked at his serious expression. But even so, that rough cooking method still made one not know how to complain. What is this? I'm not sure, it's a native monster of the Land of Shadows. Although it's hard to catch, it tastes really good. Seeing Lancer's bewildered expression, Siu Kulane didn't mind at all. Instead, he waved his hand grandly, then sprinkled some special berry juice on the food. A few minutes later, with it done, he handed the shin in his hand to Lancer with a face full of smiles. Don't worry, I've eaten this many times before, it tastes great, try my cooking. Although the other person had such a confident expression, Lancer still took it from his hand. He was a bit conflicted and didn't know how to start eating, but Siu Kulane had an expectant expression. To be honest, it really made him not know how to refuse. In the end, he took a bite. It seemed surprisingly good. Chapter 150, Chapter 5, Abandoning the Essentials and Pursuing the Trivial vs. The Unseen Victory. Already a bit hungry, Lancer, after confirming the food was fine, unceremoniously hugged it and started eating. Seeing Lancer's expression, he also chuckled, then took out another leg and started roasting it. At this moment, seeing Lancer eat, he also felt a bit hungry. It was obvious that he was a bit casual when he cooked for himself, and some parts were even a little burnt, but he himself didn't seem to care much. After taking a few bites, he chewed and complained at the same time. What a pity, I wish I had a bottle of wine right now. Wine? I have some here, do you want some? Lancer could clearly see the look of ecstasy on Cu Culane's face when he said this, but in the end, he chose to refuse with a painful expression. Forget it. It would be fine normally, but there's still the teacher's demonstration fight later. The other person's expression of wanting to drink but not being able to even made Lancer feel a sense of guilt. But at this moment, the other person patted him on the shoulder. This time it's entirely my own fault, you can't be blamed, so what are you conflicted about? Besides, I'm not saying I won't drink since I know you have wine, even if you don't let me drink, I'll steal it someday. After saying that, he also winked playfully at Lancer, an expression that made Lancer can't help but show a trace of a smile. Seeing Lancer smile, he also started laughing, but at the same time, a trace of relief was revealed in his eyes. It might sound strange, but he had already read something from Lancer's spear during their match just now, such as his confusion and conflict. Although he didn't know what the other person was confused and conflicted about, he knew that the only thing he could do was to try to enlighten the other person, and that was all. Who said that Cu Culane was just a brute? It was just that his meticulousness was not noticed by many people. In Cu Culane's opinion, Lancer would be his junior brother from now on, but this couldn't change the fact that they had only just met. So he used his own methods to make Lancer happy, and there was no doubt that the effects seemed to be quite good. Perhaps it was Cu Culane's jumpy personality that made Lancer feel much better, or perhaps he didn't want his own issues to affect Cu Culane's mood, so he also found a topic to chat with the other person. By the way, Cu Chu. Suddenly, Lancer found that he didn't know how to address the other person. Should he call him Mr. Cu Culane? Is that too distant? So, should he just call him by his name? Would that be rude? But Cu Culane didn't care at all. Instead, he patted his chest. You can just call me Cu Culane or senior brother. All right, senior brother, I remember you should be a very brave warrior, so why is your barbecue technique so skillful? Although Lancer didn't know about Cu Culane's situation, he knew himself very well. He was the kind of person who couldn't cook, and no matter how you looked at it, Cu Culane's style didn't quite match that of a chef. Skillful? It's all right. By the way, have you forgotten that I'm also a druid? Just relying on fruits is not enough to replenish energy in the forest. Barbecue is one of the simplest foods. Oh, you know what a druid is, right? Druid? They're the ones who fiercely protect animals and are enemies of humans, and then attack lumberjacks. Wait. Where did you hear those strange rumors? We druids are the executors of nature's will. Although we hate the wanton destruction of forests, we don't attack lumberjacks. After all, humans themselves are a part of nature, and it's normal to get wood from nature. It had to be said that Lancer and Cu Culane's understanding was very different. The druid that Lancer knew basically came from games, but he had no understanding of the real druid belief. And the most crucial thing was that the eras they were in were completely different. In Lancer era, humans and nature were in great conflict, but in this era, it was different. After all, the number of humans was limited and insignificant compared to the entire world, so the conflict was not intense. And when elves were mentioned, Lancer couldn't help but think of a race. What about elves? Have you ever seen an elf? Elves? Fairies? Those little guys that are only the size of a palm. It had to be said that Cu Culane was very good at telling stories. While chatting with him, Lancer also temporarily forgot some things. The two of them ate and chatted, and time flew by. When Scat Hatch appeared in the distance holding a crimson long spear, the two of them quickly tidied up the things on the ground. They knew that the real business had arrived. Unlike the match between Lancer and Cu Culane and Scathatch were both holding Gi Balg in their hands, and their battle was much more thrilling than his. Cu Culane, who had been suppressing him all along, was almost powerless to fight back in his battle with Scathatch. But this was not the most crucial thing. As Cu Culane's teacher, being able to suppress Cu Culane was completely expected. What really surprised Lancer was that the moves that Scathatch used were almost all the ones he was good at. Whether it was triple thrust or charge or charged strike, these were things that had already been integrated into his body's instincts. As long as he had a thought, he could use them naturally. He could be sure that the other person was using these three moves, but why was she able to suppress Cu Culane? Lancer still frowned as he watched the two of them until Cu Culane was swept away by Scathika's spear shaft and was lying on the ground, panting loudly. "Did you notice anything wrong?" "I think I noticed something. I feel that during the battle just now, your strength also seemed to be controlled at the same level as Cu Culane, but you used my moves to suppress him. Is it because you're more proficient?" Hearing Lancer answer, the other person nodded but also shook her head. "What you said isn't entirely wrong. You could say it's more proficient, but you could also understand it as achieving full mastery. I don't know who your former spear teacher was, but their ability was really too poor. When you use the spear in your hand, you are too constrained by moves. You have to know that any move is just a way for you to swing the long spear in your hand. You are too obsessed with moves and have abandoned the essentials for the trivial. You have locked yourself in a fixed space. Although some teachers like to say figure it out yourself and explain it with you'll remember it more clearly if you figure it out yourself, Scathika's teaching method was clearly not this one. Of course, it was also possible that Lancer's strength hadn't reached the level of figuring it out. But no matter which one it was, there was no doubt that Scathika's explanation also explained Lancer's previous confusion. He was originally completely confused about the so-called spear advanced combat skills, and after all this time, it turned out that this was what it meant? Wasn't it just the so-called the unseen victory in martial arts novels? Seeing the light flashing in Lancer's eyes, Scathatch nodded in satisfaction. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she knew that Lancer understood what she meant. There was no doubt that teaching a smart disciple was much easier, such as a certain Lancer who had already figured out the key, or a certain Cu Culane who was lying on the ground panting loudly. Chapter 151, Chapter 6 Can't Beat It. Lancer and Cu Culane's learning methods could be said to be completely different. Perhaps because the basics had already been taught, Cu Culane's training was more about actual combat. Although he didn't know who his opponents were in these actual battles, he could often be seen appearing in his room covered in bruises. On the other hand, Lancer training mainly consisted of sparring with Scathatch. The first time, Scathika's fighting style was a replica of the battle between Lancer and Cu Culane. After that, each sparring session would take Lancer moves and fighting style from the previous session as a template. Logically speaking, after knowing the opponent's fighting style, he should be able to find a way to deal with it the next time. But the result was that Lancer tried again and again, and was beaten up again and again. The final result was that he completed 2 achievements without realizing it. For example, Masochist endure attacks from a stronger opponent 1000 times in a row. Reward, pain sensation from injuries is reduced by 10%, 500 points. Get stronger with each battle fight against an opponent stronger than yourself for 2 hours continuously. Reward, 500 points. Of course, being beaten up during this time was not without any gains for him. Or rather, his gains far exceeded his own imagination. Before, he had felt that he was at a certain bottleneck, and the spear in his hand seemed to have reached its limit. But after fighting with Scathatch, it was as if a big door had opened for him. So it can be done this way. This was a thought that would definitely appear in his mind every time he was defeated by the opponent. Although he would get several, or even a dozen, new wounds on his body each time, the feeling of his strength constantly rising made him unable to stop. It had been more than 30 days since he arrived here, and almost every day he was repeating the routine of training, sparring, thinking about tactics, and resting. And today, as expected, he was defeated again. This time, Lancer adopted a defensive counterattack tactic. Logically, this tactic was most suitable for dealing with an opponent of similar strength to oneself. This could minimize consumption and defeat the opponent. But when facing someone much stronger than oneself, it was slow suicide. Lancer naturally understood this, but he decided to give it a try. After more than 30 consecutive times without even hitting Scathatch once, he simply decided to try a few more methods. As for the result, he himself was not injured this time, but he looked even more miserable. The key to a defensive counterattack was to withstand the enemy's first wave of attacks. But when facing Scathatch's torrential attacks, he didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. His stamina dropped rapidly, and his attention was almost overdrawn. In the end, when his mind was in a daze, the other person held the tip of her spear to his throat, and he simply chose to surrender. "Master, was there anything I did wrong this time?" Perhaps because Master was a more natural way to address her, Lancer just called her that directly. Scathatch herself didn't refuse, so the address was settled. But Scathatch, when asked by Lancer, sighed. "Strictly speaking, you did very well this time, but you chose the wrong option. I know you were just testing, but it seems you've become a bit obsessed. Take a day off tomorrow." The other person's words instantly stunned Lancer, who had been panting loudly. "Take a day off? Master, my time. I'm not giving you this day to waste. Think carefully about why you swing your spear. After you've thought about it tomorrow, tell me the answer the day after." Ever since Lancer met his master, he had found that the other person almost never had any emotional fluctuations. Whether she was guiding him during a match or answering his questions, her speaking speed was always at the same pace, and it was the same this time. "Hey? A day off? Isn't that great? Hiss. Be careful. That hurts. You know my time is very limited. I have less than 30 days until I have to leave." After applying the medicine for Cultivation, Lancer also had a face full of helplessness. If he could stay here and receive the other person's guidance, then one day more or less wouldn't matter to him. But the key was that he was on a timer. All right, what the master has decided can't be changed, unless you can beat her. So, since you're taking a day off tomorrow, why don't you come with me to relax?" "Relax?" Seeing the strange smile on Cultivation's face, Lancer suddenly had a bad feeling. The next day, the two of them left Scathatch's castle early in the morning. Lancer, who was following behind the other person, thought that Cultivation would take him somewhere, but he didn't expect that the two of them would just walk for a while and then arrive at a riverside. It had to be said that the river in the Land of Shadows had a real feel to it. Although the river water was not murky, it looked a bit terrifying in this dark-toned world. But Cultivation didn't care at all and went straight to a rock to sit on, and at the same time happily patted the rock next to him. "This is where you meant by relaxing." Although he was a little confused, Lancer still sat down next to the other person. "Yeah, what did you think it was? Here, this is yours." While speaking, Cultivation wrapped a line around the body of Gibalg, and at the same time handed another roll of line to Lancer. This made the corner of Lancer's mouth twitch uncontrollably. Before, the other person had specifically reminded him to bring his spear, and Lancer thought they were going somewhere to fight, but he didn't expect it to be used as a fishing rod. Looking at the other person's skilled casting posture, Lancer really wanted to complain, "You're so skilled, how many times have you done this?" But in the end, he held it in. "Do you like fishing a lot?" "Not really, it's just that there's no other way to relax here besides this. It's just fighting and fighting. I accidentally discovered that the combat power of these fish is generally average, so it's a way to relax." After all, there are no women to hold here. The other person's words instantly made Lancer's expression stiff. Is it really about women? When he remembered the task his teacher had given him before, he felt a bit helpless. It was easy to act cute, but enlightening people was really not his strong suit. The only thing worth being happy about now was that the matter the other person cared about was also an area he was good at. Although he was called a genius, it was mostly because of his talent. The things he was truly proud of were his spear skills and his ability to get along with women. As a self-proclaimed relationship expert, he didn't immediately bring up the topic. Instead, he started to tell the other person about his great achievements in fishing, such as catching a river lord that was over 20 meters long and over 1,000 years old. But then Lancer asked a question that he cared about a lot. Most of the fish here can't be eaten, right? So why don't you go fishing in the castle? Immediately, Lancer found that Cu Culane's body had become stiff. Can't beat it. What? I said I can't beat them. The fish that the master raises are at least 10,000 years old, I can't beat them at all. At this point, Cu Culane shed tears of sorrow. Chapter 152, Chapter 7. Sure enough, the only thing that can truly heal a man is a woman. The so-called monsters were given that name because their combat power far exceeded that of normal beasts. There was no doubt that a fish that had lived for at least 10,000 years, even if it only grew in size, was not something that an ordinary person could handle, let alone a fish raised by the Queen of the Land of Shadows. But before this, Lancer had never thought about it this way. He had originally thought that the fish in the pond in the castle were just ordinary ornamental fish, but now it seemed that it was a good thing he wasn't a mischievous kid and didn't have the idea of bothering the fish in the pond, otherwise he might have already been killed. But at this moment, the line that Cu Culane had cast suddenly began to shake, and then... Hoo-hoo! Good luck today! Clap! Accompanied by Cu Culane's cheers and the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, a huge black shadow streaked over Lancer's head and slammed heavily onto the rock behind them. Clatter clatter! And the corner of Lancer's mouth twitched. This was the so-called fish? A body size of over 3 meters, scales with a chitinous shell, 2 pairs of eyes bigger than Lancer's head, and a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Should this thing really be classified as a fish? But just as Lancer was bewildered, the quinquina in his hand also suddenly began to shake, and then a huge force suddenly burst out. His body lurched forward, and Cu Culane quickly grabbed Lancer's shoulder. Lancer, you're really lucky. You caught a prey as soon as you arrived. But don't be in a hurry. A fish's strength in the water is very great. You have to slowly guide it, find its movement patterns, and then pull it out of the water the moment it runs out of strength. As soon as it leaves the water, it's just a heavy piece of meat. Under Cu Culane's guidance, Lancer also slowly began to try to swing the fishing rod to adapt to the fish's movements underwater. Compared to Cu Culane, who got it in no time, it was much more difficult for Lancer. However, Cu Culane only gave verbal guidance, and would occasionally remind him when Lancer was about to be pulled over, but the actual main body was still Lancer. Adapting to the opponent's movements, finding the opponent's flaws, guiding it. This is the moment. He suddenly lifted the long spear in his hand, which instantly bent into a strange arc, and then... clap! Accompanied by a strange sound, a huge shadow suddenly flew out of the water. It was completely different from the one Cu Culane had caught. It had a slender body, compound eyes on its head, and jagged teeth. Lamprey. Lamprey? What's that? Is that the name of this fish? But should I say it's beginner's luck? Most of the fish in this river are poisonous, but this one is edible. Let's grill it and eat it later. With Cu Culane's words, Lancer realized that this was the Land of Shadows, and it might just be a creature that looked similar. But he was more concerned about the feeling he had when he had just pulled this thing up. They had been in a stalemate just a moment ago, but in the end, he succeeded with one strike. using the fishing rod, spear, in his hand to understand the enemy's movements, and then finding their weaknesses based on their movements, instead of being constrained by himself. Suddenly, Lancer's eyes lit up. "Senior brother! Thank you so much!" "What?" Siyu Kulane was completely bewildered, looking at Lancer, who was thanking him with a face full of excitement. Why was the other person thanking him? He had just brought the other person here to fish. Could it be that he was very happy because the recent training had been too boring? Oh. If that's the case, I'll definitely use my full strength to make a perfect grilled fish later. But what Siyu Kulane didn't expect was that Lancer, who was across from him, had a bewildered look on his face after he finished speaking. Was that what he was talking about? Wasn't that what he was talking about? Sizzle! With the flames from Siyu Kulane's hand, the peeled lamprey was roasted to a golden brown. After taking a bite, the white fish meat inside was soft and had the aroma of Siyu Kulane's special spices, which greatly increased his appetite. Taking a gulp of the fruit wine that Lancer had bought from the supply system, it made him feel even more refreshed. By the way, Lancer, the master wouldn't give you a day off for no reason, right? Was there something going on? Siyu Kulane's words made Lancer pause for a moment, then he nodded. The master told me to think carefully about why I swing my spear, but I really can't think of anything. I feel like I was completely forced to swing my spear from the beginning. If I didn't swing my spear, I would die. Then that's the answer, isn't it? Siyu Kulane's words made Lancer pause again, because he always felt that something wasn't right. Are you thinking too complicated? And your reason isn't actually that special. From what I know, that's the reason why most people first swing a weapon. There aren't too many born heroes in this world. The reason many people first swing a weapon is simply to survive when facing beasts or enemies, and that's it. Was he thinking too complicated? But the master's words should mean that she hopes I can find an answer that can hit her from this initial intention, but this answer doesn't seem like it at all, does it? I don't know about that. After all, even for the same thing and the same reason, everyone's thoughts are different. I can't help you with this answer. The relationship between the desire to live and battle? Is she telling me to be more careful? Or is she telling me to prioritize staying alive? Lancer was at a loss for the answer at the moment. Looking at the grilled fish in his hand, Lancer fell completely silent for a while. By the way, why don't you tell me about your past experiences? Maybe I can help you analyze it. Talk about my past experiences? Okay. Lancer words made Siyu Kulane's eyes light up. His purpose for asking Lancer to come out today was not just for fishing and drinking. He had his own mission. In his opinion, the most important thing before dealing with a problem was to first figure out what the problem was. But to inquire about someone else's past for no reason, especially a past that inevitably had scars, was a foolish act. But the situation was much better now. After all, Lancer was the one who brought it up. In the beginning, I was attacked by a man-eating monster in a city. Lancer omitted the transmigration and simply told the other person about his life as an investigator and his later time as a Taigu user. However, his expression became extremely complicated when he mentioned catching Leon. He barely knew anything about Leon. At first, he simply restrained her and kept her by his side. Later, when she developed feelings for him for some reason, he hesitated. He had been thinking that if he had agreed to her directly at that time and kept her by his side, she might not have been taken away by his death. Or if he had simply refused her and completely cut ties with her, she also couldn't have been taken away by his death, because the fundamental reason his death took Leon away was for him. On the other side, Siyu Kulane, who was holding his wine glass, shook his head with a face full of helplessness after hearing Lancer's words. You really are indecisive. Right, I think so too. If I had. Seeing that Lancer seemed to be about to start complaining about himself again, Siyu Kulane directly slapped him on the back. Clap. The loud sound was extremely harsh in the empty wilderness. Saying that means you still haven't figured it out. How can I? Lancer, who had originally wanted to explain, saw Cuculane's raised hand again and immediately stopped talking. Are you really conflicted about your feelings for that girl named Leone? I feel like you're conflicted about yourself. If you love her, then say it out loud. Just like me. I love my wives. So I confessed to them directly. But what about you? Since you consider her your family, then why didn't you tell her? Do you think it's cool to silently give or protect the other person? No. It's stupid. If you want to protect the other person, then give your all. Your life. Your honor. Your everything. What you've done is not even as good as that little girl. Since she was willing to sacrifice for you, then what are you conflicted about? Love at first sight is love. Caring and protecting is love. Hysteria is also love. Do you think the other person protected you so that you could wallow in self-pity here? The spear in your hand is crying. If that girl were still alive, would she want to see you like this? As he said these words, Lancer suddenly felt that Cuculane's entire aura seemed to become extremely exaggerated, and he didn't know if it was Lancer illusion, but it seemed that the other person's words just now were not just for him alone. Although he felt that what the other person said made a lot of sense, what good did it do? It was all too late. The originally warm atmosphere suddenly became depressed again. When the two of them returned to the castle, Lancer looked even more dejected than when they left. After parting with Cuculane, he even started practicing with his spear alone, as if only by putting his whole heart and soul into it could he feel a long-lost peace. On the other side, Cuculane went to Scathatch to report on the work situation. I really don't understand that kid, Lancer thoughts. Since that woman likes him and he's not averse to it, it would have been great if they were together. But he just had to be so sentimental, oh well. Cuculane was more disappointed than angry, he was angry at his lack of effort. In his opinion, if Lancer was as honest about his feelings as he was, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Then how do you think this matter should be resolved? How else can it be resolved? The one who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. The only one who can solve this is her. I was wondering before what was going on with that strange soul fragment on that kid, and it turns out this is the reason. Then let the person involved solve it. While speaking, she took out a short staff, and as the staff was waved in the air, several runes appeared in the air, and then completely dissipated. Thrust, poke, swing. In the courtyard, Lancer was desperately swinging the long spear in his hand. As he moved, a series of wind-like howls were heard, and the lawn in the garden also created waves of grass as he swung. Suddenly, a strange presence appeared behind him. It was neither Cuculane, nor could it be Scathatch, because he couldn't even sense Scathatch's presence. He made a sudden feint with his spear towards the back, but he suddenly widened his eyes. The spear that was originally thrusting straight was forcibly deflected by him, and his waist was even twisted because of this sudden withdrawal of strength. But at this moment, he didn't care about that at all. Instead, he stared straight at the person in front of him. Leone. Am I too tired? Or am I dreaming? But before he could finish speaking, the familiar figure pounced directly into his arms. Master! Hearing the other person's slightly choked cry, Lancer's stiff body instantly softened. Omitted. The intense exercise drained the strength that Lancer had already exhausted from practicing with his spear. In the end, he held Leone and fell into a deep sleep. The world of ice crystals, this was the place Lancer was most unwilling to remember. It was here that he lost Leone, and it was here that he first began to doubt his own pride. He began to doubt whether he could truly protect the things he wanted to protect, and he began to doubt whether everything he had done had any meaning. But just as he was feeling down, he saw an incredible scene, because he saw himself. He, whose body had been pierced by an ice spear, was hanging there, while the death below him had long since disappeared, replaced by a cloak of undoubtedly seductive colors and a gradually shrinking pool of blood. Then he saw an arm appear in his field of vision, but the next scene stunned him, because the owner of this arm actually rubbed it hard on the ice. In the end, when countless drops of blood were poured onto his body, he finally saw the owner of this arm through the reflection on the ice. Leone. Her expression was extremely pale, but there was a smile on her face. As his vision gradually shrank, Lancer also saw a more familiar scene, which was the corpse of the ice-type danger beast that he had seen when he woke up. At this time, Lancer finally knew that the real cause of Leone's death was not battle or low temperature, but excessive blood loss. When Lancer opened his eyes again, he saw golden hair on a cheek and the tired side of a certain girl's face. Looking at the other person's rosy face, the pale cheeks from his dream appeared in his mind involuntarily. While feeling a pang of heartache, a question also arose in his mind. There was no doubt that Leone had indeed died from excessive blood loss while saving him, so who was the girl in his arms now? Was all of this a dream? Was it because of his regret for Leone and his body being cooped up for too long? But perhaps his movements were a little too big. The originally sleeping girl was also woken up. The just woken up Leone was still full of confusion, but when she saw Lancer bare upper body, she was stunned for a moment, but then a strange blush appeared on her face. Master. Hearing the familiar address, Lancer couldn't help but hug the other person tightly. Leone was also a little flustered when Lancer hugged her, but this fluster was fleeting. She then hugged Lancer back in return. But just as the two of them were enjoying the brief moment of warmth, a voice appeared in his mind. I'm sure you still have many questions. Come to the courtyard, and I will explain them to you. At the same time, Leone also froze for a moment. While Lancer was surprised, some of his questions were also answered. After all, it was probably only this queen of the Land of Shadows who could resurrect Leone, right? After the two of them changed their clothes, they hurried to Skathika's courtyard. As expected, the other person was sitting on a chair, quietly drinking an unknown beverage, but her posture was extremely elegant. On the other side, Cultivation, who was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, showed a trace of a smile on his face when he saw the two of them. Sure enough, the only thing that can truly heal a man is a woman. Cultivation's almost explicit words made Leone's entire face turn red, and although Lancer was a little embarrassed, what the other person said was the truth, so he couldn't refute anything. And Master. Thank you for saving Leone. As soon as Lancer finished speaking, the other person raised a finger. Before you continue speaking, I must remind you of one thing: this girl named Leone has not been resurrected, she is still an undead. Undead? Leone? How is that possible? Lancer had a deep and thorough discussion with the other person last night. No matter how you looked at her, she didn't seem like an undead. In his impression, most undead were guys with rotting flesh all over their bodies. Even some undead who could maintain a human form would definitely have a cold body, but what about Leone? She was clearly a living, breathing human. It seems you have forgotten what this place is. This is the Land of Shadows, the land of the dead. This girl named Leone has long since passed away. I have only used my power as the Queen of the Land of Shadows to give her a temporary body, that's all. The other person's words left Lancer at a loss for words for a moment, but after his expression changed several times, he looked up without hesitation. It doesn't matter. Whether Leone is a human or an undead. I don't care. After Lancer finished speaking, Skathatch only picked up the cup in her hand and took a light sip, without expressing any opinion. Lancer was at a loss for words for a moment, and it wasn't until Skathatch put down her teacup and walked towards the lawn in the distance that Lancer looked at the other person with a face full of confusion. Come on, let's have a match. Let me see if you've made any progress. Although he didn't know what the other person's words had to do with his previous question, Lancer had no intention of refusing the other person. After nodding, he took out his quinqua and walked towards the other person, while Scathatch casually swiped her hand, and a red long spear appeared in her hand. The long spear was not held straight but was slanted towards Lancer. At the same time, her body was slightly bent, which was undoubtedly the starting stance of the defensive counterattack that Lancer had used before. This kind of move was almost impossible to fail against an opponent weaker than oneself, and there was no doubt that the next battle would be a tough one. But at this moment, Lancer's body had an fighting spirit that far exceeded before. It was obvious that Leon's appearance had filled the gap in his heart. He had never felt himself so full of strength as he did now. "Here I come!" "Ha!" With a low yell, Lancer held his spear with both hands and thrust it towards Scathatch without hesitation. Chapter 153, Chapter 8 Geebalg. For the past month, Lancer had shown a training enthusiasm that even surpassed Cu Culane's, but Scathatch was not satisfied. This was because she felt that Lancer movements lacked soul, the other person was simply swinging a spear. Bravery does not mean recklessness. Before, your spear might have been stronger in terms of pure power, because at that time, the spear in your hand was like a tool for you to vent. But now it's very good. Although the other person was praising him, Lancer was not happy at all, because his continuous 1-minute preemptive attack couldn't even break through the other person's spear defense. Every time the long spear in his hand exceeded a certain range, it would be parried. This feeling of powerlessness was even stronger than before. But unlike before, even so, he still didn't feel irritable. Instead, his eyes became sharper and sharper. This is it. After the spear thrust towards Scathicus' side was parried, Lancer did not retreat as he had in the past. Instead, he took a sudden step forward and the butt of his spear swept upward. There was no doubt that it was dodged again. At the same time, his chest was wide open, and Scathicus' long spear was pointing directly at Lancer's chest. There was no doubt that Lancer had lost at this moment, but there was a trace of excitement on his face, because his goal had been achieved. Bang! Cough cough! Lancer, who was sent flying by a single strike of the long spear, coughed and stood up with his hands on the ground. Scathatch also, for once, showed a helpless expression. "What you did just now was meaningless. If this were a real battle, you would already be dead. It was very meaningful to me, because it was the first time I hit you, Master." Although he was a bit out of breath from having been hit in the lungs, Lancer had a smile on his face. Scathatch, however, shook her head at this. "It seems my efforts were not for nothing. At least you can joke now, but I don't think your goal is just that, is it? Tell me, what is your goal?" "My short-term goal is naturally to hit you, Master, without using clever tricks. As for my ultimate goal, it's to defeat you, of course." When he said this, Lancer could clearly feel that Scathatch seemed to have undergone some change, but he couldn't describe what it was. This was probably because the gap between them was too big, and he could even feel the other person's change. "It seems you are very confident." "Not really, but..." "But what?" "But my former teacher once said the best repayment to him is to surpass him. I think it's the same for you, Master." When he said this, Lancer did not avoid her gaze but stared straight at the other person. There was no doubt that he was trying to increase the credibility of his words. And a rare smile appeared on Scathicus' face. "The best repayment to a teacher is to surpass them? It seems you had a very excellent teacher. Then I will look forward to it. I will look forward to the day you defeat me. When that day comes." Lancer didn't hear the rest of the sentence, but he didn't force it. For him, this was enough. And he was more concerned about Scathicus' attitude regarding Leon's situation. "Then, Master, can you resurrect Leon?" In Lancer's expectant eyes, the other person shook her head. "As the Queen of the Land of Shadows, it is my right to grant warriors bodies that can move within the Land of Shadows, but bringing the dead back to life is clearly not among them. Do you remember the question I asked you before? Why do you swing the spear in your hand? 2. Survive. At this moment, Lancer's voice was a bit low, but he didn't know if it was because of Leon's situation, or because his reason sounded too ordinary. But Scat Hatch didn't seem to care and nodded. If that's the case, then have you ever thought about what you'll do after you achieve your wish? What to do? Ask yourself. What to do next? Looking at Leon in the distance, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the long spear in his hand. Since he can survive, then he will protect the people close to him so they can survive too. Although Lancer didn't know about the so-called power of the heart, his learning progress did become faster and faster after he resolved his emotional knot. Scat Hatch had never taught him any specific moves. According to her, it was, everyone has their own fighting style that is most suitable for them. Even I can't be sure what your future will be like. So I will guide you, but the one who makes the final decision is still you. However, what he didn't expect was that Scat Hatch stopped him after a test, just before the 2-month deadline. The sparring session tomorrow has been cancelled for now. Is something wrong? Although his body was extremely tired, he still forced himself to sit up. This was the most basic respect for his teacher. But Scat Hatch didn't seem to care too much. Instead, she squatted down and handed him an earring. What is this? It's like a pass. Weren't you curious about where Cultivation went all this time? Hearing the other person's question, Lancer nodded in direct admission. After all, he had been curious for a long time. However, every time, Cultivation would change the subject, saying that he had no right to talk about it. Now he could finally know the answer. The land of shadows is the land of the dead. Aren't you curious where the dead are? When he first arrived here, Lancer didn't know what the land of shadows was, but later, because of Leon's situation, he specifically asked Cultivation for related knowledge. Cultivation had complained to him for a long time about it, something like, "You don't even know what this place is, how did you get here?" But complaining aside, he answered all of Lancer's questions meticulously, such as the legend of the land of the dead. In the land of shadows, besides outsiders, there are also natives. And those natives clearly don't like the newly arrived dead. They fight every day and every night, and that's where Cultivation went. Skatika's answer also explained why Cultivation's wounds were different every time he came back. Does that mean I can also? No, you can't. Before Lancer could finish his sentence, Scat Hatch interrupted him. You're still a long way from that battlefield, but there are also scattered monsters on the periphery. Weren't you envious of Cultivation's Gibalg? Go and hunt the monsters there. I will make your Gibalg for you, but you only have one chance. Skatika's words made Lancer's eyes light up. Gibalg. This was one of the few things he had wanted most since he came to this world. Chapter 154, Chapter 9. A wounded beast is more dangerous. As a male wearing an earring, Lancer did feel a bit strange, but after he parted ways with Cultivation, he was no longer in the mood to worry about the thing on his ear. This was because in the distance, a monster completely covered in red bone armor was wandering around. The reason it was called a monster was that Lancer simply couldn't describe what it looked like. With a body length of over 4 meters, it only had 4 not so long legs. Every time its huge tail swung, it would kick up countless clouds of dust. Of course, the most noticeable thing was the terrifying bone spikes on its bone armor, which were even more chilling and made him wonder if the dark red color on its body was stained with human blood. I'll observe it carefully first. Lancer had been a hunter for a few days, so he had some experience dealing with large targets. Although using a long spear instead of a lance seemed a bit insufficient, since the other person had him come to deal with it, there must not be a problem. At the same time, in Skatika's personal castle, Scat Hatch, who was sitting on a chair, was calmly watching the light screen in front of her while holding a cup of tea. Leon, who was standing behind her, was also very nervous. But at this moment, Scat Hatch turned around at some point. Don't be nervous. Since he's my disciple, it's impossible for him to be defeated by this kind of enemy. The problem now is with you. Have you made up your mind? What is your choice? Lancer had already explained to Leon that Scathatch was the queen of the land of shadows, a being similar to a god, or even more powerful than a god, so she was also a bit nervous. But he didn't know if it was because she had died once, but after hesitating for a while, she showed a determined expression. I hope to stay. Even if he very much hopes that you can leave with him. Yes, even so. At this point, Leon's expression became incredibly complex, but then her expression gradually softened. I hope to be able to help Master, and not always hold him back, so I hope you, Lady Scathatch, can allow me to stay. Scathatch also nodded at Leon's declaration. This is the land of the dead, so there is no problem with you staying. I will not refuse a warrior's reasonable request, even if this warrior is still young. After he leaves, I will find a teacher for you. I remember there are a few knights in the Knights of the Red Branch who are good at unarmed combat, and they should also hope for their skills to be passed down. Perhaps because Lancer's arrival had made Scathatch see a new future, she seemed to be in a good mood today, especially when she was watching Lancer, who was fighting with the monster on the screen. The smile on her face grew more and more. There was no doubt that Lancer's graduation report was not bad at this time. Lancer didn't know about the conversation between Scathatch and Leon on the other side. At this time, he was facing the enemy in front of him with a serious expression. Because he didn't understand the ecology of this monster, his previous tactic of trying to observe first came to an end without any success. After he approached a certain range, the other party launched a charge at him without hesitation. Generally speaking, the skull of a creature is the hardest part. Even when attacking the head, one usually aims for the eyes, nostrils, mouth, or other parts. But looking at this monster's gaping maw, his only option seemed to be the eyes, but... hiss! Looking at the ground behind him that had been corroded by the other person's breath, his expression became even uglier, because no matter how you looked at it, this monster would not be weak in melee combat, and now it also had this terrifying long-range attack. Did my senior brother really take down this monster when he was at a similar level of strength to me? Although he was complaining in his heart, his hands and feet were not slow at all. He kept running, not giving the other party a chance to lock on. At the same time, he tried to thrust the quinqua spear in his hand towards the other party's eyes, but... clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the long spear hit the eyelid, and at the same time, the other party bit at him. Clap! Kicking the other person's teeth, he did a backflip and landed in the distance. It seemed that even the seemingly fragile eyes were not an easy target to deal with. In fact, because of the other party's deliberate care, it was even harder to deal with. He had no choice but to try other places. The back, side, and even the tail became Lancer targets, but he still couldn't succeed. In the other party's angry roar, the nearby ground had already been completely plowed over. Where is the key to breaking the stalemate? Not only was the other party going crazy from being harassed by Lancer, but Lancer, as the provocateur, could clearly feel his stamina decreasing. And looking at the other party, who was still full of life, Lancer knew that the longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. But at this moment, the other party once again swung its tail at him. After a sudden break and a roll to dodge, the other party once again let out a breath. And Lancer's eyes lit up. Until now, it seemed he hadn't tried one more place, the mouth. The sharp teeth in the gaping maw were a bit horrifying, and the power of its breath could be seen from the ground. But from the fact that it only roared after breathing and didn't roar randomly otherwise, it could be seen that it was indeed very careful about its mouth. But the question was whether he should go for it or not. If he failed, would he be bitten in half? He couldn't hesitate. Since the master sent me, that means I can do it. If he couldn't believe in himself, then he should believe in the person who believed in him. Lancer, who had been circling the other party, suddenly changed his movements and charged straight at the other party. Although the monster didn't know why Lancer, this annoying bug, was actively rushing to its death, it still slapped at him with a paw without hesitation. Bang! The ground under his feet instantly caved in, but Lancer jumped into the air with both feet. A person can't get any leverage in mid-air, making them an obvious target, but would Lancer seek death? Obviously, he wouldn't. He didn't pounce directly at the other party's mouth. Instead, he smacked a bone spike on the monster's shoulder with his spear, and then used the recoil to jump to the other side. Hiss! At the same time, the terrifying breath swept towards the spot where he had just been. This is it. When he saw the other party stop, he kicked off the bone spike without hesitation and leaped towards the other party's mouth. The huge and horrifying teeth, the corrupt smell of the coming breath, and the stench in the oral cavity all made Lancer frown, but the movements in his hand didn't hesitate at all. The blue long spear thrust fiercely towards the other party's upper jaw. Splat! The foul-smelling blood rushed towards him, but he didn't let go, because this was the first time he had injured the other party. There was no doubt that he had found the right direction. However, he seemed to have underestimated the madness of a beast. At this moment, he was standing in the other party's mouth with his long spear in hand. If it bit down, Lancer's situation was unknown, but its upper jaw would definitely be pierced. But what kind of a beast would it be if it wasn't crazy? Splat! Accompanied by a horrifying sound, the other party's upper jaw was directly pierced. The slightly damaged quinqua protruded from the other party's upper jaw, and Lancer landed on the ground. There was no doubt that he had succeeded. Not only had he injured his opponent, but he had also completely infuriated it. With its eyes turning red, a red aura emanated from its body, and it charged at Lancer without hesitation. Chapter 155, Chapter 10. A path completely different from Cu Lane's. If this were before, Lancer, having lost his weapon, could have basically called it quits. After all, compared to his spear skills, his empty-handed combat ability was only at the level of bullying ordinary people with his body attributes. But now he had another option. He suddenly grabbed the crimson cloak wrapped around his right arm and shook it fiercely. The original cloak transformed into a crimson long spear. Normally, Lancer should have struck a pose or done something cool at this moment, but unfortunately, before he could speak, it was clear that the monster with the quinqua still stuck in its mouth did not want to wait for him. Almost at the same time he landed on the ground, it charged at him. Lancer, who didn't even have time to strike a pose, held the long spear horizontally in front of him with both hands. Rib! Under the impact of the immense force, Lancer's legs plowed 2 furrows in the ground. At the same time, the huge tail behind the other person also swept towards him. Whoosh! Accompanied by the whistling sound of the tail cutting through the air, Lancer suddenly stepped on the monster's mouth with one foot and leaped into the air. Looking down at the monster from mid-air, he was even more able to understand how terrifying it was, but even so, he had to win. Weakness! Weakness! Where is the weakness? No. I must calm down. The more irritable one gets in a fight, the more mistakes one will make. In this situation, whoever makes a mistake is the loser. Using the force of his fall from the air, Lancer fiercely thrust at the bone armor on the other person's back. Rib! Accompanied by a grating sound, the long spear in his hand only left a strange white mark on the bone armor. This strike seemed to have failed, but Lancer's eyes lit up instead, because he had finally found the key. That somewhat strange white mark explained one thing: there were actually cracks in the other person's seemingly strongest bone armor. Otherwise, the white mark should have gradually disappeared from being clear, instead of suddenly deepening and then becoming thinner in a certain section. But the problem was that it was not an easy task to find cracks on these seemingly impenetrable bone armors. Then he would search for all of them. Holding the spear shaft with both hands, Lancer ran frantically on the monster's back as if he had gone mad. The grating sound was incessant, and Lancer himself was full of excitement, because he had guessed correctly. That crack was not an exception. In fact, there were countless cracks distributed all over this guy's body. After running frantically on the monster's body for almost a minute, he finally found the place he wanted to find. The back of the monster was the most densely populated area with these cracks. I'll take this victory. No matter how difficult the previous battle was, when it was time for victory, Lancer's heart was only filled with excitement. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he became. Maybe I'm a battle maniac. While making this strange exclamation, he tightened his grip on the long spear in his hand and thrust it fiercely into a spot where countless white marks converged. Crack! With a sound different from before, Lancer's hands once again exerted force. Subsequently, countless bone fragments flew out, and the long spear in his hand plunged directly into the other person's body. Roar, roar! A roar more frantic than before came from the monster's mouth. Because of the other party's frantic twisting, countless blood splatters were sent flying towards Lancer. But when Lancer wasn't paying attention, the purple earring on his ear suddenly lit up with a halo, and these blood splatters quietly disappeared before they could reach Lancer. But it was clear that Lancer didn't notice this at the moment. He just held the handle of the spear in his hand and roared. Alucard! The cloth spear that had plunged into the monster's body suddenly fell apart, or rather, opened up from the spearhead. And this huge cavity even caused the body of the originally huge monster to swell by another 2/10. But then... bang! Along with a bang, an explosion suddenly came from the lower abdomen of the monster that it had been protecting all this time. Countless internal organs and flesh instantly gushed out from the opening, and the frantic twisting gradually came to a halt. It wasn't until the monster completely stopped that Lancer finally let out a sigh of relief and sat directly on its bone armor. Finally, succeeded. Very good. It seems you have chosen a path completely different from Cu Lane's. Because Scathatch had said that someone would collect those things, big dog, woof woof woof, Lancer returned directly to Scathach's castle after dealing with the monster. Scathatch, who was standing at the entrance with her arms crossed, had her usual calm expression. But he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that there was a smile on her face. Can I ask how my senior brother won? Lancer was genuinely curious. This thing was simply too tough. If he hadn't found the weakness, he wouldn't even have known how to defeat it. So how did Cu Lane, who was at a similar level of strength to him, do it? Him? He fought with that monster for a day and a night, and wore out the other party's stamina, then he staggered over and pierced the other party's heart with a spear. Scathach's answer made the corner of Lancer's mouth twitch uncontrollably. Should I say it's truly Cu Lane? This is really a fighting style that fits his personality. If Lancer liked to enjoy the joy of defeating a powerful enemy, then Cu Lane reveled in the passion of fighting with the enemy. Alright, you should go rest too. The training this afternoon will be even stricter than before. Yes. Master. Looking at the somewhat tired Lancer, Scathatch finally showed a real smile. There was no doubt that Lancer's performance was even better than she had expected. She had originally thought that Lancer would use his strange weapons to win. This was not to say that Scathatch thought it was bad. After all, it was the wisest choice for a weak person to use their resources reasonably when challenging a strong person. Although she advocated for brave warriors, once they failed, being brave was meaningless. This kind of monster was not uncommon in the land of shadows. The cracks on their bodies were caused by their own growth. Every once in a while, their size would increase, and the bone armor would also grow to adapt to this process. However, this growth was not a spontaneous change, but rather a process of self-generating cracks and then filling them. There was no doubt that these cracks would not affect the monster itself. Most people would not even be able to distinguish them, and this was Lancer's first time facing this kind of monster. Yet, he was able to find this deeply hidden weakness. Was it an intuition? Or was it the result of observation? How interesting! A child who hasn't yet determined his own path is always full of surprises. Although she looked like a young woman, there was a sigh of an elder in Skathika's tone. Perhaps this was also part of her charm? Chapter 156, Chapter 11 Lancer, I almost made our teacher cry. Although Scathatch believed that Lancer and Cuculain had different personalities and fighting styles, she taught them the same fundamental things, for example runes. However, compared to Lancer progress in spear techniques, his learning of runes was truly frustrating. The runes were originally created by the chief Norse god, Odin. Skathika's attainment in runes could be said to be in no way inferior to Odin, the creator himself. Taught by her personally, it was logical that anyone with a bit of talent would be able to learn a lot. But the problem was Lancer. If the primordial runes are too difficult, then so be it. But why can he only sense these few ordinary runes? Although Lancer was constantly being beaten up, Scathatch had always been positive about Lancer effort and talent before. But for runes, this was the one thing she really couldn't understand. To put it simply, if Lancer were to copy it, there would be no big problem, it would just be a matter of power level. But the key was that if Lancer were to use it on his own in an actual fight, he would be completely useless, because it was too slow. When Scathatch used runes, she only needed to wave her hand or staff, and she didn't even need to deliberately draw a certain character for the runes to activate. As for Cuculain, he needed the help of a staff to use large runes, but for small things like lighting a fire, he could do it with a flick of his hand. As for Lancer, he would draw on the ground with the staff Scathatch gave him for a long time and in the end, could only freeze a small piece of land. He didn't know if it was because of his right arm, but Lancer was more proficient in runes related to freezing, cold, sealing, and blood, but this was only compared to his other even worse aptitudes. He didn't even know if it was Lancer illusion, but he always felt that Scathatch, the perfect queen of the land of shadows, almost lost her temper several times because of his failure. Every time he saw her subtle expression, he could always imagine his younger high school teacher from before. You are the worst class I have ever taught. In the end, Scathatch, who was almost in despair about Lancer's ability to learn runes, could only temporarily seal the knowledge related to runes in Lancer's mind. If he had the chance to meet Skathika's other students, Lancer felt that he might be able to proudly say, I almost made our teacher cry. Time was passing, and Lancer's strength was also constantly improving. His physical qualities hadn't changed much, but his aura when he swung his long spear was gradually changing. In the past, he would be filled with murderous intent every time he made a move, giving people the feeling of a fiend crawling out of hell. But with this period of training, this murderous intent was no longer released but was instead contained. Although his aura didn't seem as terrifying as before, both the murderous intent itself and he himself had become even more terrifying. And as his strength increased, an inevitable thing happened. There's only one day left. That's right, there was only one day left until he had to leave. These 70 days of life were like a dream for him. Although Leone hadn't resurrected, she had appeared in front of him in another way. In Skathika's training, his strength had risen steadily. In his interactions with Cuculain, the great Celtic hero, he was gradually infected by his heroic spirit. But all good things must come to an end, let alone his departure, which had been decided from the very beginning. However, there was one more thing he had to do before he left. This time I'm not just itching for a fight, junior brother. Cuculain, who had taken off his protective gear, was holding the gi balg in his hand and showed Lancer an excited smile. I will go all out. Senior brother. On the other side, Lancer's expression was just as serious. After all, the weapons in their hands at this time were not the training spears from before, but the gi balg that also came from Scathatch. If they were not careful, they could die on the spot. Of course, Lancer believed that Scathatch would stop them, but this clearly did not meet Skathika's requirements. This was a test for him. Begin. With Skathika's command, Cuchulainn, who was originally standing in the distance, launched a powerful attack on Lancer without hesitation. Just as Scathatch herself said, Lancer and Cuchulainn were on two completely different paths. Attack. Attack. And attack again. Even if you are seriously injured, you must continue to attack. Only death can stop him. This sentence was undoubtedly the most suitable to describe Cuchulainn's fighting frenzy. A wild and unrestrained personality coupled with a strong desire to attack, this was Cuchulainn, the Hound of Culann, and the Son of Light of Ireland. The Gee-Bolg in his hand turned into a red afterimage and enveloped Lancer, while Lancer on the other side calmly parried the other person's attacks with the weapon in his hand. Scathatch had once asked him, "What is your original intention?" Lancer's answer was, "To survive." So his fighting style was more rigorous than Cuchulainn's. He preferred defensive counterattacks over attacking. This was not only to protect himself but also to protect the people he wanted to protect. Unless he was absolutely sure of victory, he would never make a move easily. If Cuchulainn's attacks at this time were like a giant wave, then Lancer was like a giant rock standing in the middle of the waves. Generally speaking, Cuchulainn hated this kind of defensive opponent the most, because fighting with this kind of opponent would lack passion, but looking at the hair that was taken away by the long spear in Lancer's hand as it grazed his forehead, the smile on his face grew more and more. However, Lancer's situation was even worse than Cuchulainn's. His upper body was covered in bloody marks, and the one on his side was the most horrifying. But even so, Lancer's expression didn't change at all. He was constantly trying to find an opportunity, even if it was fleeting. One still, one moving was the best description of the two of them at this moment. But as the battle continued, Lancer's breathing also began to become unstable. If the stalemate continued, Lancer would undoubtedly lose. But it was at this moment that Cuchulainn suddenly stopped and leaped back, leaving Lancer attack range. The other person's choice undoubtedly surprised Lancer. He naturally knew the difference in strength between the two of them, but Cuchulainn had already suppressed his strength to a range similar to his own. If he were to hold back any more, it would be an insult to Lancer. But Cuchulainn didn't explain. Instead, he held his spear with both hands and assumed a strange stance. At this moment, an alarm bell rang in Lancer's heart. He knew what followed this starting stance. Gee-Bolg, soaring spear that strikes with death. Cuchulainn's famous ultimate move. Almost at the same time the other person locked onto him, Lancer's hairs stood on end. But at the same time, he was more excited. The other person using this move could be said to be an acknowledgement of him. "Be careful. You might die from this move of mine." After saying that, he began to accelerate towards Lancer, and Lancer's eyes widened. He knew that the principle of Gee-Bolg, soaring spear that strikes with death, was to reverse cause and effect to directly hit the enemy's heart. But the problem was that at a time like this, besides defending, he couldn't back down. Defense was for a counterattack. If he only defended, he would only gradually fall into the enemy's rhythm. Where is it? Where is it? The trajectory of the spear. Rib. Accompanied by the sound of skin being cut, the crimson Gee-Bolg grazed Lancer's chest, while the long spear in Lancer's hand was pointing directly at Cuchulainn's brow. The sparks that flew up when the long spears in their hands crossed even made the two of them look a bit ferocious. "Stop!" But at this moment, with a soft cry, Lancer and Cuchulainn were like they had been paused, standing straight there. "Both of my students are idiots, it's really a hassle." Although she was complaining about her students, Skathika's face was smiling, because she was very satisfied with their performance. Although Cuchulainn's Gee-Bolg, soaring spear that strikes with death, had not been perfected, the prototype, a rough shape or embryonic form, of it was already visible. And although Lancer didn't even have a rough shape, he had actually found Siyu Kulane's attack route with just his intuition and decisive judgment. The long spear that had appeared in her hand at some point lightly flicked at the spot where the two's weapons crossed. Bang! X2. Lancer and Siyu Kulane immediately rolled into a heap. Hiss! Teacher! That hurts! Master! But Scathatch didn't pay attention to their complaints and instead tapped their heads with the long spear in her hand. Are you two idiots? Siyu Kulane, you should be clearer about the principle of the Agi Balg, soaring spear that strikes with death than I am, right? Is that a move that can be used casually? Let alone the fact that you haven't even fully mastered it. And you? Lancer, I should have reminded you before the match started that this was an assessment, and the requirement wasn't to defeat Siyu Kulane, but to show me the results of your learning during this period. Well, I just trusted that you, teacher, would definitely stop me. Me too, after all, the master is so strong. He hadn't felt it before, but this time, Scathatch seemed to be genuinely angry. Siyu Kulane knew that punishment was unavoidable, but there were also different degrees of punishment, so he quickly chose to flatter her, and Lancer did the same. Looking at the identical performance of her two disciples, Scathatch suddenly began to regret letting Siyu Kulane train Lancer. Teacher, how was my assessment score this time? It has to be said that Lancer was a bit smarter than Siyu Kulane. He knew that simple flattery was useless, so he simply changed the subject. The result was a rare glare from Scathatch, but she didn't forget the main business. Although you didn't completely avoid Siyu Kulane's move, it was already very impressive for the current you. As my disciple, you are at least qualified. The other person's words completely made Lancer breathe a sigh of relief, and he immediately fell onto the lawn, much to Leon's surprise. Chapter 157, Chapter 12 Rewards and Tattoos. Because he knew about Lancer's departure, Siyu Kulane pulled him along to drink. According to him, after Lancer was gone, there probably wouldn't be anyone to drink with him for a long time. Lancer naturally wouldn't refuse. But when both of them were drunk, Lancer took the initiative to leave, because there was one more thing he had to do. Master! There was no such thing as day and night in the land of shadows, so people who stayed for a long time wouldn't even notice the change in time. But Lancer knew that there was less than an hour left until his departure. The woman Lancer called Master was, as always, sitting elegantly in a chair, looking at the garden she had built. Is something wrong? I want to have a match with you, Master. When Lancer said his request, the garden became completely silent. If it's just a match, don't we have one every day? Although I've been sparring with Master, I want to know your true strength as the Queen of the Land of Shadows. Only by knowing it can I surpass it. Aren't you afraid of losing motivation because of that? I am. But I believe in myself. If this defeats me, then what right do I have to be your disciple? Before, Lancer had been conflicted about what he should do in this continuous transmigration. He had recently figured it out. He just had to live. As for the rest, as long as he didn't regret it, it would be fine. But for spear techniques, which he had only seen as a life-saving straw in the beginning, he became more and more obsessed with it as he delved into it. Especially after this systematic guidance from Scathatch, many things that he had only half understood before were gradually understood. At this moment, he seemed to be looking forward to the transmigration, because he could constantly travel to other worlds and constantly challenge himself. Looking at Lancer's determined expression, Scathatch showed a smile. That undisguised smile made Lancer stare blankly. Although Scathatch was a first-class beauty in terms of both looks and figure, the elder's aura and her identity as a teacher made him not have any wild thoughts. But at this moment, looking at her smile, he actually had a feeling of being moved. No. Calm down. The master is the teacher who taught me how to use a spear. Although Lancer's expression was still incredibly determined, it was clear from his slightly trembling lips that he had been swayed. But Scathatch herself didn't seem to care about this. Instead, she waved her hand and summoned her Gi-Balg. I was wondering if you would come to me, but I didn't expect you to drag it out until the very end. All right, if that's the case, then get ready. Although he knew that holding a weapon wouldn't make any difference, he still held the Gi-Balg that Scathatch had given him and stared straight at the other person. He was going to engrave this strike into his mind. This would be his goal for a long time to come. When Cuculain arrived at Scathicus' garden, drunk, he saw Lancer with his upper body naked, and Scathatch was squatting in front of him. Immediately, his not-so-much drunkenness was thrown out of the land of shadows. He stared at the two of them with wide eyes. I was here first. Ahem. In reality, Cuculain was simply surprised as to why Lancer had passed out. Could it be that this guy, who didn't even dare to flirt with girls before his encouragement, suddenly became bold and made a move on the master? If that were true, he might have burned 2 extra stacks of joss paper for Lancer to show his respect, but it was clearly impossible. Teacher, what is going on? Nothing, this is his reward for not falling down from my strike. Although he didn't fall down, he did pass out. At the same time, as Scathatch spoke, she was using her staff to carve a strange pattern onto Lancer's shoulder. Scathicus' words made Cuculain show a look of sudden realization. After all, he also had something similar, which was the blue tattoo on his shoulder. But what he found strange was what Lancer was. He didn't seem to recognize it. What kind of flower is that? The cluster amaryllis, the only flower that blooms in the underworld. It was clear that Cuculain, who had never been to the underworld, didn't know what Scathatch was talking about. But for him, he thought the flower looked quite nice. As the flower was tattooed on his shoulder, Scathatch also took out her staff. The dead cannot leave the land of shadows, this is the rule of the land of shadows, and it is also my duty. But judging by your appearance, you don't seem to plan on leaving. As Scathatch spoke, as if to herself, a blue figure appeared in front of her. At this moment, Esteth no longer showed the madness she had when she was possessed by the demon's extract. It will belong to my disciple from now on, so as a price, let me grant you a body that can move freely in this land of shadows. With Scathicus' strength, she could easily destroy the fragment of Esteth's soul, but it was clear that she didn't do so, because she disdained doing so. Of course, if someone were to actively seek death, she wouldn't be merciful. But it was clear that Esteth was not that kind of person, or rather, when facing a powerful being, a being she couldn't even look up to, she wisely chose to listen to the other person's arrangements. With a gentle wave of her hand, Esteth's soul fragment disappeared, and she placed her hand on Lancer's broken arm. There was no doubt that with Scathicus' ability, she could make Lancer's arm grow back, but Lancer himself had never mentioned it, so she wouldn't meddle. However, helping him deal with the residual problems was fine. The situation with Lancer's right arm was very special. His previous arm had been completely destroyed by Esteth, or rather, by Esteth possessed by the demon. But then, Lancer Taigu absorbed all the demon's blood that Lancer had killed, which meant that Lancer himself had part of the demon's extract's ability, and it was the kind that had been filtered by Lancer original Taigu. And the right arm, as the first part to absorb it, was naturally the strongest part of the ability. At this time, Scathatch carved the rune character I, which represents ice, into his right arm. Because it is impossible to type out the rune character, it can only be represented by a placeholder. In the picture, the third one from the left in the second row is the rune character for ice. As my disciple, you must continue to work hard. I await the day you defeat me. With Scathicus' blessing, the rune character on Lancer's right shoulder and the cluster amaryllis tattoos on his left scapula and left shoulder also began to glow with a halo. On the other side, Cuculain was full of curiosity. After all, with his strength, it wasn't a problem to simply use rune characters, but to engrave them on a person's body and make them constantly effective was something he couldn't do. And under the gazes of the two, Lancer body gradually faded until it completely disappeared in the end. Chapter 158, Chapter 1, Murderer, Surrender Now. When Lancer woke up, it was that familiar frozen world. Is this the only place that will always be with me? Although he was sighing, he was actually much calmer this time than before, having transmigrated a few times already. Is it modern society again? I just don't know where. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar modern streets, Lancer couldn't help but sigh twice, but then he felt that something was wrong with his body, especially the position of his right arm. When in doubt, ask the system. Although he didn't know why the system's presence was getting lower and lower, and it was almost completely unresponsive in the last world, its response to Lancer's own situation was very accurate, such as his various physical attributes and various debuffs. Skahas Gift Higanbana. Type, Geis. Effect, gain one-time immunity to death when hit by a fatal attack. Price, Skahas Trial of the Dead. Description, the gift of the Queen of the Land of Shadows to her favorite disciple. Essence of the Devil, Ice. Type, Geis. Effect, strengthen the manipulation of ice. Price, cannot flee from a challenge by a person with devil blood. Description, the result of the Queen of the Land of Shadows using runes to modify the Imperial tool Essence of the Devil. Okay, Lancer finally knew what was wrong with him, it turned out to be Geis. If some people feel unfamiliar with Geis, then mentioning two famous Lancers should not be unfamiliar: Cu Culane and Dire Muid. The cause of death for Dire Muid and Cu Culane was precisely Geis. Cu Culane's were not to eat dog meat, not to go near a bonfire, not to refuse food given by someone of lower status than oneself, and not to refuse a bard's request. In the final battle, Cu Culane was invited by Maeve, who was disguised as an old woman, to eat dog meat, which put him in a dilemma. In the end, he lost his protective power, and then a bard asked him to hand over his Gi-Balg. The opponent threw it 3 times in a row, the first 2 times killing Cu Culane's beloved horse and a charioteer, and the last time hitting Cu Culane's vital point. Dire Muid was even more tragic. He was cursed with a Geis at birth that he would one day die at the hands of a wild boar, and was finally killed by the king he served using this Geis. Although Geis is a restraint, it is also a reinforcement for the holder. As long as the price or restraint is not exposed, the reinforcement effect is greater than the negative effect, such as the 2 Geis that Lancer currently holds. But what made him even more curious was which world he had arrived in this time. Countdown ends, mission begins, main mission announced, survive in the plot world for 360 days. It was still that familiar voice, and even the main mission had no changes, so Lancer was not surprised at all. He just used the last bit of time to summon the equipment box and change into a suit, which was the clothes he wore when he was an investigator. When he had finished changing, the world gradually unfroze, and Lancer pretended to be casually strolling on the street. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar street full of pedestrians, his expression was a little subtle. The first time he transmigrated, he had no experience. When he saw a bunch of strangers, he felt nervous and ran into a small alley with few people. Now that he thinks about it carefully, if he had been calmer at the time, even if he had pretended to be a foreign tourist and walked on the street instead of foolishly running into a small alley with few people, he probably wouldn't have been attacked by a ghoul, right? But now he looked very calm, even if a bomb. Bang! Lancer's wild thoughts had not yet ended when there was an explosion in the distance, and he was immediately dumbfounded. Could it be that the first kill this time is this? After complaining, he didn't rush forward immediately but instead hid behind a car parked on the side of the road, using it as cover, because he needed to first confirm what kind of world this was. Just after he had hidden, a piercing shriek came again, and then Lancer saw something that looked like a monster appear in the distance. I didn't run into a Tokusatsu world, did I? Lancer himself didn't know much about Tokusatsu. The reason he knew this term was only because he accidentally searched for Ultraman, a childhood memory, when he grew up and found out about this specific term. Bang bang bang! And at this moment, the ground shook. Could it really be Ultraman? Although he had only watched a few episodes when he was a child and had long forgotten everything after growing up, he was still inevitably a little excited to suddenly see a childhood memory. But when he turned around excitedly, he saw a blonde woman wearing an eye-exposing hood and a tight-fitting suit running from the distance, and he was completely dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I here for? Even when the blonde woman and the suspected monster started fighting, Lancer felt incredibly out of place, but it was at this moment, when the ordinary people who had been scattered began to gather again, that Lancer had to confirm something. Maybe this was normal in this world. But at this moment, an accident happened again. When the monster was hugged by the blonde woman, the surface of its body suddenly let out a series of dense explosions, and the blonde woman also let out a cry of grief. No matter how he looked at it, the woman should be on the side of justice. After all, he could still judge some things based on the appearances of the two sides and the reactions of the passers-by, so he also decided to take action, but before taking action, he needed to do some disguise. First, he put on the mask of resolve, then summoned an ice-long spear, and the suit on his body could be changed at any time. Okay, the equipment was fine. Lancer, who rushed out of the corner, charged at the monster without hesitation. First, a throw directly hit the monster that was about to hug the woman back, and the right hand hit by the ice spear was instantly frozen. The opponent also had to let go of its hands and release the blonde woman in its arms. And after seeing that the attack worked, Lancer immediately summoned another ice cavalry spear and launched a charge. Compared to the huge size of over 10 meters, Lancer, who was less than 2 meters tall, looked incredibly tiny, but Lancer himself didn't think so. After all, he had dealt with a lot of large creatures. After nimbly dodging the opponent's swinging arm, he directly rushed into the opponent's arms. Huge size, but the attacks are completely disorganized. This kind of opponent is simply too weak. For a while, his opponents were at least monsters from mythology, or even the legendary Son of Light and the Queen of the Land of Shadows, so the monster's flawed attacks seemed like a living target to him. All the strength in his body gathered in his hands, and with a simple stab, the monster was instantly knocked down. A cheer erupted from the crowd, and Lancer, hearing the cheers, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had done the right thing. Then he showed no mercy with his hands, raising the ice cavalry spear high above his head. As for the target, it was naturally the opponent's head. After all, Lancer had no way of confirming where the opponent's heart was, so attacking the head was the safest option at this time. Pucci! As the cavalry spear pierced the monster's head, the hands that had been wildly swinging finally stopped, and Lancer also let out a sharp breath. There was no doubt that his battle process this time could be said to be almost perfect. First, he used a javelin to make the opponent release the hostage, then knocked the opponent down with one blow, and finally made a killing blow. It only took 3 moves from his appearance to defeating the opponent, and the time was not even 20 seconds. This was also because the opponent's huge size delayed the time. But what happened next was completely beyond Lancer expectations. First, there was a shriek like a supersonic wave, and then Lancer saw the blonde woman he had just rescued constantly screaming and retreating. Then, the ordinary people who had been cheering for him collectively froze, and then actually let out a series of screams and fled in all directions. Lancer, standing on the corpse of the monster, was full of disbelief. He had no idea what had happened. Didn't he defeat the monster? Why did the crowd seem to be seeing a monster? And this seemed to be just the beginning. With the blonde woman's shriek, countless people in bizarre costumes rushed over from the distance. Most of them looked at Lancer and the corpse under Lancer with anger on their faces. When the number of people in bizarre costumes reached a certain number, one of them, who looked like the leader, also stepped forward. Murderer, surrender now. Hey? Lancer, who was already confused, became even more confused. Hero Association. Association? A quirk criminal has just been killed on the main road. I need information. Estimated height is around 180, and the quirk should be related to ice. Request to confirm the information. When this message was sent out, the entire Hero Association was shocked. Although not all criminals could be captured alive, it was generally rare for a hero to kill an enemy in a public place. After all, even if they couldn't solve the opponent, they only needed to stall for time, and the solver would appear. But this time, this person with an unknown identity directly killed the criminal, which immediately made everyone feel shocked. How long had it been since a similar accident occurred? But what was even more unexpected was that there was no information in the domestic database that matched the person's figure and quirk. Be careful. The other party has not undergone quirk registration. It is highly likely that they are also a criminal. The face of the pro-hero who was reporting immediately became extremely serious after receiving a reply from the back. Murderer, surrender now. The leading pro-hero found that after he shouted, the murderer seemed to be in a bit of a strange situation. Could it be that the other party really intended to surrender? He wouldn't fall for such a simple trick. Someone who dared to kill someone on the street, even if it was a quirk criminal. The person who took action was definitely not a good person. Everyone be careful. He immediately shouted, and the others also became wary. According to the headquarters, the top-ranked pro-heroes were already rushing to their location. As long as they stalled until the main force arrived, everything would be fine. Chapter 159, Chapter 2, Speculation. Surrender? Murderer? Looking at the monster under his feet, Lancer was truly dumbfounded. What did he do wrong? Or what world was he in? But now he seemed to need to run away first. He was not a fool. When he found that the people in bizarre costumes had him subtly surrounded, they didn't attack directly but instead spread out, and he guessed that the opponents were probably waiting for reinforcements. After all, he couldn't think of any other explanation besides that. Wielding his ice spear, he leaped up from the corpse of the monster, and threw the long spear at the ground in front of everyone. Be careful. Spread out. Lancer Throw had already demonstrated his strength to everyone when he knocked down the transformative quirk criminal. The people who arrived now were just ordinary pro-heroes who were close to the scene. They had no problem dealing with some simple emergencies, but they were powerless against a person like Lancer who was extremely vicious. Therefore, the leader directly ordered them to dodge. But this order seemed to be meaningless. Pa! After the ice spear hit the ground, it spread out, and the ice fog directly obscured everyone's vision. It was not until a hero who reacted blew away the ice fog that they found that the masked Lancer had long since disappeared. The news of the death of this quirk criminal quickly caused a heated discussion on the internet. However, most of these people were just simply curious about who the murderer was. There was no doubt about the other party's strength. Although the hero rankings were based on popularity and recognition and did not represent strength, MT Lady was qualified to squeeze into the rankings, and as a rookie, her strength was still recognized. It was a little unbelievable that an enemy who had temporarily suppressed such a rookie was defeated by another person in 3 moves. There were almost nothing but insults about the fact that the other party killed someone on the internet, but people did acknowledge his strength. But it was precisely because of the acknowledgement of his strength that it caused a greater uproar. First, the official or the Hero Association issued a public statement that the person was not a pro-hero registered with the Hero Association. Second, almost all pro-heroes who were strong and could use ice had an alibi, which was enough to prove that the attacker was a civilian. Click. As the TV was turned off, a mouse in a small suit, but it had a more widely known identity, the principal of Hero Academy, Nizu. Everyone, what do you think about this matter? At this time, the expressions of the other teachers sitting or standing in the principal's office were not very good. As teachers of the Hero Academy, in addition to teaching students how to develop their strength, the most important thing was to teach them the rules of pro-heroes. Therefore, they didn't have much affection for this person who broke the rules. Principal, the only information we have about that person now is a small piece of footage taken by someone on a mobile phone at the scene, and we can't see it clearly at all. You ask us what we think, besides thinking that he did something wrong, we have no other thoughts. After all, the information is incomplete. The first person to speak was Brand King, the homeroom teacher of Class B. His ability was to manipulate blood, which seemed terrifying, but he was actually a very serious and rule-abiding person. Do you all think so too? Everyone looked at each other and then nodded. After all, there was too little information. They only knew that this person suddenly appeared and killed a quirk criminal and knew nothing else. The principal was not surprised by this. He then turned his gaze to a blond man in a suit that was almost bursting at the seams. All Might, what about you? Hearing the principal's question, his wrinkled brow still didn't relax, but he still expressed his opinion. I feel very strange. Saying that he is a criminal is obviously wrong. With his strength, he was fully capable of causing more destruction before the support team arrived, but he didn't do so. The last blow was a feint, just to create an ice fog to escape. Could it be that he was afraid of the arrival of the support team? I remember that among the supporters this time was the number 2 ranked Endeavor. This. I can't be sure either. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Go on, All Might, we're just discussing now. Yes, Principal. Then I'll continue. Regardless of whether the other party retreated because of the support team, it's certain that even if he retreated, he could have caused more destruction, but he obviously didn't do so. In addition, according to the interview reports, that person seemed to have taken action when MT Lady was controlled by the quirk criminal. Although it sounds a little strange, I feel like he was trying to save someone. Speaking of which, All Might stopped talking, because the meaning that followed was already very obvious. Since he was trying to save someone, why would he kill someone? Although pro-heroes have become an indispensable part of ordinary people's lives in this society, they still don't belong to the government department. They can arrest criminals, but the final judgment and execution power are in the hands of the government department. This was the basic common sense of every pro-hero. No, it should be said that it was the basic common sense of every person living in today's society. According to your statement, All Might, how do I feel like this attacker came out of ancient times, or even another world? Perhaps it was because the atmosphere at the scene was a little tense, but present Mike couldn't help but crack a joke to lighten the mood. Mike, what are you kidding about? Haha, I'm just saying whatever comes to mind. Didn't the principal say we could discuss freely? As a pro-hero whose quirk was related to sound, his work at the school, in addition to teaching, was all things related to broadcasting. Before becoming a teacher, he was also a very famous host and musician. Creating a lively atmosphere was almost an instinct for him. And there was no doubt that this joke-like remark did indeed make the atmosphere begin to lively up, but there was one person who was chewing on what present Mike had said. Ancient times. Another world? This is unlikely, but the way the other party acted is indeed a bit like it. Like people from that period. That period that All Might was referring to was when quirks first appeared in the world. Unlike now, where being quirkless is almost a rare species, quirks were truly rare in that period. At that time, there were no perfect rules and regulations to standardize quirks. The pro-heroes of that period were not yet called pro-heroes. When they fought criminals, because of the shortage of personnel, they were almost merciless in their actions. Of course, as the number of quirks later became more and more, and with the deliberate guidance of the government, this situation also gradually disappeared, and was even a dark history that most people didn't know about. The reason All Might knew about this was because of his fated rival and the destiny he carried. Maybe, I should go and check the information in that area. Chapter 160, Chapter 3, If it's you, then it's no problem. Although Lancer didn't know that he was being discussed by a group of heroes, he probably knew that his situation was not good. In a small hotel, he was watching the news on TV in his masked appearance, and he had nothing to say except to complain, "I'm still pretty handsome, hey." After all, he finally figured out where he was. My Hero Academia. This world has a large number of pro-heroes, and those people in bizarre costumes he saw earlier were them. However, the most magical thing in this world is an ability called quirk. Of course, Lancer preferred to call it a superpower. Most people in this world are born with various strange and wonderful abilities. Because most abilities are only similar but not exactly the same, they were directly named quirks. There is no doubt that in a world with superpowers, there are naturally also some people who use their superpowers to commit crimes, such as abilities like invisibility and X-ray vision, and the profession of pro-hero was born in response. However, perhaps because of the strength and reputation of the pro-heroes, the governments of various countries deliberately treated pro-heroes as civilians. In other words, no matter what a hero does, it is considered a personal action, and if something goes wrong, they may even be investigated. This is really a speechless situation. When that guy went crazy, many innocent citizens were injured, and in the follow-up reports, there were even deaths. Even if this guy goes through the process, it's either the death penalty or life imprisonment, but, sigh. At the end of his complaint, Lancer sighed helplessly. After all, no matter how much he complained, it was meaningless, because according to the rules of this world, what he did was definitely illegal. This was an unchangeable fact, even if he didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. He didn't regret what he did, because he couldn't restrain the opponent at all. Who knew if the opponent would cause greater casualties? Lancer, who had been to several worlds, also came to understand the importance of self-restraint more and more. As for other things, he had instead become indifferent. Bang bang! Room service! And at this moment, a clear female voice suddenly came from outside the door, and Lancer, who was originally sitting on the bed watching TV, changed his expression. Although he had never been investigated before, Lancer was sure that this small hotel he found, which didn't require identity registration, would never have this voice from this cute girl. After all, this place was too remote, and the price was not too expensive. If she wanted to work, she could go to a better place. Without any hesitation, he opened the window and jumped out. When he saw someone in the air saying something with a panicked expression, he knew that the person should be the one responsible for monitoring the perimeter. "'Tisk so troublesome." Although he had changed into a different set of clothes, and even the earrings that Skaha gave him were temporarily removed and put away, he didn't expect to be found. Midnight, standing outside the door, first listened against the door after calling out, and only when she was sure that there was no other sound inside the door except for the TV did she breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party should have fallen for it. "When we break in later, immediately restrain the person. Although that person's identity is unknown, their strength is very strong, so be careful." Yes. Because the target's crime this time was murder, and their strength was very strong, the police not only deployed a lot of police force but also requested help from the Hero Association, and among the people who came to support was the R18 hero, Midnight. Midnight's ability was very special hypnotic scent. Generally speaking, she was at her best during riots by ordinary people or large-scale accidents. She was also one of the most suitable pro-heroes for arresting criminals. Aside from her general combat power, her quirk could be said to be perfect. After all, the most important rule in the work regulations for pro-heroes was to capture alive. But just as they were about to kick down the door, a police officer behind Midnight's back changed his expression dramatically. "Not good. The target has escaped." Bang! Midnight, who had been full of confidence, kicked the door open directly, but found the room empty. Her expression immediately became extremely ugly. Did he discover my quirk? But then she also sighed. After all, she was not good at head-on combat, and was more focused on arrests, appeasing civilians, and support. Fortunately, this time they had another insurance. At the same time, Lancer on the other side had an ominous premonition after escaping from the hotel. Although he never had the skill instinct in his panel, there was no doubt that this strange intuition had helped him several times. Snap! When he stopped running and landed in an alley, a series of footsteps also gradually came, and then he saw a blond man in a tight-fitting suit appear behind him. Lancer was stunned for a moment, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect the person who came to catch me would be you. You really think highly of me. Facing Lancer's wry smile, the man on the other side had no smile on his face. About that incident earlier, I have some details I want to ask you about. Lancer's actions earlier did make him very confused. When Lancer suddenly stopped, he knew that the other party had already discovered his presence and was even waiting for him, so he didn't just attack but instead tried to communicate with the other party after Lancer spoke first. If it's you, then it's no problem. Indeed, as Lancer said, if it was All Might, then it was no problem. All Might, to put it simply, was a man with a comic book style from an American comic appearing in a Japanese anime. Of course, this was just a joke about his appearance, and what the other party did was indeed admirable. He was called the symbol of peace. Because of his existence, the quirk crime rate in the entire Neon was almost the lowest. Of course, he didn't trust the other party just because of this. It was more because the other party was simply too foolish. The too foolish here is not a derogatory term, and can be understood as Lancer, the author's, heartache for him. He carried the banner of peace alone, and his face always had that smile that gave people confidence, and the phrase "do not worry, because I am here," seemed to have magic, giving confidence and courage to those in distress. But no one knew that he was seriously injured, and every time he used his quirk, it was an injury to his own body, but he still used it for more people without hesitation. If you can't trust a man like this, then who can you trust? Chapter 161, Chapter 4, We'll have to fight to decide this matter. Lancer's words made All Might stunned for a moment, but then he breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was strange for him to say it himself, as the symbol of peace, except for those extremely vicious quirk criminals, most people had a certain degree of goodwill towards him. There were even people who surrendered directly and hugged him and cried while repenting when he arrived at the scene. In his opinion, although Lancer's problem was relatively serious, because the situation was quite special and he didn't attack other people, if it was handled properly, Lancer's problem was not unsolvable. After all, he still looked very young. Why did you attack that quirk criminal earlier? This question was very crucial, because at this time the Hero Association had two guesses about Lancer's identity. The first was naturally a simple attack, and the other was to silence him. Although it had the suspicion of a conspiracy theory, this possibility could not be completely ruled out. I was nearby at the time and didn't originally plan to take action, but who knew that MT Lady was so incompetent that she was almost pushed back. So you took action to protect yourself. Something like that. After all, it's quite helpless to be inexplicably attacked while walking on the street. Speaking of this, Lancer was really quite helpless. If MT Lady had been a little more capable, it wouldn't have been his turn to take action, and naturally he wouldn't have caused so much trouble. All Might didn't give any comment after hearing Lancer's answer. After all, this was just Lancer's side of the story. What he needed now was to communicate with the other party and try to persuade them. If it was just self-protection, why did you have to kill that quirk criminal in the end? This was the most crucial question this time, and it was no surprise that when he asked, Lancer fell silent. As for why Lancer was silent, it was simple, because he didn't know how to answer the other party. He couldn't say that he didn't know that it was a person who had been transformed by a quirk, and he simply regarded the other party as a monster, right? Leaving aside whether this explanation would be accepted, if it was, that would be the real trouble. He who kills shall be killed. It's that simple. When he took action, he should have been prepared. After holding it in for a long time, Lancer only managed to say this sentence, but it was obvious that All Might would not accept this explanation. Since you are unwilling to say, then come with me to the police station. Don't worry, I will guarantee your personal safety. This time's matter. Perhaps he felt that Lancer had not resisted from the beginning, so All Might didn't just attack, but instead tried to talk to him. However, what he didn't expect was that just as he began to speak, an ice-long spear suddenly appeared in Lancer's right hand. All Might immediately became nervous. After all, Lancer looked like he was about to resist, but what surprised him was that Lancer actually started to ask a question. Can I ask, how long would I usually be imprisoned for? Generally, at least 5 years, but if someone vouches for you, the sentence can be appropriately reduced. While seemingly talking casually, he stared closely at Lancer, but what he found strange was that Lancer seemed to have no other movements besides holding the ice spear and scribbling on the ground. Then, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but it seemed as if a strange light flashed on the ground. But before he could figure out what had happened, he saw Lancer raise his long spear and strike a strange pose. The reason it felt strange was because very few people fought with cold weapons in modern times. Generally, people learned to use weapons to cooperate with their quirk, and a long spear was, obviously not within the consideration of ordinary people, which made All Might, who had specifically learned fighting techniques, feel that Lancer's posture was very strange. Let's have a fight. If you can catch me, then I'll listen to everything you say. Lancer, who was ready, chose to challenge without hesitation. The matter had already happened, and it seemed that it could not be resolved at all. He didn't know how long he would have to spend in prison if he was really caught, but he was sure that it would be more than 1 year, so he might as well use this opportunity to test the waters. Lancer fighting style was not about attacking but about killing. Finding that fleeting moment was Lancer fighting style. So after taking a stance, he didn't attack rashly but instead waited for All Might to make the first move. The other party also didn't expect Lancer not to attack, and after a moment of hesitation, he also charged at Lancer. Bang! With just a sprint, the ground where the other party had just stood cracked directly. At the same time, Lancer only saw an afterimage, and then he reflexively propped his long spear on his right side. Bang! Accompanied by ice flowers filling the sky, Lancer's eyes narrowed slightly. Although the ice-long spear was just a simple consumable, turning it into powder was not something that an ordinary person could do. At least, Culane couldn't do it with just strength. Surrender now. I personally don't think you are a bad person. As long as you explain clearly, I am willing to vouch for you. At this time, All Might had already withdrawn his right fist, and there was still water vapor from the sublimation of ice particles on his glove. We'll have to fight to decide this matter. Grabbing the cloak tied to his right hand with his left hand, he gave it a sudden pull, and the originally soft cloth instantly turned into a blood-red long spear. This magic-like movement made All Might feel a little strange, but what surprised him even more was that Lancer's right arm was actually reflecting light under the sun. Your arm? What's wrong? Do you not have the heart to fight when you see this? Or are you looking down on me? After performing a spear flourish, Lancer took a stance again. He had previously underestimated the other party's strength. After all, in his impression, the other party could at most create a crack on the ground or destroy a part of a city. Although it was stronger than Lancer's destructive power, it was not something he couldn't do if he was given time, but now. I really can't beat him now. This reality was right in front of Lancer, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, but instead became incredibly excited. As long as he defeated the other party, it meant that he could take a step further. All Might, who was still about to say something, closed his mouth when he saw Lancer eyes, because he knew that anything more he said would be meaningless. Those pure eyes, full of fighting spirit, had explained everything. The two took their respective stances, and no one interfered, but the two of them, as if they had a tacit understanding, took action almost at the same time. Bang! Sizzle! As Lancer jacket instantly burst open, a bloody scratch also appeared on All Might's cheek. What terrifying speed! But didn't you still hit me? Lancer was not happy at all in the face of All Might's praise. After all, his target just now was the other party's shoulder, and it was still dodged by him in the end. What a pity! Chapter 162, Chapter 5, All Might's Doubts. Lancer never abandoned his compassion, but he was also never naive enough to show mercy to his enemies. All Might, however, was quite special. The other party's goal was undoubtedly to capture him. Once he was captured, if he was lucky, he would stay in prison until the time was up. If he was unlucky, who knows what he would encounter. Lancer never had any expectations for his luck. After all, he would rather rely on himself than on the ethereal luck. But when the other party said, "I am willing to vouch for you," Lancer could be sure that the other party said those words with sincerity. What a contradictory opponent! So, with the other party having no killing intent, Lancer naturally wouldn't try to kill him. His attacks were basically all aimed at the other party's limbs, the purpose of which was nothing more than to deprive the other party of their mobility and then escape. But without a doubt, he failed in the end. All Might may not be proficient in technique. He walks a path of overpowering skill with strength. However, after fighting on the pro-hero path for so many years and defeating countless enemies with strange and wonderful abilities, his own understanding of combat has, from a certain perspective, returned to its original simplicity. So, after sensing Lancer attack route, he decisively moved his shoulder away, and it was his cheek that was grazed instead. As for Lancer on the other side, although he looked a little miserable, with the clothes he just bought on the street completely ruined, this was entirely because he was hit by the aftermath of the other party's blow. However, Lancer also came to truly understand All Might's terror. If that punch had hit him, Lancer would probably have been completely suppressed. After all, his strength was weaker than his opponent's. He mainly relied on agility, but once his lungs were injured, the result was self-evident. Lancer was looking for a chance, while All Might was observing the tattoos and scars on Lancer's body. There were many cuts and puncture wounds on his body, which was enough to prove that the other party fought frequently, but what attracted him more was the lifelike Higanbana tattoo. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the conspicuous Higanbana seemed to be glowing, and when he looked directly at it, he even felt that his vision was about to be taken away by it. But in that instant of his distraction, a sense of crisis appeared in his mind. Without any hesitation, he threw both fists forward with all his might. Damn it! Feeling the long spear that could no longer stab forward, Lancer's face immediately became extremely ugly. He had originally seized the moment of the other party's distraction and launched a sudden attack, but he didn't expect the other party's reaction to be so fast. It could even be said that it was completely the other party's natural reaction. This was muscle memory. And the long spear that was originally enough to pierce through a general dangerous species was stuck hard in the other party's hand. I got you. All Might on the other side didn't seem to notice the blood on his fist at all. Instead, he grabbed the spear with his other hand. Indeed, distraction was his mistake, but adaptability was also a necessary quality for a pro-hero. But just as he was about to pull Lancer over using the long spear, he realized that the spear in his hand seemed a little strange. A strange burning sensation began to spread from his hands to his entire body, as if the blood in his body was being burned. Something's wrong. Although he didn't know what was going on, the source of all the abnormalities was the long spear in his hand. There was no doubt about this. He decisively let go of his right hand, and the strange burning sensation, as expected, began to gradually subside. Lancer, who pulled away, shook his palm, which was a little hot from the friction. He had to admit that he probably couldn't beat the other party in a head-on attack for now, but it was just can't beat him. When he saw the other party frown, Lancer knew that the time had come. This time was not his time, but the other party's time. Although I don't want to admit it, I still can't beat you without a handy weapon. Let's have a match again next time if we have a chance. Lancer was almost certain that if he didn't leave now, All Might would probably go all out to hide the fact that he was injured. At that time, it would probably be impossible for him not to hold back if he wanted to avoid being caught by the other party. At that time, even if both of them could survive, they would probably both be seriously injured. Although there were problems between the two of them, it was not yet at the point of a life-and-death struggle, so he chose to retreat without hesitation, but All Might didn't know that Lancer had thought so much. Do you think you can escape? I think you also know that once I set my sights on you, it's impossible for you to escape at my speed. Is that really so? He tied the cloak around his neck like a scarf, and an ice spear appeared in the palm of his right hand. Don't try the same trick again. He punched the ice spear, and without a doubt, the ice spear instantly turned into countless ice particles. The surroundings were immediately covered by ice fog, but All Might's attack was not over. The violent wind pressure exploded at the point of his attack, and the original ice fog was completely blown away before it could spread. And All Might instantly locked onto Lancer in the distance. Don't even think about running. Bang! The ground under his feet cracked again, and he himself turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed straight towards Lancer, but when he grabbed Lancer's neck, he realized that something was wrong. The Lancer in his hand seemed a little too hard. Crack! In his unbelievable eyes, Lancer completely turned into a piece of ice powder, and there seemed to be no second person in this area that had been completely destroyed by the battle besides him. Damn it! All Might knew that he had been tricked. The capture this time had failed. Headquarters, this is All Might. The capture failed. Almost at the same time that All Might was reporting, the operator at the headquarters froze for a few seconds. Failed. That's right, it failed. I will submit a detailed report when I get back. The grim-faced All Might looked at the ice powder in his hand and the strange patterns on the ground, and he couldn't help but frown. All Might, who had been simply blaming himself for Lancer's escape, seemed to have found some clues. This location seemed to be where Lancer stood before the battle began, and during the battle, the other party seemed to have intentionally avoided this place. This area seemed to be the only well-preserved place in the battlefield. After frowning and memorizing the strange patterns on the ground, All Might also called the police to come and handle the scene, and he himself had to return to the Hero Association, not only to write a report, but more importantly, to investigate some information. Part of the original doubt was resolved, but a greater doubt appeared in his mind. Who exactly is this person? Chapter 163, Chapter 6, The Absurd Answer. From the scene of the incident, All Might rushed to the association in a flurry, and after submitting his report, he rushed to the association's database. I have to say that as the world's largest civilian organization, the association's database is very complete, and almost all information related to quirks can be found. Especially with All Might's identity, he could access a lot of confidential information, but when he came out after staying in the database for more than half an hour, his face was full of disappointment. What exactly are those patterns? Holding the patterns he drew himself afterward, All Might's face was full of doubts. He had also handed these drawings to the Hero Association's quirk researchers before, but they also said they couldn't understand them. Should I go ask the principal? Maybe the principal knows something. Although there was no evidence to show that this thing was useful, and it might just be a strange pattern, his intuition told him that this might be the key. And at this moment, a group of students in training clothes walked over from the distance. All Might. Although All Might had been a teacher for new students at the school for some time, everyone was inevitably a little excited when they saw him. After all, almost all the students here decided to become pro-heroes because they took All Might as their idol, and one of the green-haired boys among them was even more excited. Good afternoon, everyone. How was your class this afternoon? Although he was the No. 1 pro-hero in Neon, All Might himself was not pretentious at all. Instead, he talked with everyone like a big friend, and everyone naturally complained about the previous classes, to which All Might laughed heartily, because he also came from this step back in the day. Working hard with friends. Complaining together. Fighting together. Looking at these students, he felt happy but also felt the heavy pressure on his shoulders. I have to hold on. I can't fall before a new hope appears. But just as All Might was sighing, he noticed that a student was staring at the paper in his hand with a frown. Yaeorozu? What's wrong? Do you recognize this thing? Although All Might didn't have much hope, Momo Yaeorozu was the smartest student in the class. Because of her special quirk, she had learned a lot of knowledge, so she might be able to find some clues. It looks a little familiar. Momo Yaeorozu also didn't expect All Might to suddenly talk to her. She just felt that it looked a little familiar. All Might's eyes lit up when he heard Momo Yaeorozu's words. Then take a closer look. Although this kind of case shouldn't be given to Momo Yaeorozu as a student, it was okay to just investigate the information, and it could also be considered her training. And Momo Yaeorozu, who heard All Might's words, was also a little surprised. She didn't expect All Might to actually hand it over to her. After looking at it for a while, she finally remembered where she had seen it, but her face turned red. Yaeorozu, what's wrong? Tinya Ida, who was standing next to her, also felt a little strange when he saw Momo Yaeorozu's expression. Everyone had curiously looked at the two pieces of paper before, and they really didn't feel that there was anything strange about them. No. Nothing. All Might Sensei. I don't have any impression of this one, but the one on this one seems to be runic characters from Norse mythology. Foreign language. As soon as Momo Yaeorozu finished speaking, the others also showed strange expressions. Strictly speaking, it is, but it doesn't belong to the writing used by ordinary people. The so-called runic characters are actually special characters that the locals use for fortune-telling. According to legend, the Norse god king sacrificed one of his eyes to gain the knowledge of runes, and what he gained were runic characters. Momo Yaeorozu's words immediately made everyone exclaim. Besides her, no one else here had ever paid attention to mythology. They just simply thought it was amazing, but her explanation did not stop there. But that's just a legend. No one knows if it really exists, and no one even knows exactly how many types there are. It's just deduced from legends. However, runic characters do exist in some places, and this one is one of them, but I forgot what it specifically is. After Momo Yaeorozu finished speaking, everyone exclaimed in admiration, but one airhead discovered a blind spot. Wow, that's amazing! But how does Yaeorozu-san know this? This question immediately made everyone's eyes focus on Momo Yaeorozu, and her originally red face suddenly became even redder. It wasn't until she was looked at by everyone and felt uncomfortable that she turned her head away with a red face. It's nothing, I just thought magic was cool when I was a kid and wanted to see if my quirk could imitate it, so I studied it a little. Momo Yaeorozu's words immediately made everyone laugh, but there was no malice. After all, everyone has had such fantasies, it's just that the object of the fantasy is different. And Momo Yaeorozu's answer also made All Might feel surprised. Although it felt a little strange, it at least gave him a possibility, even if this possibility was very strange. After hurriedly saying goodbye to everyone, he also rushed to the principal's office. As expected, several teachers were gathered there at this time. Before, when Midnight came back and said she had failed, everyone wasn't too surprised. After all, if her ability was guarded against, failure was not an accident. But All Might also failed, which made people feel unbelievable. Although that person defeated a quirk criminal, in reality, if All Might had taken action, it would have been just a matter of one punch. How was it? All Might, was that guy's ability very powerful? Facing Mick's question, All Might thought for a moment but shook his head. I don't know if it counts as powerful. What do you mean? All Might's statement made people even more curious, but when they finished listening to All Might's explanation, their expressions all became very strange. After all, a man who used an ice spear and had a right arm that was all ice, was really a little strange. The fighting style was more like an ancient lancer. Principal, when I came just now, I happened to run into the kids from Class A, and Momoye Iorozu said that the mark I found at the scene seems to be runic characters from Norse mythology, but she doesn't know which one. Could you help me look it up? In fact, anyone with a computer could find it, but since he came here, it was natural to give it to the principal with the highest authority. Soon, a row of characters appeared on the projector. According to the information from the Y country, there are 24 types of runic characters there, and the 25th one is blank. As for this picture, as the picture was magnified, an almost identical image appeared on the projector. ISA, which stands for ice. The meeting room, which had been buzzing with discussion, immediately fell silent. Ice? That man's ability seemed to be ice? Could it be that it's not a quirk? An absurd possibility appeared in everyone's minds. Chapter 164, Chapter 7, Quirk Activation Liquid. However, this absurd idea disappeared in an instant. After all, they were all working faculty members of the Hero Academy, and none of them would think that this kind of possibility was real. What do you all think is going on? Everyone looked at each other and didn't say a word. After all, the situation this time was too supernatural, and their common sense told them that this was unlikely. He rarely used his quirk during the battle, and the method of creating ice seemed to be just an auxiliary one, coupled with the bizarre scene when he finally disappeared, and the strange writing under his feet when he disappeared. All the signs from the other party seemed to be proving this possibility. Principal, this so-called runic character is very mysterious, but it's actually just our guess, right? This symbol is not complicated, so maybe it's just a coincidence? And according to All Might, this symbol was on the ground. The more crucial thing should be the pattern and symbol on that man's shoulder, right? Compared to the astonishment of others, the calmest person among all the people present was Shota Aizawa. His quirk was erasure, which could be said to be one of the rarest quirks of all. Because he needed to accurately find the target and make a precise strike, he was calmer than others. When everyone's thinking was misguided, he clearly pointed out the wrong place, and everyone calmed down. Indeed, this is just a pattern on the ground. Maybe it's just a coincidence. The more crucial thing is the tattoos on the other person's body. The pattern on the left side of his chest, according to All Might's description, should be a higanbana. As for the other one, we have no clue. By the way, Principal, isn't there one in those runic characters? No, although I also think it's possible, there are no similar characters in the database. The principal's mood was also very subtle, because the other party's situation was too bizarre. Not only did he have no identity information, but his ability was also full of a bizarre feeling, and even he began to have some doubts about Lancer identity. Is it really a quirk? But in any case, these were just their guesses, and there was no evidence to prove them, so no one revealed anything. After all, it was not appropriate for a teacher at the Hero Academy to publicly declare something like magic. However, All Might didn't make any statement. He just pinched his chin. Although there was no direct evidence, Lancer gave people a really strange feeling. That feeling of not caring about human life at all, and the act of deliberately avoiding his vital points during their match, was full of contradictions. He's really a man full of mysteries. What was the man that All Might called a man full of mysteries doing? Tigray, is it done yet? I'm hungry. Meow meow meow. To the constantly complaining Lancer, Tigray, who was standing in front of the grill and turning the handle, raised the seasoning bottle in his hand and waved it at him, seemingly dissatisfied with his nature of waiting for food and talking sarcastically. And what could Lancer do about this besides shrugging his shoulders? The reason for this was Lancer's special situation. Normally, using runes would consume the user's magic, but Lancer didn't have magic. Instead, he had a different kind of energy called blood energy. Although the usage was the same, when he consumed too much magic, he would feel dizzy, but he would feel hungry. Now, after learning that he would probably have to wait a while longer for food, he continued to struggle. That's right, struggle. The supply system would give special items from the current world every time he arrived in a new world, and Lancer was used to this. Before, it was one piece of equipment plus one skill, but this time it was different. Quirk Activation Liquid 7,000 points. Gene Restoration Potion 10,000 points. The effects of the two items were self-evident. One was to give him a quirk, and the other should be to eliminate it. The reason for this was that quirks were too random. Who knows what he would end up with? If it was a normal one, it would be fine, but what if his appearance also changed? Like the unlucky monster that Lancer killed before, and some even stranger appearances, and even one of the protagonist's good friends in the original work, Tenya Ida, had several jet ports on his lower legs. To be honest, Lancer was very curious about how he showered and if he could only sleep on his stomach. To gain power, one must sacrifice something. Lancer still knew this common sense, but the problem was that the thing he sacrificed should be within his tolerance. I don't care anymore. I'll take a gamble. The points I've earned before are basically enough. Give me a bottle of Quirk Activation Liquid. Looking at the spiral-shaped bottle in his hand, the corners of Lancer's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Was this really the so-called Quirk Activation Liquid and not some strange thing like the T-virus or G-virus? But jokes aside, Lancer still opened the lid and drank it in one gulp. A little sweet. This was probably Lancer thought at the moment, and then he felt that something in his body seemed to be ignited. However, this strange feeling came quickly and disappeared just as quickly. At the same time, a new attribute finally appeared in his status panel. Quirk Eagle Eye. After confirming his quirk, the first thing he did was to create several ice mirrors and surround himself with them. Although from the looks of this quirk, it didn't seem to be the type that would make him strange, but you can't be too careful. He remembered that there was a girl in the protagonist's team whose quirk was frog, and her appearance was a little like a frog. Fortunately, his head was normal and didn't turn into an eagle's head. Then the next thing was to check his body. He first took off his clothes. Biceps, triceps, deltoids, pecs, abs. Lancer, wearing only a pair of boxer briefs, struck various poses in front of the ice mirrors. After checking several times and confirming that he had not changed at all, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Eagle Eye. Type, Quirk. Effect, Strengthened Vision. I have to say that the description of this so-called quirk was too simple, but it was not an accident. After all, according to the worldview of this world, quirks could be developed, and some simple quirks could also become very bug-like in the end. But strengthened vision? What a subtle ability! It would have been better if it could have directly strengthened my body or even accelerated it. Of course, complaining was just complaining. It was like getting a 5-star character from a gacha game, but it wasn't the one you wanted, so you couldn't help but complain a little. Of course, as long as it's a 5-star, you'll still be happy in your heart. Chapter 165, Chapter 8, Whetstone. In fact, Lancer had always been very curious about the situation with his system. Before, when he just wanted to live, it constantly guided him to fight, but now that he had gradually become accustomed to the life of a lancer, it had instead disappeared, and even gave him the illusion that its goal was this, and once the goal was completed, it didn't need to be managed anymore. But after trying countless ways to communicate with the other party to no avail, he also completely gave up on communicating with it. After all, when you are powerless to resist, it is better to live in the present than to think about a future that is completely unpredictable. It was just that his present didn't seem to be too good. Before, in order to escape the pro-hero's pursuit, he jumped into an artificial river and swam for more than an hour to a park before climbing ashore. Then he turned all the water on his body into ice and smashed it, so it could be said that he left no scent or other traces. But this was only temporary. After all, as long as you live in modern society, you can't avoid the ubiquitous cameras. Who knows when he would be caught on camera? So at this time, Lancer had three choices. First, hide. Whether it's in the mountains or in a lawless area, as long as there are no cameras, the problem shouldn't be too big. Second, find All Might and try to remedy what he did before, but the price would be a lot of trouble. Third, just go all the way to the dark side and become a villain. Since I'm already called a murderer, wouldn't it be a waste if I don't do it? There was no doubt that the first option didn't suit Lancer's personality. He had just made a great vow to defeat his master, and now hiding would really be out of character. As for the second one, it was actually the most practical one. After all, his strength was unquestionable. It was impossible for anyone with common sense to completely offend him for something that could no longer be changed, but he was the most resistant to this option. After all, his previous experience made him really resistant to the act of being someone else's subordinate. He was not unable to understand what His Majesty the Emperor did. As a superior, the other party needed to control his subordinates, and the other party did indeed give him many things, such as power second only to Butid, almost inexhaustible wealth, and a right to speak that no one in the empire could ignore. But understanding does not mean support. After all, in the end, his image had been completely demonized. Even if he was psychologically prepared, that feeling was not something that ordinary people could endure. So he was very resistant to this correct option. As for the third option of becoming a villain, with the first two options being ruled out, it could only become the only choice. After all, even if he didn't want to, as long as he wasn't whitewashed, his identity would be that of a wanted criminal, and Lancer even suspected that his photo would be plastered all over the streets on the second day. Even though I've become stronger, I'm always so helpless. Sure enough, this cold and cruel world was really too unfriendly to him as a Lancer, and only the cat in his arms could give him some warmth. Although Lancer had long guessed that he would be discovered, and he had even taken out the ghee bulb he had put away before to protect himself, what he didn't expect was that the first person to find him would be the person in front of him. "Sir, please put away your weapon. I have no ill will towards you." The proper butler suit, the magnetic voice, and the perfect bow made Lancer seem to recall the attendants he had met in the palace, but the strange black mist floating on the other party's head and wrists was reminding Lancer of the identity of the person in front of him. Kurogiri was the other party's pseudonym, and his quirk was Warp Gate. To put it simply, he uses the black mist on his body as a portal for others to pass through, which is a very bug-like ability. At least Lancer didn't have the ability to seal space. If the other party really wanted to escape, he probably wouldn't be able to stop him. Of course, the other party's most important identity was a member of the League of Villains, but at this time, the League of Villains had not yet been established, and the other party was still acting as a babysitter taking care of All for One's disciple Shigaraki Tamura. So the purpose of the other party coming to him was also self-evident: they should be here to recruit him. "Okay, I believe you have no ill will. Then can you tell me the purpose of your visit? After all, I don't like to be disturbed during my rest time." "Thank you." He seemed to have long been accustomed to the arrogant personality that Lancer was deliberately creating at this time, and the other party's voice did not change at all. Regarding your actions earlier, I and my master also noticed them by chance, so my master hopes to invite you to join us. What are you? Us? We are just a group of people who are dissatisfied with the current situation. The other party didn't finish all his words, but he wasn't lying. It's just that the other party didn't just want to change the current situation, but also wanted to dominate it. But it was obvious that the other party couldn't just reveal everything to Lancer from the start. If the other party had really done that, Lancer might have directly regarded the other party as a fool. Let me think about it some more. I will be waiting for your reply. He didn't seem to be surprised by Lancer's choice. After bowing slightly, he turned and left, while Lancer pinched his chin again and began to think about the current situation. The timeline he knew was undoubtedly the one where the plot was. But the last world was 7 or 8 years earlier. Now, All Might was still working, and his injury didn't seem to have completely worsened yet. According to his guess, even if it wasn't the time he knew, it shouldn't be too far off. The fact that the League of Villains had not yet been officially established was a good sign. It seems that I don't have to be completely in the dark like before. Fear often comes from the unknown. After knowing the world he was in and the approximate time node, he was instead relieved. In any case, this time period was not too late, because if it was too late, he might not have a chance to defeat All Might. That's right, after he confirmed All Might's identity, he decided to defeat him. His goal was to defeat his master, so during this period, he would inevitably have to defeat countless whetstones. And there was no doubt that in his opinion, All Might was the best whetstone in this world. He had a gentle personality and would not kill, he was powerful, and he was good at close quarters combat rather than some flashy things. For Lancer, he was the perfect whetstone. Chapter 166, Chapter 9, My Move is Perfect. Since he had decided to have a showdown with All Might, he naturally needed to make some preparations. After all, his goal was to hone himself, not to cause trouble. If the two of them fought with all their might, who knew what would happen? There was no doubt about All Might's combat power. Lancer even thought that Cu Culane would be defeated in terms of his stats, even with the enhancement of his divinity. Lancer's situation would probably not be good if he were to be hit. And what about Lancer? In terms of destructive power alone, he was also at a disadvantage. However, he was more skilled at breaking through with a single point, and coupled with the sharpness of Gi Balg, if Lancer hit a vital point, All Might would at least be seriously injured. What would happen if the two of them were both seriously injured and someone else took advantage of them? This is so troublesome. I can't even have a good fight. Lancer's execution was unquestionable. He had nothing he wanted to do in this world, or rather, the only thing he wanted to do was to fight All Might, so he went back into the city along the old path. But when he passed by the place where the battle had happened during the day, he found that except for the destroyed building that was completely sealed off, the ground had been repaired, and the passers-by were walking on the road with calm expressions as if they hadn't been affected at all, as if the riot during the day hadn't happened. Lancer had nothing else to say about this except to sigh that the people in this world had very thick skin. Then he took a detour to the Hero Academy. Although Lancer guessed that the other party should be on a mission, he didn't know anywhere else he could find him besides here. Lancer was really bold. Although most of the teachers at the Hero Academy had part-time jobs, and many people would even be on missions outside during their non-teaching hours, either at their own studios or arranged by the association, there were definitely teachers on duty in the dorms. Lancer, however, was audacious enough to sneak in. The reason he dared to do this was with the help of his newly acquired eagle eye ability. Although he didn't know why, when he secretly sneaked into the Hero Academy, there was always a voice in his mind reminding him, as long as everyone who saw you is taken care of, then it's a perfect infiltration. But this thought was too strange. His goal was to find All Might, not to cause trouble. After he once again used the reflection of the ice surface to dodge a few cameras, he successfully infiltrated the teachers' dorms. As soon as he entered the dorms, Lancer immediately felt much more relaxed. The feeling of being watched, which had seemed to be everywhere before, also disappeared a lot in an instant. This was not strange. After all, what normal person would sneak into a dorm building full of pro-heroes for no reason? This was basically asking for death. Being watched by a group of pro-heroes was not a fun thing. But there was someone who did just that. This move of mine is simply perfect. After finding All Might's room on the second floor, he climbed in through the window. The people on duty for the night were Shota Aizawa, Midnight, and a group of security guards. One of them, who had a sensory quirk, discovered that someone had secretly sneaked into the school and notified the on-duty Shota Aizawa and Midnight. However, what happened next was a little unexpected. They originally thought the person would cause destruction, but who would have thought that the person would sneak directly to the staff dorms, and their location was All Might's room. Could it be another crazed fan? Although rare, there had been cases of All Might's crazed fans sneaking into the school. Of course, these people were all discovered and forced out by the security guards. It was just that this time's intruder was more professional. Turn on the cameras that aren't usually working and let's see who this person is. Shota Aizawa's first reaction when he heard the security guard's report was to be dumbfounded, and his second reaction was to be helpless. But when the hidden cameras were turned on, Shota Aizawa's originally helpless expression became extremely serious. Midnight, is this the guy who got away before? That's right. It's him. There's no way I could be wrong. Although Midnight had not officially met Lancer face to face, she had watched the surveillance footage from the small hotel, and her impression of Lancer was even deeper. But when she said it, she looked a little angry. Why was this? It was simple. Because her ability was almost ineffective during the capture operation before, which made her lose face. She even privately complained that the other person wasn't a man because her quirk's effect on men was several times stronger than on women. But what was the real reason? It was simple. Because Lancer's physical fitness had far exceeded that of a normal person. The same dose could almost make an ordinary person fall unconscious and have no reaction even if they were kicked a dozen times, but for Lancer, it was just enough to make him yawn. However, compared to the slightly annoyed Midnight, Shota Aizawa's expression on the other side was a little subtle. Why was this? It was simple. Because Lancer wasn't carrying a weapon in his hand. Instead, he was holding a bottle of wine, and the feeling he gave off was like a person who was visiting a friend's house for a drink. What on earth is this guy thinking? Shota Aizawa found that the criminal psychology he had learned seemed to have completely failed at this time. He seemed to be completely unable to imagine Lancer's thought process. Eraserhead. But at this moment, the shout beside him made him freeze for a moment. What's wrong? Let's go. We'll go and catch him. Midnight, who was holding a nine-tailed whip, good kids don't need to know what it is, in her hand, shouted fiercely at Shota Aizawa. No. First, let's inform the others. This guy is a target that even All Might couldn't catch. It's too dangerous for just the two of us. To Shota Aizawa's words, Midnight shook her head. Indeed, according to All Might, the other party's strength is extremely strong, but we are not weak either. Don't forget that although our quirks are not good for head-on combat, our close-quarters combat abilities have been specially trained. And according to All Might, the weapon the other party uses in battle is a spear. As long as we use your quirk to restrain him, do you think a person with only one arm who can't use their quirk would be a match for us? Midnight was disdainful of Shota Aizawa's words. After all, listening to Shota Aizawa's words, it was as if he was treating her like an ordinary person who was blinded by anger, but the key was she so easily blinded by anger? She had done enough thinking and preparation. This is a solid plan. Chapter 167, Chapter 10, Odin's Mead from Valhalla. Although the two of them went to Lancer trouble, they also made a deal with the security team before they left. Once the two of them lost contact, they would immediately notify the principal and All Might himself. After giving their instructions, the two of them went to the staff dorms together. As expected, many people were resting in the dorms, which made the originally nervous Midnight and Shota Aizawa relax a little. No matter what, if something happened, at least the others could come to their aid. When the two of them arrived in front of All Might's door, Midnight was the first to act. A strange hypnotic body fragrance, guided by Midnight's command, continuously flowed into All Might's door, while Shota Aizawa was wearing a special small gas mask. This thing could be said to be standard equipment for working with Midnight. Everyone knew that Midnight's quirk was a large-scale killing skill. Although she herself could control the scent to a certain extent, it was only to a certain extent. As long as you smelled it, it wouldn't distinguish between enemy and friend. Midnight's body fragrance filled the dorm room. After a few minutes, Shota Aizawa gestured that it was enough, but Midnight shook her head. She had already suffered a loss from this once before, and she decided to at least double the dosage. After a few more minutes, Midnight finally nodded to Shota Aizawa. One person was wearing a queen's dress and holding a nine-tailed whip, while the other was in all black with a gas mask on his face and holding a strange bandage. If someone passed by, they might think that the two of them were the bad guys, right? After Midnight opened the door with the spare key, the two of them rushed into the room one after another. "Welcome!" With a strange welcome sound, the two of them then felt a hand placed on their faces. Shota Aizawa's first reaction was to use his quirk because he remembered All Might saying that the man's right arm was made of ice. But what surprised him was that the other party had no reaction at all. But despite his surprise, he held the bandage with both hands and wrapped it around the other party's hand, while his right foot kicked directly at Lancer's side. That was the soft spot in the general sense, because it was very fragile without the protection of the ribs, but what he didn't expect was that when he kicked it, he only felt like he was kicking a steel plate. Midnight on the other side was even less polite. She swung the nine-tailed whip in her hand at Lancer's chest, while her right foot kicked at Lancer's vital spot. But it only kicked a layer of ice. That layer of ice was directly shattered, which was enough to show how hateful that kick was. And Lancer, looking at the shattered ice, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He could almost imagine what would happen if he was kicked there. After all, even if his body was strengthened, the strengthening there was very limited, and he didn't think that a certain part of his body could be as hard as solid ice. "You two, be quiet for a moment." A freezing air began to emanate from the palms that were holding the two of them, and their mouths were immediately sealed. At the same time, layers of ice fog also began to appear under their feet, until the two of them were completely frozen. Of course, their heads were not sealed. After all, Lancer didn't want to kill anyone. On the other side, after Shota Aizawa and Midnight entered All Might's room, the security team had been nervously staring at the cameras, but what they didn't expect was that there was no movement at all. Could it be that they succeeded? But after a few more minutes, there was still no movement. The faces of the security team members in charge of monitoring immediately became ugly. If they had caught the target, it was impossible for them to have no reaction until now. They then decisively began to call for backup. The first person to receive the message was the principal. In his pajamas, his expression was a little ugly. Of course, it wasn't because he was angry at Midnight and Shota Aizawa. After all, their handling of the situation was not a problem. It was just that the opponent they encountered this time was a little unusual. "Where is All Might now?" "He's almost back. He said he can get back to school within 5 minutes." "Okay, then let him handle it directly." "Yes." As an animal with a super-intelligence quirk, the principal quickly sorted out everything from what had happened. The one thing that could be confirmed was that Shota Aizawa and Midnight should not be in any life-threatening danger. If the other party's goal was to ambush All Might, it would be a little too amateurish. In addition, his whereabouts had already been exposed, and the normal situation would be to retreat immediately, but the other party stayed in the room without moving. This could only mean that the other party was planning to negotiate with someone. As for who that person was? Naturally, it was All Might. Although he gave the on-site handling rights to All Might, he still tidied himself up and rushed to the security office. He needed to get the first-hand information, especially the other party's identity. On the other side, Lancer, who was sitting in All Might's room, also had his eyes closed, comprehending the knowledge that his master had sealed in his mind. When Midnight and Shota Aizawa appeared outside the door before, Lancer had actually already noticed them, but he didn't pay too much attention to them at first. After all, this was the dorms. But he also raised his guard, and finally, when he smelled a strange scent, he realized that something was wrong. He had also smelled a strange scent at the hotel before, and he originally thought it was an air freshener from the hotel, but now it seemed that it was not a coincidence. He then remained cautious and finally subdued the two of them directly when they rushed in. However, just as he was comprehending the runes, a familiar presence came from outside the door. "Welcome back." Lancer greeted All Might as if he were the owner of the room, and All Might's expression was very serious. Of course, when he saw Midnight and Shota Aizawa frozen into ice sculptures, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the two of them looked a little strange, especially Midnight, who was still maintaining a crossed-leg posture, he knew that they should be fine for the time being by the way they were blinking at him. While he was relieved, he also looked at Lancer, who was sitting in the middle of the room. "What business do you have with me? Or have you decided to surrender? If that's the case, sorry, please allow me to seriously refuse that. I don't have that much time to spend in prison. Is there something you need to do? You could say that. I plan to challenge you to a match." "Challenge me to a match?" Lancer's words seemed like a joke to All Might. After all, Lancer had just run away once in the afternoon. That's right, a match. Not the playing around from the afternoon, but a real match in the true sense of the word. The smile on Lancer's face also disappeared, replaced by an extremely serious expression, and this serious expression also infected All Might. "Are you serious? Although it may not sound good coming from me, I am still the symbol of peace? Yes, I know that. I even know many things that others don't. What I want to say is that I'm serious. If you're not serious, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you." Lancer's words were not a joke. Although he had received systematic training from Skaha, it was only basic training. Skaha had not influenced his fighting style. In other words, Lancer's spearmanship was essentially his real-world combat tactics. First, hunting ghouls, then hunting giant beasts, and finally, fighting on the battlefield. When Lancer fought, although he was not as aggressive as Siyu Kulane, he was more dangerous. Because his goal was always to kill the enemy, not to defeat the enemy. And at this time, the blood energy that Lancer deliberately exuded from his body made All Might freeze, and even the skin under his clothes got goosebumps. What kind of feeling was this? It was like being stared at by a bloodthirsty wolf. The two of them fell silent, and even Shota Aizawa and Midnight, who were frozen on the side, also stopped blinking and stared straight at All Might. Although they couldn't speak, their meaning was very clear, they wanted him to refuse. But after looking at Lancer for a few seconds, All Might's expression became serious, and he nodded. "Okay. I accept your challenge. But if I win, then do as you please. That's your right as the victor." Lancer's answer made All Might feel relieved and also confirmed one thing again, which was that Lancer was indeed not a simple criminal. But after the conversation was over, the two, or rather 4 people, crowded in the room, which seemed a little awkward. But just at this moment, bang! With a tapping sound, Lancer placed a strange bottle on the table. "Now that we've talked about business, why don't we have a drink?" X3. Lancer's sudden action made All Might and the other two dumbfounded. They didn't seem to understand Lancer's behavior. However, Lancer didn't feel awkward at all. What's wrong? Is it strange to drink with an enemy? It was indeed very strange. This was almost what Shota Aizawa and Midnight wanted to say at the same time. At the same time, they used their eyes to signal All Might to refuse, but All Might didn't look at the two of them this time. Instead, he took out 4 wine glasses from the small cabinet next to him. No problem, but it's too boring for just 2 people to drink. Let's add 2 more glasses. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, the ice on Shota Aizawa and Midnight's bodies began to gradually fall off. But what was strange was that the ice didn't turn into water. Instead, it sublimated directly into water vapor. Lancer then didn't look at the two of them. Instead, he directly pulled out the cork, and a scent of wine filled the room. Lancer first filled one of the glasses. The amber-colored liquid, combined with the strange aroma, made the other 3 people present swallow their saliva. This is yours. After handing the wine glass to All Might, he filled another glass for himself, and then poured about 1/3 for Midnight and Shota Aizawa. I can only give you this much, otherwise there won't be enough wine. Saying strange words, Lancer put the cork back in and raised his glass to All Might. All Might, on the other side, looked at the wine glass in his hand with flickering eyes, and then he let out a light laugh and also raised the wine glass in his hand. He then used his eyes to signal Midnight and Shota Aizawa next to him. The two of them looked at each other and finally chose to trust All Might. After the 4 of them clinked their glasses, each of them took a sip. Lancer drank half a glass with great gusto, and All Might did the same. Only Midnight and Shota Aizawa each took a small sip, but then their eyes widened, and All Might himself had a look of enjoyment on his face. He felt his body become warm in an instant, and even the original wound on his body seemed to hurt less. What a good wine! Of course. This bottle of wine is not cheap. Lancer also smiled at All Might's praise. Where did you buy it? I'll go buy some myself someday. Haha, you can't buy this. After all, this is a wine that only true warriors are worthy of drinking. All Might just laughed at Lancer's words, but the expressions of Midnight and Shota Aizawa on the other side were a little unnatural. After all, Lancer had not intended to give them any at first. Lancer, who saw the reactions of the 3 of them, had no intention of explaining. After all, he hadn't said anything wrong. This was indeed the wine from Celtic mythology, Odin's mead from Valhalla. That was the name of the bottle of wine that Lancer had just taken out. As for the source, it was naturally swiped from Cu Culane. As for where Cu Culane got it, he had calmly pointed at the holes in his body and said nothing more. This wine was undoubtedly very rare and high-end, but its most important function was not to be delicious. The 4 of them drank around the small low table. With All Might and Lancer's generous way of drinking, the bottle of wine was finished in less than half an hour, and in the end, he looked at the empty bottle with a face full of regret. Although he himself was not a greedy person, the taste of the bottle of wine Lancer had just brought out was simply unforgettable. Okay, the wine is finished, and you've said what you had to say. So now, let's have our match. Lancer's words made All Might freeze for a moment. Drinking heartily and having a match after drinking. This is the way of life my senior brother taught me. Although I'm not personally used to living this kind of life every day, it is indeed more suitable now. After all, All Might, don't you feel it yet? Lancer's words immediately made the atmosphere in the room become tense, and even Shota Aizawa began to suspect that Lancer had poisoned the wine. But All Might closed his eyes and felt it for a moment. He found that his body was warm, and there was no discomfort at all. He could even say that he felt better than usual. And Lancer, looking at his confused expression, also showed a strange smile. Don't you feel that your wound doesn't hurt as much anymore? Lancer's words immediately made All Might's eyes widen. How does he know that? Or is he just saying it casually? All Might's expression was very surprised, but Lancer was all smiles. Odin's mead from Valhalla. Type, Consumable. Effect: temporarily eliminates all negative states from the body. Description: in order for the heroes in Valhalla to fight to their heart's content, the god King Odin specially brewed this fine wine. Lancer's goal was not to defeat All Might. His goal was to hone himself. He would not be satisfied with defeating an injured All Might. Chapter 168, Chapter 11, Victor? Loser? What do you know? I know a lot, but I know even more that I don't know. However, I won't say anything because I have no obligation to. If you want to know the answer, then defeat me. As long as you defeat me, I will tell you everything you want to know. Lancer looked at All Might, who couldn't hide his emotions at all, and seemed to be in no hurry. After all, there were probably only a few people in the world who knew about the other party's injury. If people knew that the symbol of peace was actually seriously injured, the entire country would probably be in turmoil, and countless evil thoughts that had been suppressed by All Might would slowly grow. After all, before countless people act on an impulse, a sentence or a question often appears in their minds: can you beat All Might? Or, can you escape from All Might's hands? It was almost the same meaning, and most people who were originally about to commit a crime on impulse would choose to reconsider. The year-on-year decline in the crime rate over the years was the best evidence. So, after a moment of hesitation, All Might nodded directly. Although he always felt that the other party was a little strange, his intuition was telling him that the other party should not have any ill will. After all, the recovery of his body was a fact. Who exactly is this guy? What on earth is he thinking? Then let's go. You should have enough open space here, right? Let's go to the gym. Just after Lancer finished speaking, Shota Izawa on the side suddenly interrupted, and Lancer just glanced at the other party, then nodded and agreed. But just that one glance made Shota Izawa's heart almost stop. He thought that his plan had been seen through by the other party. Although the Hero Academy had never been breached, it also had its own insurance measures, such as a place for students to hide from enemy attacks, which was the gym. It not only had the ability to resist all kinds of missile explosions but was also equipped with a large number of defensive facilities. And when the four of them arrived at the gym, there were already a lot of people waiting inside. They're all familiar faces. After Lancer sighed, he had no other reaction. Just as All Might chose to trust Lancer, Lancer also chose to trust All Might. As for why two people who were not familiar with each other, and could even be said to be hostile, would have such a tacit understanding? It was probably that so-called friendship between men. As emotional people, their first impression of each other during their first meeting decided their views on each other. All Might didn't think that a person like Lancer would do something as underhanded as poisoning wine. And Lancer didn't think that a person like All Might would do something like bringing people to attack him. However, those people also lived up to Lancer and All Might's expectations. At least when the two of them arrived in the middle of the gym, they all just stood on the side with their arms crossed and watched the two of them silently. Sorry, I need to make some preparations. That's fine. After getting All Might's reply, Lancer didn't waste any more words. Instead, he opened the box and took out Gi Balg and began to draw on the ground. However, this time it was not runic characters, but a very special technique that Siu Kulane taught him, shoal of 4 branches. The magic circle was not drawn with runic characters, but with ancient Irish writing. With Lancer movements, the originally clean gym floor began to become strange. What is that? I don't know. But what on earth is he trying to do? Is he trying to stall for time like Musashi? Lancer's strange behavior made everyone present feel incredible, but All Might just watched Lancer silently with his arms crossed. He was waiting for Lancer's answer. Who? As the last stroke of the long spear was drawn, Lancer also couldn't help but let out a sharp breath. Although Siu Kulane had taught him this magic circle before, it was not a simple matter for Lancer, who was a poor student. Only now that he was sure it was complete did he truly feel relieved. If he had failed, he would have made a huge fool of himself. Is it done? Seeing Lancer exhaling while leaning on the strange red long spear, All Might also couldn't help but ask. It's finally done. Sorry, I'm not very good at this, so I made you wait. It's fine. After the brief exchange ended, Lancer's expression became serious. Lancer had previously made a rough 3 options for himself, but then he found that these so-called 3 options were just ordinary actions, and he had other choices, such as: this is a vow of no retreat. This is a battle of honor. This is a fair battle. In the name of the Knights of the Red Branch. I swear on the name of a warrior. Fight me. Lancer, who was shirtless, stepped into the magic circle under his feet, and held Gi Balg in his hand, pointing it at All Might in the distance. And as the vow sounded, the magic circle under Lancer's feet was also activated. A blood-red halo began to move back and forth under his feet, and the training gym, which was originally as bright as day due to the lights, was dyed with a layer of demonic red. At the same time, with the appearance of the challenger, Shoal of 4 Branches was finally preliminarily activated, but it was obviously not complete, because in addition to the challenger, the consent of the challenged was also needed. This was the honor of a warrior. Only when both sides agreed would the battle truly begin. And All Might, who was standing in the distance, had not yet woken up from his astonishment at Lancer's strange declaration, but looking at the long spear in Lancer's hand and the dazzling magic circle under his feet, he felt his blood boil for the first time in a long time. How long has it been? How long has it been since his blood boiled like this? Who was he now? He was All Might, he was the symbol of peace, he was the person who absolutely could not lose. All this gave him honor but also gave him a huge burden, but he did not regret it. Everything he had now was the choice he had made. He chose the path he was on now. He had long known that this path was full of thorns. He knew even more how heavy the burden he carried was. But he did not regret it. This was his teacher. His senior. This was what all the martyrs who had sacrificed themselves on this thorny path had insisted on. He did not live for himself. He lived for the countless people who placed their hopes in him. Now, what supported him was no longer the passion he once had, but something called responsibility. Being a hero had become an instinct etched into his soul. But the scale between the blood of the warrior in his body and his responsibility suddenly began to shake. It had nothing to do with winning or losing. Nothing to do with justice. It was simply the desire to fight as a warrior. He stepped into the red magic circle in front of him without hesitation, and the red magic circle, which had only been glowing faintly, instantly gave off a dazzling light, and Lancer, who was holding Gi Balg, also smiled and slowly retracted the long spear that had been pointing at All Might. Then, the small technique at the 4 corners of the magic circle began to operate first. Under the magic circle representing El-Haz, protection, Nathas, binding, Ansaz, information, and Ingwaz, fertility, both Lancer and All Might felt as if a shackle had been placed on their bodies. This is a shackle, and it is also protection. In this duel, each person will have one protection, which will bind the attacker. This is the only insurance. Besides that, it will not restrict anything, and there is only one way for this magic circle to be opened, and that is for one of us to be unable to fight anymore. There was no doubt that All Might could basically understand what Lancer was saying when he broke it down, but when he put it all together, he was dumbfounded. After all, he had never studied magic. But he did hear clearly about the method of release. Then let's begin. As Lancer's voice fell, he held the spear handle with both hands, and All Might also clenched his fists. The two stood at opposite ends of the magic circle, and suddenly, a message appeared in both of their minds. Begin. The person who gave the order was a sacrificed warrior of the Knights of the Red Branch. They would be the judges and spectators of this battle. Of course, because the world was different, only a phantom appeared, which was a program-like existence. But Lancer saw a familiar figure. A young man with a single ponytail and earrings was watching him with his arms crossed. A hint of a smile flashed across the corner of his mouth, and then Lancer's expression became serious again, and his eyes became sharp. Eagle Eye. Unlike a simple skill, Eagle Eye not only increased his viewing distance but also strengthened his dynamic vision and other aspects to a certain extent. And the most obvious change was... bang! The magic circle on the ground made a huge sound when it was hit, but what was strange was that the ground, which should have been shattered by a single punch, was completely unharmed. All Might, who encountered this situation for the first time, was stunned for a moment, but then the corners of his mouth curved up. There was no doubt that what he was most afraid of when fighting was destroying the surrounding buildings. After all, he was a hero. But now it seemed he had a good venue. This arena will draw power from both of us at the same time. Unless someone can defeat the combined strength of the two of us, it will never be destroyed by external force. Of course, Lancer didn't tell the other party that if this magic circle was used in the previous world, the power of all the judges and spectators would also be added. To break through the combined strength of all the Knights of the Red Branch with one's own power was almost a nightmare. But now it was fine, as it only drew power from the two of them. But even so, it was not something that an ordinary person could break. However, compared to the surprised All Might, Lancer, who had already experienced it, was not surprised at all. He just looked at All Might with a serious expression. At first glance, the other party seemed no different from before, but Lancer could keenly sense that the speed of his punches was getting faster and faster. It seemed that he was gradually recovering or getting used to his current body. And this gradually increasing speed also began to put more pressure on him. With his eyes wide open, he desperately searched for the trajectory of the other party's punches, and his body was like a small boat in a storm, desperately dodging the other party's attacks. Suddenly, he couldn't dodge. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Gi Balg was held horizontally in front of him, and a heavy punch smashed onto the shaft of the spear. Lancer was sent flying horizontally. Cough cough. Lancer, who stood up, began to cough. He felt his lungs burning. He had just held Gi Balg horizontally in front of his chest to block the other party's punch, which was originally aimed at his abdomen, but the price was that Gi Balg was slammed hard into his chest. Who? Seeing Lancer being sent flying by a punch, the onlookers on the side couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Lancer's performance had been too bizarre before. Now that the battle had just begun, he was sent flying, which undoubtedly temporarily put their hearts at ease. That guy seems to be all show. It's not that simple. But at this moment, Nizu, who was the principal, interrupted everyone's thoughts. All Might's blow just now hit that strange man, but aren't you curious? Why didn't All Might follow up with another attack? Why? To his subordinate's confused question, his expression was incredibly calm. I don't know. If what that man said is true, then All Might should have recovered to his peak state now. At this time, the other party can definitely be called the strongest. To make him hesitate, honestly, I can't imagine. But before they could finish speaking, a change occurred again in the red magic circle. Lancer, who had been sent flying by All Might, suddenly launched a fierce attack, and this time, Lancer also proved to them the reliance he had for daring to challenge All Might. If All Might's speed was based on the explosive power of his strong body, then Lancer's speed was obtained through his countless hours of training. This included not only explosive power but also comprehensive quality, which was an extremely important part. Lancer could even strike with his spear from an angle that All Might could never have imagined. I have to say that no matter how rich All Might's experience was, he had no experience fighting a master of spearmanship. After all, in modern society, even if someone used a cold weapon, it was only as an auxiliary tool, and the main part of the battle was based on quirks. He had never encountered a situation where someone completely abandoned special abilities and fought solely with skill. Lancer was trying to get used to All Might's strength and speed, while All Might was adapting to Lancer fighting style through his own experience in their exchanges. Although it sounded like there was no difference between the two sides, Lancer was actually at a disadvantage. Because once All Might adapted to his attack style, Lancer would completely lose the possibility of victory. And even if Lancer was familiar with All Might's attacks, he didn't dare to face him head-on. That last blow had already given him internal injuries, and he felt that at least one of his ribs was broken. There was no doubt that even though Lancer had temporarily maintained a balance through skill, he knew that he was falling step by step into the abyss of failure, but this is so great! This feeling of being overwhelmed. This desire for survival that grew wildly under immense pressure. Lancer felt that the bottleneck that had been gradually loosening before had a possibility of being broken through. It sounds a little ridiculous, but during his sparring with Skaha and Siu Kulane, he sincerely trusted the two of them. Even when the two of them sparred with him with killing intent, he still believed that they would not kill him. So even as his strength continued to improve, and even though he had found his future path, that last thin film had always been there, firmly blocking him. But now, facing All Might's tyrannical physical strength, Lancer felt a threat of death and at the same time began to try to find that one sliver of a chance. As for All Might on the other side, while he was feeling his strength gradually recovering, he also couldn't help but sigh in his heart about how long it had been since he had this feeling. Ever since that battle back then, he had always deliberately suppressed himself, because if he were to go all out, this scarred and even broken body would not be able to withstand his full strength, and it was even possible that he would destroy himself before he could defeat the enemy. This feeling of being able to freely exert his strength made him feel as if he was back a few years ago. He was grateful to Lancer. Although he didn't know how the other party was able to make him recover, he was undoubtedly very grateful to the other party. So, what was the most suitable way to show his gratitude? Without a doubt, it was to fight him fairly, as the other party requested. He didn't hold back. Every time he threw a punch, it would stir up a gust of wind, and with hundreds of thousands of punches, the area where he was became a complete storm eye. The chaotic airflow inside the entire magic circle could even be seen with the naked eye. And it was at this time that Lancer performance made the onlookers on the side understand Lancer terrifying side. Indeed, All Might's strength and speed were terrifying. Once he was hit head-on, Lancer combat power would be sharply reduced, but the problem was that under All Might's mad attack, Lancer was actually able to not be touched. Even though his body was covered in small cuts from the windstorm, and even his forehead and shoulder blades were injured by the force of All Might's punches, he still stood firm. The higanbana on his left shoulder, watered by his blood, even looked even more demonic, and it even gave people the feeling that the petals that were originally open seemed to have opened a little more. There was no doubt that no one present thought that they could last that long under the other party's attack. At least they knew one thing, which was that their attacks probably wouldn't be able to hit Lancer either. But at this time, Lancer had completely forgotten about the people outside the arena. At this time, his eyes were only on All Might. Dodge. Find the weakness. Dodge. Find the weakness. Dodge. Find the weakness. There was no doubt that he was constantly repeating similar things mechanically, and the result was self-evident, but he was not discouraged at all. After all, if it were that easy for him to find it, then the other party would not be All Might. He always felt as if he had caught something. At the same time, as the battle continued, All Might also seemed to notice Lancer's special condition. After all, from Lancer's excited smile at the beginning to his current seriousness and solemnity, he knew that Lancer had entered a special state. At this time, he had two choices. The first was to continue fighting the other party as before, gradually increasing his speed and strength, but unlike before, when he was adapting to his body, he was now deliberately controlling it. As for the other, it was to go all out without hesitation. Did he even need to choose the answer? He was All Might, he was the symbol of peace, he was a warrior, and he was also a teacher. Looking at Lancer pure and battle-filled eyes, he showed a hint of a smile. Unlike the smile of being immersed in battle and passion before, the smile on his face at this time was more gentle and open-minded. But there was no doubt that Lancer, who had completely immersed everything in his heart, did not notice the change in All Might's expression at this time. At this time, he was only wholeheartedly looking for that fleeting flaw in All Might's body. Even though the intensity of the battle was gradually increasing, his mind became more and more focused under the immense pressure, until, like a morning star in the night, that dazzling light made Lancer, who was in the middle of a complete darkness, widen his eyes, and the long spear in his hand stabbed out without any hesitation. Sizzle! The piercing sound of friction woke Lancer up. Looking at All Might, who was half crouching on the ground clutching his side, Lancer's face first showed a look of ecstasy, but this ecstasy was fleeting and turned into doubt and confusion, but then it turned into anger, but this anger didn't last long and finally turned into silence. Because Lancer had figured it out. At this time, half of his face and his body were completely stained with blood. This was the result of the previous wound reopening during the intense movement, and he himself was leaning on his long spear and panting constantly after thrusting that spear. The victor was stained with blood all over, while the loser was just half crouching there clutching his side. The victor had a gloomy face, while the loser was all smiles. This strong contrast made people feel incredible. I lost. As Lancer's voice fell, the magic circle that had been surrounding them also gradually became quiet. This originally strange battle came to an end under the bewildered eyes of the crowd. And All Might, who was clutching his abdomen, had a face full of a wry smile. No, I lost. All Might naturally knew the reason why Lancer had conceded, but he didn't think so. After all, that last sliver of a flaw was not something he had deliberately shown. But Lancer shook his head. No. I lost. But I won't thank you for it. Because this victory has no honor at all. But I still have to thank you. You helped me take that crucial step. Battle was battle, and a duel was a duel. On a real battlefield, as long as it didn't touch Lancer bottom line, he would do everything he could. Whether it was taking advantage of an opponent's wounds or weaknesses, or even using poison, but in a duel, he would never do that, because it would be meaningless. Because even if he won, he wouldn't feel happy at all. Lancer's words were incredibly contradictory and even grammatically incorrect, but All Might instead laughed because he was right about Lancer. During their battle before, he had seen a kind of purity in the other party's spear. He believed that what he had done would not be in vain, and now, looking at Lancer's reaction, it undoubtedly proved the correctness of his decision. Looking at the laughing All Might, Lancer instead felt a little strange. Why did you do that? Don't you know the consequences of you, the symbol of peace, losing in a duel? I know. Of course, I know. But I trust the others here, and you, will you tell them? Looking at this man who had a serious face a moment ago but was now asking with a face full of a smile, Lancer also turned his head away in an annoyed manner. No. The deliberately raised voice proved the owner's mood, but it seemed to be only that. Chapter 169, Chapter 12, Identity. But why did you do that? Are you looking down on me? Lancer was sincerely grateful to All Might for helping him break through, but the act of suppressing his strength at the end also made him very annoyed. But the smile on All Might's face didn't disappear. Instead, it became even brighter. Because I am not only a warrior but also a teacher. The other party's answer left Lancer speechless, and he could only cross his arms in a huff and say nothing. And All Might, seeing Lancer's pouting behavior, just smiled and didn't say anything more. After all, he knew that what he had done was not meaningless, and that was enough. But then, the smile on his face faded and became very serious. Since you conceded, can you answer my question now? I can. Lancer agreed to All Might's question without any hesitation. It could even be said that this was one of his goals. That's right, Lancer never thought he could win against the other party from the beginning. After all, as far as he knew, he wasn't even sure if he could win against the other party in his weakened state, so what would happen if the other party returned to his normal state? He planned to use All Might's words to set up an identity for himself, and as he said before, he hoped to see if it could help him break through. The final result was that he won but also lost. Now that All Might had brought it up himself, he also agreed to it immediately. How did you know about, that thing? There was no doubt that that thing was what All Might was most concerned about, but to be on the safe side, he didn't say it explicitly. What he didn't expect was that Lancer would glance at the surroundings. Are you sure you want to talk about this here? I don't care, but this should be about your privacy, right? If he refused at this time, it would inevitably give people the impression that All Might didn't trust them, but Lancer gave him a way out. This was a private matter, a personal matter, and the people around who had been watching the show also looked at each other very self-consciously after hearing Lancer's words, and then each returned to their work. Let's talk in my office. When Lancer followed All Might and them to the principal's office, the a little scary bloodstains on his body had already been cleaned off. As for how they were cleaned off? It was simple, of course, with his cloak. However, at this time, it was once again tied to Lancer's right arm. Do you really not need to tend to your wounds? When the three of them sat down on the sofa in the office, All Might still couldn't help but ask. Although he didn't care about the wounds on his body during a battle, he would still tend to them after the battle. It's fine. This kind of wound is a small matter. After all, it's not a major injury. I have to say that compared to His Majesty during battle, All Might in a normal situation was more like a magnanimous big uncle next door, but Lancer seemed to not care at all. After all, not even his body had been pierced, and it was at most just ordinary cuts and scrapes, which was nothing. So, have you figured out what to ask? It's simple, it's the same question as before. How did you know about that thing? There's no one else here, so I'll just say it directly. I'm very aware of the fact that you were seriously injured in a battle before and have not healed until now. I even know that because you gave your power to the next generation, your own strength is also declining. As Lancer's words fell, All Might, who was on the sofa next to him, forcefully squeezed the armrest into a small ball, but the momentum that had been constantly rising suddenly dissipated. I didn't expect that you also knew about this. At this time, All Might's voice was full of helplessness, but at least there was no loss or despair. So how did you know about this? Sorry, I don't know how to describe this matter. After all, I don't think you will believe me if I tell you, so let's just forget it. But I think there is probably no one else in this world who can know about this in the same way as me. What Lancer said was the truth. He didn't think he would meet anyone who had also watched the show, but his words made All Might and the principal have a strange association. Then the principal with his hands crossed on his thighs also winked at All Might, obviously hinting at something, and Lancer, who saw this scene, didn't say anything either. Anyway, he did need to use the two of them to say some things. Cough cough, we've been talking for so long, and we don't seem to know your name. Lancer, just call me Lancer. Lancer. Lancer? Spearman? That code name is really easy to understand. Seeing their strange eyes, Lancer knew that they had misunderstood something, but he didn't explain much because there was no point. Okay, Mr. Lancer, besides that matter, there is only one thing I really want to know is what you use a quirk. This sentence could be said to be what everyone wanted to know most. After all, it was related to their worldview. If you're referring to the spear art that I use, then no. Well, actually, you don't need to beat around the bush. You just want to know what kind of power I used before. I can tell you very clearly, it is magic. Although this was not accurate, Lancer was too lazy to explain. After all, it was too much trouble to explain the difference between sorcery and magic to someone who didn't understand anything at all, so it was better to explain it in a way that they would understand. In Lancer's opinion, what he said was just to give himself a reasonable identity. Although he didn't know why the so-called system was basically hands-off except for helping him get a reasonable exchange student identity at the beginning, he still needed a normal identity to live normally, and now the opportunity had come. However, Lancer underestimated the impact of his words on the other party. In his opinion, since this world had something as supernatural as quirks, the other party's ability to accept things should be very strong. But the reality was that the almost ingrained existence of quirks made it harder for them to accept the existence of something called magic. This could be seen from the shocked faces of the two people at this time. Chapter 170, Chapter 13, Being Indebted is the Most Troublesome. Magic, does it really exist? Although Lancer really wanted to say, the heart that believes is your magic, he held himself back. Am I not the best evidence? No, because quirks are so strange and varied that no one can be sure if there is a quirk in this world that can simulate something like magic. Intelligent life is always so strange. Before, just because of a single runic character, the other party's divergent thinking led them to a bunch of strange questions, but now that Lancer admitted it, the other party was instead trying to find reasons to deny it. Lancer just shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much about it. His goal was to give himself a reasonable identity, and now that the setup was done, his goal had been achieved. As for what the other party thought of him, that was their problem. Seeing that Lancer didn't seem to want to talk about this matter anymore, the principal also skipped the question. Then what about the wine you gave All Might to drink earlier? It's useless. Before the other party could finish, Lancer held up a finger. It's not that I don't have this wine. If All Might wants it, I don't mind giving him some. But it's impossible for him to recover again because it only works once for each person. For it to work again, unless he dies once. As Lancer said this, the principal's expression was not good, but he didn't reply. Second, if I could, I would have already healed All Might just now, which would have repaid my debt to him, but I'm not good at healing, so, sorry. The last sentence was directed at All Might, but All Might, as the person concerned, was extremely open-minded. After all, this injury of his was not from yesterday, and he had long been used to it. The ability to briefly recover before was like a dream to him, and for him, being able to understand Lancer's personality was enough. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving. The goal had been achieved, and he had a match with All Might. For Lancer, there was no longer any need for him to stay at this school. However, just as he stood up, All Might called out to him again. Lancer, I want to ask you one last time, what are your thoughts on the person you killed before? I have no thoughts. I apologize for that matter, but that's all. This is only because I violated your rules, but besides that, I don't think I did anything wrong. If you want a reason, it's because I'm not a hero. After saying that, Lancer didn't say anything more. However, as he opened the office door, he stopped again. If you need help in the future, I'll come and help, but only once. After saying that, Lancer left directly, leaving All Might and the principal looking at each other. In the end, All Might awkwardly rubbed his nose. He didn't leave a phone number, did he? How do we contact him? But then the two of them looked at each other and laughed. In any case, Lancer's attitude at least put them at ease. No matter how they looked at it, he didn't seem like the kind of person who liked to cause trouble. However, after they were done laughing, the principal's expression was once again full of a dilemma. Magic? Hey! I didn't expect it to actually exist. He had only been suspicious before, but now everything seemed less real. All Might's expression was also a little serious about this. As the symbol of peace, he was worried about whether magic would affect this peaceful world. Forget it, let's discuss this with the others later. The most important thing now is to cancel his arrest warrant first. While rubbing his temples, the principal took out his private phone. Of course, what he was doing now was not using his privileges, but rather the normal process. The reason this situation occurred was because of the strength Lancer had shown. Because of the appearance of quirks, many things in this world were different from before. The most obvious of which was the impact of personal strength. The arrest warrants for powerful quirk criminals would only circulate in a small area because it was meaningless for ordinary people to recognize the target. On the contrary, they were afraid that some people would harm themselves out of impulse. And Lancer undoubtedly had this qualification. It was just that he didn't know that when his information was reported, it would bring new trouble to Lancer. At this time, Endeavor, who was reading documents in his office, frowned at first when he saw the change in the arrest warrant, but as he continued to read, his eyes widened. Because after the Lancer arrest warrant was changed, the description on it also changed. Name, unknown. Strength, 5 stars. Danger level, 2 stars. The so-called strength evaluation was a rough evaluation based on the combat power shown by the other party, and 5 stars was the highest level. But this was not what he cared about the most. What was truly eye-catching was the information written below. Even All Might couldn't catch him? I thought it was a rumor. I didn't expect it to be true. Ever since he became a pro-hero, Endeavor had always been suppressed by All Might and wanted to surpass him, but he had never succeeded. However, he himself had always been happy about it. Now he seemed to have found a new way to prove that he was stronger than that man. On the other side, Lancer, who had left UA, walked through the city at night and suddenly felt incredibly empty. His purpose in finding All Might was to have a match with him and try to break through his bottleneck. There was no doubt that his goal had been achieved. Although it was only for a short moment, he had undoubtedly touched the realm he longed for. But the process made him feel very helpless. All Might's deliberate help in his breakthrough made him feel touched but also incredibly embarrassed. He had only planned to use the other party, and he wouldn't have been surprised if the other party had come looking for trouble afterward, but this selfless help instead made him feel at a loss. He wanted to repay the other party, but he didn't know how. The other party's wish should be for world peace, but Lancer didn't have that ability. So, should he train a successor? What could Lancer teach the other party? Spearmanship? That's obviously not reliable. So what should he teach him? How to kill people? So this choice, which seemed the most reliable, was the one Lancer had no way of starting. Lancer, who scratched his head, could only sigh again. That's why being indebted is the most troublesome thing. Of course, there was one more thing he needed to deal with now: where to sleep tonight. Chapter 171, Chapter 14, Temporary Residence. Lancer didn't really have any requirements for a place to sleep. He had slept in offices and in cars, in deserts and in rainforests, and he had even slept in a pile of corpses before. Of course, he wouldn't refuse a good place, but when he had no other choice, he could make do with anything, but the prerequisite was that he wouldn't cause trouble for himself or others. So he chose to sneak back into the Hero Academy. He remembered that there were a lot of empty spaces at that school. It should be fine if he stayed there for one night, right? And then? What the heck? Is this necessary? Lancer's mouth twitched as he stood outside the school. When he had snuck in before, the school mainly had ordinary surveillance cameras, but now Lancer saw at least 4 or 5 different kinds of non-lethal traps, not to mention the traps he couldn't find. Who knows how many there were? It seems I can't get in tonight. Maybe I should find a park and just make do with one night. Thinking about it, this seemed to be the simplest method, and he simply gave up. But there were also a lot of troubles. For example, he had no map and had no idea where the parks were. And what was even more troublesome was that the night was the peak period for many pro-heroes to work. He could see pro-heroes patrolling everywhere, so it was also very troublesome for him to move around. After finding a relatively tall building nearby and climbing up it, Lancer used his eagle eye to start searching. He quickly found a place with trees everywhere and no buildings nearby. This world really cares about greenery. After sighing, he headed towards that place. It was obvious that he had decided to go there and find a random tree to make do with for one night. A ray of sunlight shone into the room from outside the window, and the girl who had been sleeping on the bed groggily opened her eyes. After looking out the window blankly for a while, her eyes suddenly widened. I fell asleep like this on the bed last night. Looking at her slightly wrinkled clothes, Momoyaeorozu's face turned a little red, but then she quickly took off her clothes and changed into a tracksuit. Because her quirk didn't strengthen her body much, and the condition for activating her quirk was to consume her own energy, Momoyaeorozu had been training persistently every day, year after year, since the day she decided to become a hero. Indeed, because of her special quirk, she was highly regarded by many people, but this was just a prerequisite. If she didn't work hard herself, it would still be meaningless. And she, without a doubt, had both the talent and the corresponding effort, which was her source of pride. Because she had to go to class in the morning, Momoyaeorozu's morning training was basically aerobic exercise. Momoyaeorozu, who was wearing a short shirt and shorts, jogged in her private garden after telling the maid what she wanted for breakfast. Huff huff. As she continued to run, her panting became heavier and heavier, but she still gritted her teeth and persevered because she knew that the longer she persisted, the better the effect of the exercise would be. But just at this moment, her thigh suddenly felt numb, and her right foot, which was stepping out, also became a little deformed. Not good. Just as Momoyaeorozu was about to close her eyes, she found that her shoulder was being held up by someone. She opened her eyes and saw a strange man in a shirt looking at her with a helpless expression. Who is this guy? Is he a kidnapper? But before she could even ask, the strange man had already spoken. Seriously, these young people. They'll do anything to lose weight. Lose weight? Listening to the other party's complaint, Momoyaeorozu's face immediately turned red. Her waist, which was slightly thicker than her peers, had always been one of the things she cared about most. Although her family's private doctor had told her countless times that her body proportions were absolutely perfect and that it would be abnormal if her waist was thinner, she still cared about it a lot. But at this moment, her silence seemed to have been misunderstood by the strange man, and the other party spoke again. Which direction is your house in from the park? I'll walk you to the park entrance and have your family come and get you. House? Park? This is my house. Momoyaeorozu's words immediately made the man, who had been looking helpless, freeze. This, is your house? This park? No, this forest is yours. Looking at the other party's surprised expression, she nodded very frankly. But at the same time, she had already pressed the alarm device on her body. There was no doubt that she was stalling for time. As for that alarm device, she had been wearing it on her wrist ever since the day she fainted from exhaustion in the garden. It not only had a positioning function but could also alert her based on her physical condition and notify the servants at home to come and get her. And Lancer on the other side didn't know that the girl he was holding had pulled the alarm. He was just simply surprised that the place he had spent the night was not a park but someone's private property. He's really rich. Lancer couldn't help but sigh. Although Lancer's financial situation had always been good, at first he was an investigator, then he climbed to a high rank, and then he became a general, but the common point was that he had never enjoyed it, so he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But soon, he heard a mechanical sound from all directions. Am I being surrounded? Lancer couldn't help but mutter to himself, but Momoyaeorozu, who was standing up with her shoulder being held by him, suddenly tensed up. She didn't expect Lancer to have discovered that she was surrounded so quickly. No matter what, the other party probably doesn't know my ability. When he takes me hostage later, I'll hit him hard with a taser. Although she couldn't create any large weapons because of her excessive physical exhaustion, a small item like a taser was no problem. The most important thing was that the other party probably wouldn't expect her to resist, right? But just as she was pretending to look scared. "Sorry, I thought this was a park, and I didn't expect it to be private property. But at least I saved you once, so we're even." Lancer had originally wanted to send the other party to the park entrance, but now it seemed that it wasn't necessary to be that troublesome. But as he escaped, he was thinking about another thing. "By the way, should I come back to sleep here tonight? Besides maybe being woken up by this girl in the morning, it seems like there's nothing else wrong with it. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be anyone else here to bother me, right?" In a situation that Momoye Iorozu had not even thought about, her garden seemed to have been designated as a temporary residence by Lancer. Chapter 172, Chapter 15, How about a deal? "Wait until we finish eating before you call the police?" Although the mystery man left in the morning, the impact didn't completely disappear. For example, Momoye Iorozu, who rarely got angry with the servants at home, did so and asked them to increase the level of vigilance. However, what she found strange was that when she got to school, she also found that a lot of the security systems that were usually off were also turned on. Is something going on at school lately? Perhaps because the strange changes at school temporarily diverted her attention, the originally solemn expression on Momoye Iorozu's face also gradually eased. Swoosh! After opening the classroom door, most of the students were already there, which made Momoye Iorozu, who was always one of the first to arrive, feel a little unaccustomed. "Iorozu-san." And at this moment, Ashido Mina, who was in a purple outfit, came over. "What's wrong?" Although the other party's skin color was a little strange, it was actually considered normal compared to the bizarre appearances that had become common due to quirks. Or rather, people like Momoye Iorozu, whose appearance hadn't changed at all, were more rare, so Momoye Iorozu's expression was very calm. "The class that was supposed to be in the gym this afternoon has been cancelled. And you must have also noticed that the atmosphere at school is a little tense, right? I heard it's because the school was attacked by an unknown person last night." Ashido Mina's face was full of excitement at this time. There was no doubt that this school under attack scenario made her very excited, just like watching a movie. And Momoye Iorozu's first reaction after hearing the other party's words was the school also attacked? It was at this time that Momoye Iorozu noticed that everyone in the class was also gathered in groups of 2 and 3, discussing similar topics, but one person looked a little strange. "What's wrong with Izuku Midoriya?" That's right, the person who made Momoye Iorozu feel the strangest was Izuku Midoriya. She had a very deep impression of this classmate. It was not just because of his score when he entered the school, but more because of his passion for heroes. Normally, when there was a similar topic, he should have been the most active one, but now, he was sitting in his seat with his hands on the desk covering his mouth, and his eyes seemed to be looking straight ahead, but in reality, there was no focus in his eyes. It was obvious that he was in a trance. Momoye Iorozu was a little curious, but because they were not really acquainted, she didn't plan to ask. However, Izuku Midoriya was indeed in a trance. He basically let the words of his 2 friends, Okako Uraraka and Tinya Ida, go in one ear and out the other. As for why this was the case? It was simple, because he not only knew about the topic everyone was discussing but also knew the cause and effect of the whole thing. All Might wouldn't usually talk to Izuku Midoriya too much about his own affairs. After all, if he really did, it would become bragging, and he would feel a little embarrassed. Also, in his opinion, Izuku Midoriya at this time should be focusing more on the basics than on completing missions. However, he still decided to show Izuku Midoriya the dual video from last night and explain the cause and effect to him. At that time, in All Might's office, when he heard that All Might had lost last night, Izuku Midoriya was petrified for almost a minute, and it wasn't until All Might explained that he had helped the other party break through and only lost in the end that Izuku Midoriya felt it was a little unbelievable. After all, in his impression, every time All Might faced an enemy, he almost always won with an overwhelming advantage. Even if he suppressed his strength, he shouldn't have been defeated, but after watching the video of the two of them fighting, which was slowed down several times, he had no choice but to accept this. Does there really exist a person in this world who can fight All Might with just martial arts? On the other hand, the most surprising thing, magic, was completely ignored by him. As a person who was diagnosed as a quirkless patient by a doctor, he had also fantasized about the existence of something called magic when he was a child, but now he had All Might's acknowledgement and was treated as his successor, and he also knew that the power All Might had given him was enough for him to use for a lifetime, so he had no intention of coveting it. He was just surprised. But after being surprised, All Might said something that made him ponder. Maybe in his eyes, he's lucky, but in my eyes, I'm also very lucky, because I saw something I've never seen before, which made my blood boil again after a long time. Although it was the same smile, Izuku Midoriya always felt that All Might's smile at this time was different from usual. Izuku! 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 Ah! The sudden shout in his ear startled the dazed Izuku Midoriya awake. He then saw that everyone in the class was looking at him with surprised expressions. It was at this time that he noticed that Shota Izawa, the homeroom teacher, was already in the classroom. He then awkwardly nodded to everyone, and everyone also smiled kindly. There was no doubt that the school's strange attitude aroused the curiosity of some students, but after finding that besides the gym being closed for a period of time, there were no other changes in the entire school, everyone also relaxed. In addition, the teachers at the school were all on the same page, so the matter was quickly brushed aside. However, the people related to the incident remembered the existence of a person named Lancer. On the other side, after Momoye Iorozu returned home, she first glanced at the various alarm devices that had been set up and then returned to her room. There was no doubt that the bodyguards at home had successfully carried out her previous orders. But when she finished her dinner and walked towards the outdoor training ground, she found that there was a pillar of smoke in the sky that she didn't know when it had appeared. Did a fire start? Then why wasn't the alarm device activated? With the thought of safety first, she walked towards that place. Then, when she pushed aside the dense leaves, she saw a man and 3 cats sitting together, and in the middle of them was a bonfire, with many familiar fish skewered on it. Meow. 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 Then, 4 pairs of eyes with confused looks also looked over at her. Momoye Iorozu recognized the man's identity almost immediately. It was the man who escaped that morning, but why had he come back? Just as she was about to press the alarm, the man suddenly waved at her. How about a deal? Wait until we finish eating before you call the police? Or would you like to have some with us? Otherwise, it would be a waste. The other party's strange way of thinking made Momoye Iorozu not even know what to say for a moment. After Lancer disguised himself, he wandered around the city, and then he found that he really had nothing to do. After all, there was no system to guide him, and he couldn't earn points, so it could be said that he didn't even know what he should be doing. Is this what a vacation is like? If it was before, he might have really done that. After all, what he had longed for the most was to live a stable life and not get involved in a bunch of messy things. But now, after finding a goal, he was unable to endure his previous attitude of being idle. He longed to increase his strength, whether through the system or through his own training, but unfortunately, he had no choice. This made him feel as if he had become a salted fish, with nothing to do every day except for training. But thankfully there's this place. Parks are too troublesome. Pro heroes pass by every once in a while, and the most important thing is that these guys are so enthusiastic about wanting to send me to a shelter. I'm basically a person without an official residence, so how can I go there? But just as Lancer was complaining, a stick with a grilled fish skewered on it was extended to him. "Oh! Thanks, Jack." Meow. Seeing Lancer take the grilled fish he handed over, Jack also let out a satisfied meow, but then, as if he had remembered something, he quickly turned around. Lancer just smiled at the other party's actions and didn't say anything. If Jack kept a certain distance from him at first because he was not familiar with him, then Jack now was purely tsundere. As for why Lancer was so sure? It was simple, because the other party no longer resisted him helping to groom its fur. There was no doubt that after spending so much time together and with the offensive of dried fish and catnip, even the tsundere Jack was won over. Although the 3 cute cats looked cute, they had strength that was not inferior to that of ordinary warriors. At the very least, dealing with 3 to 5 ordinary people was not a problem, but because of their personalities, they would not attack humans. So after coming to this world that only had humans, Lancer simply let them go out for a walk. Anyway, there were no opportunities for battle, so instead of wasting their cooldown time, it was better to let them wander around. There was no doubt that a person and 3 cats sitting together in a circle eating grilled fish was something that hadn't happened in a long time. Lancer was drinking the water of life produced by the supply system, while the 3 cats were holding catnip. There was no doubt that although the party's location was average and the food was also average, the participants were enjoying it very much. But at this moment, a strange sound came from behind him. Lancer's alcohol level in his body immediately dropped rapidly, and even a small ball made of pure ether appeared in the palm of his right hand. Then, the leaves were pushed aside, and a girl in a school uniform was looking at Lancer and the 3 cats, who were sitting in a circle, with a face full of surprise. Meow. 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 When the 3 cats and 1 person let out a cry of surprise, Lancer felt that the other party seemed a little familiar. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He finally remembered who the other party was. Momoyae Orozu. He hadn't reacted at all when the other party had her hair down before, but now that he saw the other party's signature hairstyle, he finally remembered her identity. But even though he recognized her, it was still awkward. He had just left in the morning, and in the afternoon he was in the other party's yard grilling fish. Was this a little too brazen? How about a deal? Wait until we finish eating before you call the police? Or would you like to have some with us? Otherwise, it would be a waste. Chapter 173, Chapter 16, Speculation, Time Node. An unfamiliar man with 3 cats was in her yard, using the ornamental fish she raised to grill, and then shamelessly asked her to eat with them? It was really grumble grumble. But at this moment, a strange sound suddenly rang out, and both Lancer, who was holding a grilled fish, and Momoyae Orozu, who was holding a taser, froze. Looking at the man who was so calm and the 3 cats sitting in a circle, Momoyae Orozu walked straight over and pulled a grilled fish from the fire. "This is my yard. You're illegally, delicious." The girl, who was covering her lips, let out an exaggerated cry of surprise. Although this man was a little strange, she could tell that his strength was definitely not weak from the fact that he was able to break through the blockade set up by her family's bodyguards twice. She could at least be sure that the other party probably had no ill will towards her, otherwise the other party wouldn't have just invited her to eat fish just now, but would have just kidnapped her. Although she was confident, she was definitely not arrogant. At the very least, she was definitely not a match for the professionals at home until she had fully grown up. And the most important thing was that seeing the ornamental fish that she had raised for several years become the other party's meal made her very unhappy. Even if they were eaten, the person who ate them should be her. It was just that she didn't expect it to be so delicious. Is there a reason why this kind of fish is so expensive? Then an extremely strange scene appeared. The 1 person and 3 cats, who were the intruders, sat on the side with strange expressions on their faces, while the girl, who was the owner here, was eating the fish with a face full of joy. After eating 2 bites, she realized that something was wrong. What was her purpose just now? Who are you all? This is my family's private property. Who were they? How should he explain? A traveler? Bystander A? Suddenly, an idea appeared in Lancer's mind. Actually, I'm just a normal homeless person. I don't have a fixed residence. I came to this city and was looking for a place to stay, and I ended up here. Although what the other party said sounded like the truth, no matter how he looked at the other party's appearance, he didn't look like a homeless person. And the most important thing was, what kind of homeless person wanders around with 3 cats? And how did that orange cat get so fat? The situation became very awkward. Especially the 3 cats didn't seem to have noticed the awkward situation of their companion at all. After finishing their fish, some licked their paws, some rolled on the ground, and one even stretched. They gave people the feeling that they were at home. However, after seeing through Lancer lie at a glance, she was also temporarily at ease. After all, even though this guy's strength was not weak, he still chose to communicate normally, and no matter how unreliable his lie was, it at least showed that he didn't seem to have the intention of using force. If you need it, I can help you contact a welfare facility. At least you'll have an enclosed room there, and you'll also have a certain amount of private space. While speaking, Momoyae Orozu kept staring at Lancer's face. It was obvious that she seemed to be trying to confirm some things through the changes in Lancer's facial expression, but unfortunately, there was no change in Lancer's expression at all. This was also the truth. Although it was a little awkward to be caught by the owner, Lancer felt that his luck couldn't be so bad that he would be caught repeatedly. Anyway, this place was so big that he would always be able to find a place to stay. In addition, even though the other party was constantly trying to make herself look a little more stern, in Lancer's eyes, this behavior was just like a cat getting its fur up. Not to mention intimidating him, it even made Lancer want to laugh. Haha, thanks, but I also have some things I need to take care of. In the end, Lancer left again with a dry laugh, but looking at the branches on the ground and the bonfire that had been extinguished at some point, Momoyae Orozu suddenly had a bad premonition. Sigh. Momoyae Orozu, who was sitting on the school bus, couldn't help but sigh, and the girls sitting next to her also looked at her with curiosity. What's wrong? Class rep? Nothing. Facing her classmates' question, Momoyae Orozu seemed very tired, and the most troublesome problem was that he didn't know how to explain it to them. She couldn't possibly say that a strange guy had broken into her house, right? And what was even more troublesome was that the other party had managed to avoid all the surveillance facilities at home through some method, eagle eye, and even when she discovered the other party for the 3rd time and told her father about it. Her father had actually patted her head with a kind face and took a day off to stay at home with her. It should be known that although the Yae Orozu family was rich, her father, as the head of the family, had to constantly be on the move, and this time he specifically stayed at home to accompany her. It was most likely because he thought, is it because I'm not at home much that my daughter is lonely and is using this method to get my attention? Although her father's long-awaited company made Momoyae Orozu feel happy from the bottom of her heart, she was still very desperate. After all, no matter how she explained, her father would always pat her head with a kind face and say with a smile, "It's okay, it's okay." She really didn't know how to complain about this feeling of helplessness. But what no one knew was that someone was lying on the roof of the bus they were sitting on. The reason Lancer had originally decided to temporarily live at Momoyae Orozu's house was not only because the other party's house was too big, which even made Lancer recall the days of hunting large monster birds in the forest, but also for another reason, which was that he wanted to control time. Because he was so idle, he had been thinking about one thing during his breaks from training: what exactly was the deal with the system? Or rather, what was the system's operating mechanism? Although he had only been through 2 worlds, in one world, it was constantly trying to get attention, while in the other, it had almost completely disappeared. This completely different situation made Lancer genuinely curious. He then wrote down all the things he had experienced in a small notebook and compared them one by one. He then came up with a possibility. In the Tokyo Ghoul world, every time a mission appeared, it was to guide him and also to change the plot. In the Empire world, it seemed that because he had already decided to embark on a path of battle, guidance-type missions almost never appeared again. As for changing the plot, from a certain perspective, Lancer had completely changed the direction of the entire world, and logically, he should have received more rewards. But why was the system still unresponsive? Lancer felt that it might be that the time had not yet come and that he would only get rewards at the plot's time node or after it had passed. Of course, these were all his guesses, so he had to test them. And the opportunity in front of him was the best test. The first appearance of the League of Villains. If my guess is correct, then there will definitely be a mission at this time node. Lancer, who was lying on the roof of the bus, silently waited for the result to appear. Chapter 174, Chapter 17, Mission. The biggest reason Lancer was able to sneak into the Yaeyorozua house was that her house was simply too big. Although the Yaeyorozua family was rich, the real blockade was only in certain places, and these defensive measures for ordinary people naturally couldn't stop a person like Lancer. As for the bodyguards with detection abilities, obviously, there weren't enough of them. This was also the reason why Lancer could sneak into the Yaeyorozua's house but not into U.A. After all, U.A.'s security team was simply insane. With various detection quirks such as vision, hearing, and mental perception, Lancer had no idea how to hide from them. The biggest characteristic of a quirk was that everyone's was different. But this time, he was lucky, and he wasn't discovered at all along the way. Everyone, come over. Our class today will be held here. At the same time, Shota Izawa, who was the teacher leading the group this time, also unconsciously touched his chin. Why was this? It was simple. The frostbite he got before made him unconsciously touch his chin sometimes. But from a certain perspective, he was still better off. Although Midnight's injury was lighter than his, the red bruise on her neck forced her to wear a choker to hide it. After all, the so-called R18 hero was just a publicity slogan, and she didn't want to be misunderstood for doing something strange. Although there was nothing strange about her setting, and it even caused a wave of fervent cheers in certain small circles, she herself seemed to be ashamed of it and said that the choker would never be taken off unless she could get revenge. But at this time, he felt a tingling sensation around his lips. Is it an illusion? All Might said he would come later, so nothing should go wrong, right? After shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. After all, the battle that night had already proven one thing, which was that he probably couldn't pose any threat to that man, which made his mood a little low recently, and he was even a little suspicious. There was no doubt that this time he also thought that it was just his psychological effect at work. But he didn't notice that when the first UA student walked into the hall, the school bus that had already stopped trembled slightly. As for the culprit? Naturally, it was Lancer. Lancer, who was lying on the roof of the bus at this time, trembled with excitement when he saw a new mission appear on that familiar panel. Mission, Nameless Hero/Villain. Mission requirements: protect the 22 UA students and teachers/kill or abduct the 22 UA students and teachers. Mission reward, depends on the completion of the mission. It seemed that his guess was right. As for which one to choose? Did he even need to ask? Lancer was not a hero, but he was not a thug either. He was just a Lancer. The decisions he made could go against everything, but they would not go against his heart. Among these 22 people were the disciples of his benefactor and a girl who was a little tsundere but had also taken him in. The answer was already decided. At this time, the people inside the building had no idea that they had been caught in a destined attack. Their faces were full of surprise as they looked at the rescue hero, No 13, who was wearing a spacesuit. Of course, there were also many looks of admiration mixed in with the surprise. Unlike All Might, who was the symbol of peace, Shota Aizawa, who acted secretly, and Midnight, who was in charge of tactical support, number 13 was a pro-hero who specialized in natural disaster relief, and his quirk was the very bug-like black hole. That's right, black hole. Just by hearing the name, you know how bug-like it is. In theory, it can completely disintegrate everything it sucks in. It can be said that in terms of destructive power alone, it is one of the best of all quirks. But it also came with a price. For example, when using it, it was impossible to distinguish between friend and foe because it was difficult to control, so if it was used in a battle, it would undoubtedly cause major casualties. So he chose to become a pro-hero who specialized in disaster relief. I don't think I need to say much about my quirk. I think everyone should know that it is a black hole that can crush everything it sucks in. It is precisely because of it that I can be active in disaster relief sites all over the country and even the world. But I think everyone should not have forgotten one thing, right? That humans themselves are also objects, which means that my ability can also easily kill humans. As a nationally renowned pro-hero, No 13's voice sounded incredibly gentle, and he acted very gentlemanly. But when he said the words kill humans, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After all, most of them joined UA with the simple and pure desire to become a hero. Now that they suddenly heard such a cruel topic, they inevitably felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, No 13's words did not stop there. In Shota Aizawa Senpai's class, I think everyone should have learned about their own bodies, and in All Might Sensei's human-to-human training class, everyone should have learned about their own abilities. I think many of you here, just like me, have abilities that could accidentally harm others. So I hope to use this class to let everyone understand that the existence of quirks is not just for fighting and harming others, but also for protecting everyone. No 13's voice sounded a little muffled because of the spacesuit he was wearing, but there was no doubt that his undulating voice reignited the passion of the students who had been silent because of their own quirks. That's all I wanted to say today. Okay, now let me give you a tour. Crack. No 13's words were not finished when the surrounding lights suddenly went out, and the fountain in the distance also suddenly stopped. An ominous feeling suddenly appeared in Shota Aizawa's mind. Then, a black mist could be seen spreading in the distance, and at the same time, a lot of people in bizarre costumes and wearing strange masks appeared from the black mist. Hey? Is this another surprise attack like in the previous test? Shota Aizawa didn't even have time to figure out which student was complaining. He almost shouted to stop the other party's complaint as soon as he heard it. Quiet! Everyone, gather together! This is not a test. These guys are villains. Shota Aizawa's words immediately silenced the students who had been in a bit of a commotion. Villains! No way! This thought appeared in everyone's minds almost at the same time, but looking at Shota Aizawa, who was already wearing his special combat glasses, it was only then that they knew that all of this was real. Chapter 175, Chapter 18, An Uncrossable Chasm. The first person to walk out of the black mist was a strange man. The reason he was called strange was that there were many strange hands on his face and body. After walking out of the black mist, his first reaction was to look around, but in the end, he seemed a little disappointed. Isn't All Might here? Shigaraki Tomura didn't care about the relieved expressions of the other people around him and let out a soft sigh. The name All Might was like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on everyone's heads. But unlike others who deliberately avoided it, what he hoped for was to completely destroy it. But at this moment, it seems All Might is stuck in traffic, but before he comes, why don't you play with me for a while? A man in a black tight-fitting suit leaped down from the roof. A ridiculous clown mask, a simple messy haircut, paired with the black tight-fitting suit and the purple earring on his ear. This guy looked incredibly bizarre, and why did his appearance look like he was on their side? Who are you? Sir, it's been a while. Before Shigaraki Tomura could finish his words, the Kurogiri behind him condensed into a human-like form, and when he saw Lancer, he bowed slightly to Lancer in a very gentlemanly manner. Yes, it's been a while. Speaking of which, Lancer's personality was also quite strange. Although he basically wouldn't show mercy to anyone except children when he fought, he generally wouldn't be too aggressive when the opponent was polite. Of course, this excluded scum, because these guys were just targets and not enemies. Regarding my invitation from before, I wonder what you have decided. Let me think about it some more. Lancer's sudden interruption temporarily eased the tense atmosphere, but both sides in the arena also became wary of each other. Shota Aizawa was surprised at first when he saw Lancer, but then he was relieved. After all, according to All Might's previous analysis, Lancer's personality should be more direct and the type who would definitely help you if you helped him. But then, the guy who was clearly an enemy said that he had been in contact with Lancer before. This inevitably made Shota Aizawa a little nervous. After all, if Lancer were to turn against them at this time, they would be in big trouble. But Shigaraki Tomura on the other side was constantly tapping his arm with his arms crossed. Although he didn't recognize this strangely dressed guy at first, with Kurogiri's words, he also remembered that his master had told him before that this person needed to be paid more attention to. It was only his master who could temporarily calm down his increasingly hysterical personality, but Lancer's rejection at this time seemed to have opened a valve, and he could no longer control his emotions. If you don't want to, then go and die. He was already in a bad mood because All Might wasn't there, and now this guy dared to refuse his master's invitation. He was simply asking for death. And Kurogiri, who had originally wanted to say something, also shook his head helplessly and stopped talking. Although his master told him to try his best to recruit the other party, it was only a try. Compared to him, Shigaraki Tomura was much more important. But to Shigaraki Tomura's words, Lancer just shook his head. Did he want to kill him? He wasn't good enough. With this sarcastic action, the other party could no longer control his emotions. Go and die. Looking at the hand that was swinging at him, Lancer met it without hesitation. If it were an ordinary person who knew that Shigaraki Tomura's quirk was decay, they would definitely not confront him head-on because of the great danger, but Lancer didn't think so. What was the point of having a strong offensive ability? As long as he wasn't hit, it was fine. The conditions that were unbelievable for most people were just like eating and drinking for Lancer. After all, he himself was on the path of agility. But just in case, he didn't use Gi Balg. Although he didn't think this so-called quirk could destroy the Gi Balg that his master had personally made and given to him, an ordinary ice spear was enough to deal with this guy. The long spear in his hand easily dodged the other party's outstretched hands and then viciously struck the other party's wrist. Then, the spearhead was aimed downwards and stabbed fiercely at the other party's heart. Don't even think about it. With the back of his hand against his chest and his palm facing Lancer, Shigaraki Tomura had not yet finished his words when he saw the ice spear in Lancer's hand tremble and change its target to his brow. Just as the blow was about to hit, a black mist appeared above Shigaraki Tomura's head, and then Lancer felt as if the long spear in his hand had stabbed into nothing. Space! What a troublesome ability! There was no doubt that Kurogiri had directly teleported Lancer's attack away to protect Shigaraki Tomura, and Lancer also let go without hesitation. But Shigaraki Tomura seemed to have seized the opportunity and launched another preemptive attack on Lancer. Tisk! Although Lancer knew that Kurogiri's ability definitely had limitations, otherwise if he snapped someone in half while teleporting them, wouldn't he be invincible? But unfortunately, he didn't know the specific limitations. The good news was that Kurogiri seemed to be cooperating with Shigaraki Tomura and didn't have the time to teleport the other students, and under the gathering of number 13 and Shota Aizawa, the more than 20 students in the class had already gathered together. No signal. As expected, these guys not only cut off the electricity and water before they started, but they also cut off the communication. Hearing the notification on his phone again, Shota Aizawa's face was grim as he watched the group of villains gradually surround them. Shota Aizawa himself was not very famous, but he was a very well-known undercover pro-hero. He had caught countless quirk criminals, and there were no famous ones here. With his strength, he could definitely protect himself, but the difficulty of protecting the students behind him increased exponentially. Aizawa-senpai, please rest assured. My equipment here is very complete. Although they have cut off communication, this abnormal behavior will soon attract attention. The people at school should be here to help soon. We just need to stall until All Might Sensei arrives. All Might? He hasn't arrived yet. Maybe he ran into some trouble. No 13's comfort only temporarily relieved him, but the problem was still there and hadn't been solved at all. But just as the two of them were talking in low voices, the battlefield in the distance also changed. Lancer attacks were all teleported away by Kurogiri, and Shigaraki Tomura seemed to be able to attack recklessly, while Lancer could only constantly dodge the other party's attacks. But in reality, the attitudes of the two sides were completely opposite. As the attacker, Shigaraki Tomura's gritted teeth could be seen even through the strange hand-shaped ornament, and even his expression was a little distorted. But Lancer, who was being attacked, seemed extremely calm. In the process of dodging, his expression was neither happy nor sad, and he seemed to have completely given up on counterattacking. But it was precisely because of this that Kurogiri was even more afraid to relax. After all, Lancer's several previous surprise attacks had scared him badly. Damn it! Nomu! Go on! Pin his hands down for me. I want him to watch me erase him little by little. In the face of the other party's threat, Lancer just showed a mocking smile and didn't say much. If the other party had made Nomu attack with them before, Lancer might have thought a little more of the other party. After all, it was already a 2v1. You are also villains, so isn't it common sense to swarm the opponent when you know you can't beat them? To only give this order after being completely enraged. He's not even good at being a villain. But jokes aside, Lancer hands did not stop at all, and even sped up a bit. Because compared to the disgusting combination of Shigaraki Tomura and Kurogiri, the Nomu, who was simply good at fighting, was a better opponent for Lancer. But... bang! Bang! Looking at the shattered stones constantly flying around him and the hall that was torn apart in just half a minute, Lancer couldn't help but sigh. Body reinforcement really is the most versatile ability. If Lancer had gotten the body reinforcement quirk this time, he would have definitely confronted the other party head-on, but... Pucci! Accompanied by a frowning sound, the ice spear in Lancer's hand was directly shattered. It was obvious that an ordinary ice spear couldn't withstand Lancer's full power. And although the Nomu's heart, which was pierced, had a fist-sized wound, and its breastbone could even be seen through the wound, it still attacked Lancer wildly. A normal person who received this kind of attack would probably lose their combat power in a short period of time, but Nomu, as its name suggested, had no brain. It only knew how to follow orders, and there was no doubt that the order Shigaraki Tomura gave it before was to restrain Lancer. As long as its body could still move, it wouldn't give up. The simplest method was naturally to pierce the other party's heart with a single blow, but... Tisk! Looking at Izuku Midoriya's nervous expression, Lancer could only change his tactics. Even though he was wearing a black tight-fitting suit, the blue light on his right shoulder was still very eye-catching, but soon, the people around him no longer had time to care about this small matter because several ice-long spears were gradually forming around Lancer. After grabbing one at random, he spun around in place and then... Ha! With a shout, he threw the long spear in his hand fiercely. Bang! The Nomu's right hand and the tip of the spear collided fiercely. The person-high ice spear instantly turned into countless ice shards, and the Nomu's right hand was a bloody mess, with the stark white bone visible, but just as it was about to charge at Lancer again, it found that the target it was looking for had long since disappeared. "What are you looking at?" With a cold voice, Lancer, who was holding 2 long spears, had already appeared in front of it. Lancer, who had his right leg extended, was shorter than usual, and the ice spears in his hands stabbed at the other party's thighs without any hesitation. Puchy! Puchy! Accompanied by 2 jets of blood, the ice spears had already pierced through the other party's thighs and pinned it to the ground. The Nomu, who had no sense of pain, didn't care about its own wounds at all, but it would definitely not let go of something that was hindering its battle. Roar! It roared and tried to break the ice spear that was stuck in its thigh, but Lancer didn't give it a chance. The ice-long spears pierced into its hands and then pinned it to the ground again. "Calm your head down here. If you even have one." With Lancer mocking voice, a countless amount of freezing air began to spread from its 4 limbs to its entire body, but this was meaningless, because as the freezing air spread, its reaction efficiency became lower and lower until it completely lost the ability to resist and became an ice sculpture. So amazing! At this time, Shoto Todoroki couldn't help but sigh from the crowd. "Yeah, he's really amazing. That monster called Nomo was so strong, but that strange man still managed to restrain it." And Izuku Midoriya, who was standing next to him, also sighed, but he was more reminded of the man's movements in the video. The momentum that seemed to pierce his heart even through the screen could now be seen a little. But Shoto Todoroki didn't pay any attention to Izuku Midoriya. If there was anyone present who could understand Lancer attack just now, it would probably be the Nomu that had turned into an ice sculpture, but the second person would be Shoto Todoroki. When the other party was creating the ice spears before, Shoto Todoroki had already realized that the other party's strength in ice was much stronger than his. The terrifying freezing air, even if it didn't reach the theoretical absolute zero, it was definitely not far off. He couldn't create that much freezing air at that temperature even with his full concentration, but the other party seemed to be completely unaffected. But what was even more terrifying was that the monster named Nomu. The simple freezing air would be shattered as soon as it attached to its body, but that man directly pierced its 4 limbs with an ice spear and then froze it after restraining it. With the freezing air erupting from within its body and its 4 limbs pinned down, no one could have escaped, right? Maybe this man is the goal I'm looking for. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Because of his father's extreme idea, quirk marriage, his mother suffered harm that ordinary people couldn't understand, and he was also disfigured by the boiling water that his mother threw at him after she had a mental breakdown. But he never hated his mother. He was very sensible from a young age and deeply understood his mother's pressure. He felt more sad after being scalded by his mother. Why did his mother have to suffer such torture? Why was he hated by his mother and alienated by his siblings? Why could that man be so calm? He hated the other party. He hated that man from the bottom of his heart. But his strength was not enough. The reason he joined UA was to train himself here and gain the strength to take revenge. He wanted to use the quirk that his mother gave him to defeat everyone, including that man. He wanted to let the other party know that he was wrong. Even without his quirk, he could still succeed. Lancer at this time didn't care about the fervent gaze from behind him. After all, he was already used to similar battles. The gazes of passers-by or onlookers could no longer affect him. He just let out a sharp breath and then looked over the statue at Shigaraki Tomura on the other side. "Do you plan to defeat All Might with this kind of thing? Are you looking down on him? Or are you looking down on me, who was once defeated by him?" In the face of Lancer's question, Shigaraki Tomura didn't say anything and just stared at him with angry and hateful eyes. Maybe it was indeed too much of an assumption, and maybe he was too immature, but as the person All for One saw as his successor, Shigaraki Tomura had other qualities besides that hatred that people couldn't ignore. For example, he didn't make any pointless excuses or explanations now. He just waved his hand and signaled for the people behind him to attack together. At this time, anything he said would be pointless nonsense and completely meaningless. And Lancer, after finding that Shigaraki Tomura had no reaction, also stopped saying anything and charged forward with his spear. Although Lancer didn't try to kill them this time and basically just disabled their limbs or simply knocked them unconscious, even so, his efficient fighting style still made people look sideways. How many people has this man killed? Every one of Lancer's attacks never missed or was wasted. Every time he struck with his spear, a person would get a few more bloody holes in their body. Shota Aizawa even saw someone try to sneak attack Lancer from behind, but they were pierced through the shoulder blade by Lancer's spear and then thrown out. He was clearly in the middle of being besieged by more than 10 quirk criminals, but he was able to reduce the number of enemies after just a few exchanges of offense and defense. This made the other quirk criminals who were originally just watching have to join in the fight again, but this was meaningless. It was just adding a few more corpses to the pile of wailing people on the ground. Of course, there were some smart guys who wanted to bypass Lancer and attack the people behind him, but Shota Aizawa was not a pushover either. The ones who slipped through the net had already been tied up like rice dumplings with his bandages and thrown to the side. And as more and more people fell, Shigaraki Tomura's expression became more and more grim, because he found that the atmosphere around him had started to become a little strange. The people who were chosen to attack UA this time had 2 requirements. First, they must have a criminal record. Second, they must be considered extremely vicious. These guys, after seeing blood, should have become even more insane, but now they were starting to wonder, was what they were doing really meaningful? Lancer, who was holding a long spear, was like an uncrossable chasm, completely separating the 2 sides. No one could cross it even one step. "Re treat." The voice seemed to be squeezed out of his throat, and the quirk criminals who had been besieging Lancer all breathed a sigh of relief as if they had been granted a great pardon. It was obvious that they had wanted to retreat for a long time, but because of their fear of Shigaraki Tomura and the person behind him, no one dared to run away first. After all, if they were caught by the heroes, they would at most suffer some physical pain and then be locked up in prison, but if they ran and were caught by that man, they would really have to pay with their lives. And Lancer also didn't stop them. After all, Lancer's goal was the mission, and it was meaningless to chase after these small fries. As for the biggest target, Shigaraki Tomura, he was protected by Kurogiri, and Lancer had no way of getting to him. So he simply stood there holding his long spear and silently watched as everyone disappeared. Chapter 176, Chapter 19, Rejection. As the black mist completely disappeared, Shota Aizawa finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Lancer on the other side also curled his lips before turning his attention to the ice sculpture next to him. Before, he just thought that this monster called Nomo was a little ugly, but after a closer look, he found that its appearance was really too ugly. The top of its head looked like an exposed brain, but in reality, it was just a hard outer layer with a similar pattern. If this only made people think that the creator was a non-mainstream person, then the extremely unbalanced head and body proportions made people feel uncomfortable, as if only the body had been strengthened, while the head had been deliberately neglected. But just as Lancer was carefully observing the Nomu, Shota Aizawa on the other side walked over with a face full of relief. "Lancer, thank you for your help this time. If you want to thank someone, thank All Might. And, I think I should be leaving." Shota Aizawa's expression became very subtle at Lancer's words. "It's really like what All Might said, like a cat. If you stroke its fur the right way, it's very easy to get along with." Lancer, who was preparing to act cool by hiding his heroic deeds, had no idea that his image had been completely destroyed by a certain seemingly upright man. But at this moment, "Sir! Please wait!" The sudden call from behind made Lancer freeze for a moment. "Is there something you need?" Lancer naturally knew the person who called him Shoto Todoroki. Many people at UA knew his identity as the son of the number 2 pro hero, Endeavor, and even a lot of people knew that he and his father didn't seem to have a good relationship, but most people didn't really care. After all, many people had conflicts with their families during their rebellious phase, but what no one knew was that his relationship with his father was not just a simple disagreement, but a complete and utter hatred. And Lancer knew this, but that was all he knew. Although Shoto Todoroki deserved sympathy, that was all. He didn't have the right to get involved, let alone the fact that the other person didn't ask for his help. Why should he actively get involved? There were many people in this world who were more miserable than him, and Lancer didn't have the time to care about all of them. At most, he would only deal with the matter in front of him. And Shoto Todoroki, who had unconsciously called out, had no idea that the other party not only knew his identity but also knew his deepest secret very clearly. He only knew that at this time, when he was face to face with the other party, he was so nervous that he couldn't speak. He's wearing a mask, so I can't even see his expression. What am I so nervous about? In order to calm himself down, he actually bit the tip of his tongue. The bloody taste immediately made him a lot calmer. I hope you can train me. Although it was an extremely simple sentence, Shoto Todoroki felt that saying those words almost drained all his energy. He even felt a little suffocated just standing there. Train you? A quirk? Let's not do that. After all, I'm not very good at it. Lancer didn't know the pressure he was giving the other party, but he directly rejected Shoto Todoroki's request. After all, he couldn't find a reason to accept it, and as he said, he didn't think he could teach the other party anything. But what seemed natural to Lancer was a major blow to Shoto Todoroki. The quirks in this world were so bizarre and varied that it was rare for anyone to find a quirk similar to their own. And it was almost impossible to find someone who had a similar ability and was also strong. Quirks with a hereditary nature like Midoriya's were even more unique. For Shoto Todoroki, it was almost impossible for him to find a more suitable goal after being rejected by Lancer. But just talking to him had almost used up all of his courage and strength. At this time, he didn't even know how to speak. In the end, he could only watch as Lancer back gradually disappeared from his sight. Todoroki-kun, are you okay? I'm fine. I just need to rest for a bit. Shoto Todoroki's response to Izuku Midoriya's concern was very calm. Indeed, Lancer rejection made him feel very disappointed, but that was all. Perhaps because he had to bear too many things that his peers didn't have to, Shoto Todoroki was also more mature. He knew that constant disappointment was meaningless, and it was better to focus on the present than to be disappointed. After all, he had been doing this for so many years. After leaving, Lancer pulled out his system mission. He couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the 2 words completed, but when he saw the mission reward, his eyes twitched. Mission completion, 100%, mission reward, 1000 points, consumable, magic potion X10. Was that all the reward for 100% mission completion? After complaining a bit, he decisively hung the 5 small glass bottles in his palm on the tactical belt on his waist. After all, the reward had already been given, so there was no reason not to use it. But after complaining, he calmly thought about it. The so-called mission was not really difficult for him, and it would have been truly incredible if the reward had been more. And these were not the most important things. The most important thing was that he was almost certain about his previous guess about the system. For Lancer, this mission not only confirmed his guess but also allowed him to make his presence known at UA again. But what he didn't expect was that everything that had happened before was just a prerequisite. The incident of the UA students being attacked was supposed to be suppressed. After all, there weren't many problems with UA itself, but who knew that when UA was trying to downplay the impact of the incident, the League of Villains came out of nowhere again. They not only made a public declaration of war against All Might but also used the video of their previous invasion of UA as propaganda to tarnish UA. Of course, it was more of a flipping the table than a propaganda. Many people even publicly questioned the performance of Shota Aizawa and number 13 in the previous video. The fact that a group of villains announced the formation of the League of Villains didn't cause a big reaction. People were more concerned about what UA was doing. Bastards! Damn it! What a boring advertisement! Pucci! The emotional Shigaraki Tomura directly smashed the TV in front of him. After all, he was looking forward to the League of Villains debut, but he didn't expect the spotlight to be completely stolen from them. Bastards! 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 He was constantly thinking about how to deal with the guys who had caused his plan to fail. But at this moment, Kurogiri appeared in the doorway without him knowing. Mr. Shigaraki Tomura, the master requests your presence.